Stranger. The heart, a simple organ, a vital instrument in keeping mortal flesh alive, to pump blood, to give life, to keep bone and breath from returning to ash in memory. But that is not its true purpose. I wish I'd remembered that when I found her. I wish I'd remembered that the pounding in my chest wasn't from a simple organ, striving to keep my fragile, feeble form alive, but the quintessential pathway back home. Back to who I was. What I was. Back to every memory of her. If only I had remembered that. Perhaps then we could have avoided all the pain.
Chapter 1. Girl. Are you alive? Something firm but kind rocked my shoulder, causing scratchy eyes to open and dry mouth to swallow. Someone rolled me onto my back, forcing me to stare up at the blinding, boiling sun. I winced and tried to curl away. A tapping on my cheek. Wake up. Come on. Say you're alive.
She's dead, Naya. Leave her to the vultures.
She's not dead, Kiva. The tapping grew in earnest, making my head crunch against the stones beneath my skull. The pain dragged me from the thick, foggy place. It tethered me, shedding the empty, floating feeling, tying me firmly to a form that had forsaken me. I gasped as my heart beat stronger. My lungs breathed deeper. That's it. The tapping on my cheek stopped, sifting sweetly through my hair instead. You're okay. You're not alone anymore. Alone. That word stabbed a lightning bolt through my chest. It made tears I couldn't afford to shed roll down sunburned cheeks. It filled me with such bone-snapping pain I couldn't catch another breath. I choked. I coughed and...
She's struggling to breathe, Naya. It's the sickness. Get away from her.
It's not the sickness, Kiva. She's just coming back from the land of death, that's all. Death. Another word that tugged on my heart, digging claws and teeth, ripping my spirit apart. Whoever touched me kept running their fingers through my hair, giving me an anchor in this world while I tried to decide if I wanted to return to it. Come on, open your eyes. I know you're not dead. The female voice soothed. At least, not anymore. Could I come back from the dead? Was that where I'd been ever since I'd collapsed on this river's shore? Her touch went to my eyes, pressing down on my cheek while another pulled up my eyebrow. My eyelashes cracked open under her control, sending a blinding ray of light to pierce my vision. I moaned and summoned all my strength to swat her touch away. She let me go. Darkness descended again. But there had been something different. This world that seemed to hate me had delivered something I'd never seen before. People. Like me. Gritting my teeth, I opened my eyes of my own accord. See? The girl beside me grinned over her shoulder toward the others. I told you she was alive.
Yes, but is she sick?
One of the taller figures shifted closer.
Where is her clan? No one survives out here alone. Did they banish her?
He raised a long stick with strips of vines and leaves fluttering from the top, brandishing it at me as if it would ward off my evil. He added,
We should leave, Naya. We don't have time to hunt and carry her too.
The girl kneeling beside me bared her perfect teeth. Are you so heartless to leave a mortal to die? A mortal like us?
If she deserves it.
The man nodded, his nostrils flaring.
Look at her. She has no clothes, no possessions, not even a water skin. Mark my words, she was stripped of rank and banished from her clan. She wears the mark of the Sullied.
I flinched as he jabbed his long stick against my upper thigh.
Right there. She is branded by death itself.
Again, my heart hitched on the word, tugging with something, only to fade with another beat. Naya bent over me, her gentle touch swiping at the mud and dirt clinging to my leg. Spitting on her dark hand, she smeared saliva over the filthy splooge the other man had stabbed. With her forehead furrowed, she studied my thigh far too closely. Skin prickles cloaked me as I tried to shift away. But I couldn't. My body had no strength, no energy left to fight. All I had were a few remaining heartbeats to fade into the whispering fog and forget about this place. "It's not the mark of the sullied," Naya murmured, glancing at me with black eyes framed with her blacker lashes. "It's a birthmark."
A taint from the source itself.
The man rattled his stick, sending its vines and leaves swinging. The other men behind him bowed their heads and pressed fingertips to their eyes as if to shield themselves from my monstrousness. "It is not," Naya snorted. "You are not our spirit master, Kiva. Don't pretend you know what you're talking about."
Then take her to Solon and have him tell you. But then you'll be responsible for sickness sweeping through our clan for daring to bring that into our home.
"That is a person, same as us," Naya snapped, her temper revealing itself in a bloom of thorns. "And the mark you're so afraid of is just a birthmark, like I said. A birthmark shaped sort of like a sunburst, if you must know." The man crossed his arms, his decorated stick clutched in a fist.
She stays here. She dies here.
"She comes." Naya turned on her knees to face me fully. "You need to stand now. You're coming with us." She smiled kindly. "We have healers. If you're sick, we have cures. You need help and—"
She needs to be left to die,
the man growled.
"Come along."
He strode away from the two other men and one woman he'd been standing with. My vision faded in and out as my heart still struggled to beat on starvation fumes. Compared to my sallow skin and prominent bones, these people glowed. The two males behind the suspicious one had skin that glistened as rich and precious as black river rocks. Their dark-skinned hands, etched with tendon and bone, had fingernails that gleamed almost pink, crowning the end of each one. Their eyes were just as dark, glossy with depth and wisdom. The male who stabbed me rudely with his stick had light skin, splattered with freckles and sun-faded brown hair. The other female had similar coloring to him, unlike the girl kneeling beside me, but it was their intricate braids that made me gasp. Long hair on both female and male, all intricately weaved and coiled with feathers, beads, and shells. The wind caught a few feathers, twirling them in the breeze. I swallowed, doing my best to ignore the pain of my body so close to fading. My gaze locked onto the flower-threaded braids draped over the standing woman's breasts. I stiffened. For all the perfection of their health and vitality, they'd hidden parts of their bodies with slaughtered animal furs. The men wore strips around their hips, while the women had an extra piece binding their chests. These people had covered their nudity with the dressings of their prey. Why did that incite such strange feelings? "Don't worry," Naya said kindly, drawing my attention back to her. "We'll find clothing to cover you." She glanced at my dirty, emaciated form. My bare skin hovered between the colors of hoof-trodden dirt and sun-bleached earth. The ivory lines of scars on my legs and fresh cuts up my thighs only added to the blisters from my sunburn. My colorless white hair carried its own version of leaves and bracken, but not from decoration. I merely wore despair and survival.
"Come,"
the man with his stick commanded.
"Enough of this."
No one from his clan moved. Their eyes bounced from me to Naya on her knees, making up their own minds. Naya used their uncertainty for her gain. "She's just a person, same as us. She's not a spirit. She's not sickness or evil. We leave her here and she dies. I don't know about you, but I don't want to confess that my inactions led to someone's death at the next fire council." Those words seemed to work magic. The two men leapt into action. Surrounding me, They passed their matching long sticks to the woman with the thick feather-threaded braids and arched eyebrows at Naya.
"Move then. We'll have to carry her. Hunting is over for today."
Naya rose from her knees, giving me an assuring smile. "We're going to pick you up now, okay?" Her black eyes flashed. "Do you have a name?" A name. What was a name? I didn't think so. I don't remember. Not waiting for me to answer her question, she pointed at the ring of people towering above me. "This is Huo, Rin, and Moki." Arching her chin at the surly one, she added, "And that's Kiva." Tapping her own fur-wrapped dark chest, she smiled with white teeth. "I'm Naya." Her eyebrows rose as she pointed at me. "Now you. Do you have a name?" I swallowed back the dryness, tilting my head at the bubbling river beside me. I needed another drink. My body kept begging for water, food, and shade. Things I needed to stay alive. But I didn't want to stay alive if staying alive was this hard, this lonely. How long had I walked before my body finally gave out? A moon? A year? A decade? I'd walked until my feet bled and bones threatened to snap. I'd walked beneath blistering sun and bruising rain. I tried to find shelter in the dens of beasts, only to be chased away by howl and fang. Even the kinder animals avoided me, scurrying away as I tripped through their territory. A few suns ago, a wolf pack with spiral horns on their majestic heads had started to tail me, their noses locked on the scent of my impending death. Death that I'd given into when I'd found this river and fallen face first into its wet welcome. Tears tried to form. My heart swelled agonizingly in my chest. I didn't know why I'd been walking, what I'd been searching for, or why I'd been so alone. But every piece of seclusion and savage solitude came crashing down upon me. A sob gathered in my chest. I was so grateful to these people, so confused about what I wanted, so in pain for everything I'd lost and everything I couldn't remember. I tried to curl into a little ball, to hide, to forget, to die. "Hey!" Naya ducked to her haunches again, cupping my dirty cheek. "You're okay." Her eyes glossed with overwhelming kindness. "You're not alone anymore." "You're not alone anymore." Her voice echoed, her words repeated. It chased me back into the eternal forgetful fog, and the last thing I remembered was strong arms slipping beneath me. I turned weightless as the sky claimed me for its own.
Chapter 2. The Stranger. I flinched as something wet and warm ran over my face. The first sensation I'd felt in so long. Too long. The wet warmness came again, following the shape of my nose and up over my dirty forehead. Groaning, I curled tighter in the grass where I'd collapsed last night. My last memory was the moon shining down, pitiless and murderous as the final dregs of energy abandoned me. It hadn't cared that I'd reached my limit. It didn't try to stop me as my knees buckled, and I folded into the dirt. It just watched me die. I was alone, just like I'd been since I could first remember. I had no memories of another life, no recollections of another existence apart from the never-ending walking, searching, struggling. I just wanted to fade. Black fog settled over my thoughts again, hushing the grasshoppers chirping in the grass and blotting out the dusk that signaled my last day on this painfully lonely earth. The wetness returned. This time it slicked over my bare shoulder and down my arm. I didn't have the strength to swat it away. I didn't even have the strength to groan again. A huff of warmth on my side as something cool and damp snuffled against my skin. I suddenly knew what it was. They'd been stalking me for days, trailing me in the shadows and slinking from the moonlight. Wolves. wolves that left paw prints bigger than my own foot, four-legged hunters with black and silver fur dusted with gold around their thick ruffs. Their spiral ivory horns looked as sharp as their fangs as they howled at the night. So be it. I relaxed every muscle. I gave in to my fate. If my exhaustion could provide them with a meal, then I would gladly die. I would be grateful to them for ending my loneliness and taking away my unbearable hollowness. The wolf nosed me again, nudging my shoulder. I flopped onto my back as my heart stuttered with its final beats, giving myself up, presenting my bare belly for its teeth. The hunter huffed and licked below my navel, tasting my dried blood from when I'd crawled through a thicket of thorns a few days ago, eager for the scant berries on its branches. That had been my last meal. I'd found nothing since. I was glad it was almost over. I tensed and waited. I waited for its teeth to rip into me, to tear at my unprotected belly and transform me from living to a meal. I waited longer, and the wet lick finally came again, following the scars down my thighs and lapping at my weakened legs. The brush of coarse fur tickled my hip as the beast nudged me with its snout. The faint scraping of fangs sent a last-ditch effort of survival through me. If I didn't move, I would die. Even if I did move, I would probably die. I had no strength to fight off a hungry wolf. It didn't matter if I fought in my last moments or lay still, I was dead. And I chose to ignore the sudden racing of my heart and remain strewn in the grass. Hurry, get it over with. Its tongue lapped over my face, dipping into the corners of my mouth. A blanket of fur covered my cold and naked body as the wolf settled beside me, pressing itself close. My eyes that had turned hazy with starvation fluttered open. Dusk light cast everything in creeping shadows. The sun set behind a mountain in the distance, illuminating the plain where I'd collapsed, turning green grass into reds and golds with its blazing beauty. It took everything I had to turn my head and force my eyes to focus on the giant spiral-horned beast beside me. I locked eyes with its ancient soulful gaze. It held my stare, licking its lips with a tongue that caught on sharp teeth. Bowing its majestic head, catching the final dregs of sunset on its coiled horns, it opened its mouth and captured my wrist. Pinpricks of fangs threatened to pierce my skin, but I didn't yank my arm away. I didn't try to strike the wolf or defend my impending death. I merely lay on my back and gave whatever I had left to this creature about to put me out of my misery. "Thank you," I whispered, hoarse and thick. The sound vibrated in my aching chest, resonating from me but not at all familiar. My heart spasmed. The wolf tightened its grip on my wrist, its teeth breaking the fragility of my skin. Its fangs burned, and a wash of fear crashed over me. Would it hurt to be eaten? Would it kill me before it started chewing? I forced tense muscles to slacken once again. Whatever pain it granted couldn't compare to the emptiness inside, the nightmares that haunted me, the dreams of someone I once adored. This was a relief to feel something other than loneliness, a relief to finally close my eyes and no longer have to keep searching. Sighing heavily, I sank deeper into darkness as the ground thudded with more paws. The pack that had hunted me joined the alpha, ready to feast. I stared at the 5 wolves that had appeared from the sea of grass. They sat on their haunches, wringing my naked body, their fur glittering with the last ribbons of sunset, and their horns shredding the dusk-etched clouds as they lifted their heads, bared their teeth, and howled.
Chapter 3. Girl. Are you ready to talk? My eyes ripped up to the person standing, sun-framed in the parting made by 2 sticks holding open the bison hide. When I'd first woken in this place, I thought I was in the belly of a beast, awake while being devoured. I'd screamed and thrashed, my legs kicking off the heavy fur blankets as my fist pounded at the sky. People had come. They had held me down and opened my mouth. I'd sputtered on the sour liquid they poured down my throat. And then I was back in that forgetful fog, safe, alone, unwanted. 4 suns had risen since then, and each was easier than the last. I now knew that I lay in a lupik, a shelter created by the ingenious minds of the Nil people. They lived on the plains where no trees grew, and hunted the large bison that traveled through the vast grass sea. Every part of the beast was used, but its hide was prized most of all. It provided homes, clothes, and bedding. Over the past few hours, my strength had finally improved enough to sit up in the furs I'd been given. I'd basked in the quiet, all while listening to the soft voices of the clan outside. My legs were still too weak to join them, so I'd sat and studied the structure. Saplings held up the skins, while vines and sinew secured them into a conical shape. A hole existed in the center roof, allowing dense smoke from the fire ringed in its river rocks to escape. The fire wasn't lit now. Only at night, when the temperatures waned.
Do you understand me, girl?
The man stepped into the lupik. His feet weren't bare like mine, but encased in bison skin, with braided reeds weaving up his legs. The fur wrapped around his legs hid his manhood, while his ebony-skinned chest welcomed shadows to curl around him. Shadows. That word drew claws down my mind. Yet another important thing. Yet another thing I couldn't remember. Bowing his head, making the feathers and leaves dance in his long black hair, the man padded over mats made of weaved rushes and sat cross-legged before me.
We've educated you on where you are, who we are, and what is expected of you, but you stay silent in return.
He placed his hands on his knees.
I have been patient. My people have healed you and given you food and safety. No harm has befallen you, yet you still act as if you don't trust any of us.
I blinked and licked my lips. I wasn't refusing to talk. I'd just been overwhelmed. The first days were a blur of food forced down my throat and liquid poured after it. Sleep was heavy and confusion cloying. Hands touched places that have never been touched before, and my body had been bathed, healed, and tended, all while I floated in the half-life where I felt closer to something I couldn't name. A faceless male. A heartmate from a dream filled with the shadows of death. I feared for my mind. I worried that, regardless of their kindness and care, part of me had died by that river. I'd given up. Why should I stay alive when I couldn't remember a single thing about who and where and why?
Your thoughts speak loudly, child.
The man smiled.
Open your lips and let some of them spill free.
Dark skin wrinkled around his eyes as he smiled deeper. I couldn't guess his age. He seemed both young and old, inquisitive and wise. Regardless of how many years he'd lived, he had an aura about him that spoke of power and authority. Out of all of the Nil people who had tended to me over the past few days, he was different. He carried himself purposefully, sagely, like he knew things others did not. He stared into the fire at night when he believed I was sleeping, and entered a trance that sometimes lasted until morning. And he watched me as if he knew more about me than I ever did. Holding his rich, dark stare, I bunched the furs around my waist and licked my lips again. My bare chest seemed so sickly next to his. My ribs stood out. My pale earthen coloring faded and lacking. When I dropped my gaze to my nipples, shame filled me. I'd been found naked and was still naked. The man kept sitting patiently, like he always did. Ever since I'd been carried here by Naya and her hunting party, I'd woken in a half-delirium, half-death state and locked eyes with this man. He'd sat vigil while others fed me, healed me, and bundled me in furs to rest. He'd stayed at the sunset, and the moon shone through the hole in the ceiling, dancing silver with the stone-ringed flames. Climbing nimbly to his feet, he strode toward the entrance of the Lupic, his silhouette etched by sunlight as he called to someone close by.
Hyeth, bring what you fashioned for our survivor. She's no longer on death's shores.
I flinched again. I always did when that word was used. Death. If I was to turn my back on it and decide to live, I needed guidance. I needed help to return to the living when so much of me clung to a shadowy, silvery world that seemed desperately like home. Returning, the man resumed his cross-legged position and smiled.
In case your mind was still in the in-between realm when I last spoke, allow me to remind you.
Clasping his hands on his lap, he said,
We are the Neo clan. We are peaceful and respectful, but our hunters are as fierce as any warrior. We are happy with our lands and have no intention of invading other kingdoms, unlike some, and we are honored to be included in the borderlands that make up Quellis.
He cocked his head, sending his long hair and its braids swinging.
Does that word mean anything to you? Are you from Quellis or Lokarth? Perhaps you hail from Rivosa or Vitak. Speak, child, and share your tale with me.
I blinked, waiting for the words he used to taste familiar to my forgottenness. My shoulders slouched when none of them felt right. After a heavy pause, and my usual lack of reply, the man inhaled and continued.
The Neo people are proud to live in the kingdom of fire. To be Quellis is to belong to the fire element that has shaped our way of life since the beginning. We are blessed with its mercy and worship the messages the flames deliver us.
Shifting a little, he deepened his tone.
I tell you this so you know whose home you share. Some believe my people are savages who cannot defend our clan. But they're wrong. We do not seek enemies.
His dark eyes churned with warning.
As long as you treat us with respect, you will always be welcome. You will be a friend instead of a foe.
I nodded. It wasn't the first time I'd heard his speech. I'd learned in the past few days that the Neel were a generous, fierce people who laughed and loved but had an underlying dangerousness that was bred from the cradle and harnessed in their way of life. I knew more about them than I did my own life. His dark skin gleamed in the gloomy light, watching me closely.
Your silence is full of questions. Care to ask a few of them?
I gave him a barely there smile and another shrug. I couldn't remember a time when I'd used my voice. I don't know what I sound like. Nodding, as if used to my silence, he waved his arm, incorporating the homey shelter.
This Lupic is mine, and you are welcome for however long you need. I am fortunate to have my own and not have to share, but I will gladly share with you.
He gave me a tight smile.
I've seen you watching me when you pretend to be asleep. I know you've seen my communion with the flames.
Arching an eyebrow, he waited for me to confirm or deny. I merely held his stare, waiting to understand what he did late at night and why the fire could trance him so. Shaking his head slightly, he cleared his throat.
If I'm to give up who I am, then your silence must come to an end. I expect your truth in return for mine. Understand?
I swallowed hard. My heart raced. Fear crawled through me that he wouldn't accept who I was because I had no idea who that was. But I wanted to know him. I wanted to know his people. I wanted to show how grateful I was that they'd saved me, even if I wasn't sure I wanted to be saved. Slowly, I nodded. I touched my silent throat and bowed my head. He accepted my promise, and without delay he said,
I am my clan's fire reader and spirit master, a magic inherited by my kin and passed down from blood to blood.
He paused, assessing my reaction. If he expected awe, he got it. If he searched for terror, he wouldn't find it. Everything was magic and unknown and new. I didn't know if his clan were like me or something so much better. I was just a creature who was so frail the elements made me shiver and sweat, so feeble I needed constant food and water, so weak that whatever I'd lost and forgotten was enough to drive me into a grave. To me, the Neil people were already magic. They were vibrant and prosperous and happy.
You are a complexing thing,
the man murmured.
Your eyes are wide with wonder, just like a babe's, yet your body is that of a woman.
His gaze dropped to my bare chest.
A woman who came from nowhere with scars on her young form and a mouth empty of words.
Shaking off his wondering comment, he continued with his tale.
My people come to me for visions that the flames provide. Only I have the gift of interpretation. Even our chief and chiefess listen to my counsel.
His eyes glittered.
A vision will come, just as it did when you were first found, and I'll know who you are soon enough.
He smiled and bowed his head.
I told you my name when you first woke, but allow me to repeat the greeting, so you may know how to do the same. I am Solon. I'm descended from a lineage of spirit masters and fire readers, and am honored to rank second within my people. You will meet our chief and chiefess, Troll and Tiptu, when you are strong enough to join the others. When you're...
Solon, I've brought what you requested. A girl appeared at the entrance, startling me, not because of her sudden arrival, but because of how opposite she was to the man sitting before me. Opposite. That word triggered a gasping pain deep in my heart. A pain that slithered into my belly and sank teeth into my spirit. A flash of a male wrapped in shadow. But then it was gone, and I drank in the new girl. Her skin wasn't dark like Solon's, but so pearly transparent the blue and red strings of her life force in her throat and wrists were clearly visible. Her shoulder-length hair gleamed like the seed heads outside, ready for harvest, and her eyes blazed a startling green.
Perfect timing, Hyeth.
Solon beckoned her forward.
I was just about to tell...
His gaze caught mine.
It's your turn, girl. You know my name. Now give me yours.
The girl hovered with her arms full of furs. Her lips twitched into an encouraging smile, and I found myself wanting to speak. Skin prickles darted down my back as I swallowed, coughed, and said faintly, I would give you a name if I remembered one. Solon tensed as if he hadn't been expecting my voice. It sounded so frail compared to his, husky and worn as if he'd been alive far longer than I recalled. Studying me closely, he said,
Memories can sometimes be lost if we spend too much time in elsewhere.
Elsewhere?
Yes.
He smiled, wary but kind.
The in-between realm where our minds can go but our bodies cannot. Slumber allows us to visit, along with visions, sickness, and death.
Death. I stiffened again. Solon noticed, his shoulders softening.
You react strongly to certain words. Are memories linked to them?
He didn't give me a chance to reply before asking,
Where were you traveling to? Who do you belong to? Is what Kiva says true? That you were cast from your clan and banished?
His questions crowded in my skull, chipping away at the emptiness inside me. The girl standing behind him didn't move, waiting as eagerly as Solon for me to speak. With a slightly trembling hand, I rubbed my throat and spoke as much truth as I could. I don't know. I don't remember anything. How do you remember? Perhaps I'd forgotten how. And I merely need to remember how to remember, and I'll know. I looked up, my voice trailing into nothing. Solon shot a worried look at Hyatt, who stood frozen with her bundle. With a curt stare that kept me firmly as a stranger, even though he'd just welcomed me into his home, he said,
"If you don't remember anything about yourself, surely you recall this singular first memory that we all share, a memory that has been passed down for generations."
I searched my mind. I shook my head when only darkness and nothingness replied. His braids made a comforting jingling as he shifted closer, peering deep into my eyes.
"The memory of our creation. We took our first breath when the ground parted for our birth. As one, we stepped out of earth and became air, fire, and water. We carry every element within us, but some were blessed with stronger gifts from each. Despite our differences, we are all birthed in the image of Source itself.
Source?
The power that gives life."
My heart skipped a beat, but nothing else teased. I wished I shared his conviction of his existence. I wish I knew who I'd been before his clan found and fed me. Shaking my head, I said timidly, "I'm sorry." Hyatt stepped closer, her pale legs bare and toes dusty. "It's okay," she said softly. "You almost died. Your body is healing. Let it regain its strength, and then your mind will heal too." Solon gave her a kind smile before nodding at me.
"Hyatt is wise. I apologize for rushing you."
Reaching out, he patted my bare shoulder.
"There is no danger here."
I flinched beneath his warm, solid hand. His touch was soothing but foreign, gentle but strange. Locking eyes with him, I whispered, "I might not know who I am, but I promise you I am not ungrateful." I swallowed again, wincing against the soreness in my throat. I am not your enemy." Solon squeezed my shoulder before leaning back and dropping his hand.
"I know."
His forehead furrowed as if he'd just realized something important.
"The fires haven't offered a vision, but common knowledge has. You are from Quellis."
I am?" Hyatt's pretty face broke into a grin. "Of course she is. Oh, Solon, how wonderful." Hugging her bundle, she added, "You speak our tongue. You speak Firenese." "Firenese?" She bounced on the spot. "You aren't Neil, but perhaps you are from Lagol or Carf. There are cousins across the grass seas. We all speak the mother tongue of Quellis, also known as Firenese." My head swam with new phrases, pounding with attempts to understand. I'm one of them? Their kin? All my walking and searching had led me back to cousins I couldn't recall? Hunching further into the furs, I fought the urge to hide, to bury deep into the fog that had cocooned me for so long and run from the confusion of this new life. Tears prickled my eyes as I whispered with heavy shame, "I'm so sorry, but I don't remember any of those names. I don't know if I'm from..." I shook my head, already forgetting the places she'd mentioned. "I'm so sorry." Solon suddenly unfolded his legs and swooped to standing.
"There's nothing to apologize for. Time will gift us answers. We merely have to be patient."
"If you're from Lagol," Hythe said, You might remember the deep lake where the shrimp shimmer with rainbow colors. Or, if you're from Karf, you would have been raised in the giant ranges of the Sunit Mountains, where stones glisten like flames and...
Hyeth.
Solon shook his head slightly.
Too many words are as confusing as too little.
He caught my eyes.
Don't force your mind to give answers you're not ready to hear. For now, all you need to know is you're a guest of the Nile, and the grasslands are now your home.
A headache bloomed hot right between my eyes. So many things. Too much to remember. The Lupic spun, making me dizzy. I didn't know how much more of this I could take. Nothing made sense. Everything was wrong. I remember nothing. I didn't remember a previous clan or familiar words. I didn't remember Lupics or fires or kin with blended midnight and starlight skin. My breathing picked up. Tears trickled down my cheeks. Hey. Hyeth ducked to her haunches and placed her hand over mine, clawing at the furs. It must be so hard to be told things when you have no memory of them. With a soft sigh, Hyeth pressed her bundle into my lap. Here. Tucking my white, colorless hair behind my ear, she whispered, "We can talk again when you're ready. For now, you should rest. Sleep and heal." Standing, she moved to Solon's side. "You're safe here with us." I raised my head and swiped at my tears. Clutching the bundle she had given me, my heart swelled with gratitude. "Thank you." She smiled. "It's clothing. I made it myself. And you're welcome." Solon took her hand in his. Dark skin twined with light, their fingers linking. With a quick bow, Solon murmured,
You might not remember your people or your past, but you're Neil for as long as you wish to be.
Running a hand down an inky feather in his hair, he moved to leave, taking Hyeth with him.
Rest. If you have strength later, dress in the clothes Hyeth made you and come join us. The rest of the clan would love to welcome you. Chapter 4. The Stranger. I opened my eyes. Was I dead or still alive? A full moon shone above, silver and bright, illuminating the long grass where I'd accepted my death and somehow hadn't succumbed. Why was I still breathing? Sucking in a thin breath, cursing the vice-like pain in my stomach and the haze in my head, I forced my eyes to focus. A soft thud landed on my chest. It was warm, heavy, and wet. A wolf stood over me, its tongue stained crimson and horns puncturing the moon. It whined and bent its giant head to nuzzle my chin. Its large, bushy tail wagged in the gloom. Another wolf joined it, standing on my other side. It wasn't as big as the one still nosing my chest, shifting the heavy weight placed there. I flinched as the second wolf growled, its teeth glinting in the moonlight as it snatched at the thing draped over my heart, and a spurt of warmth coated me. It shimmered black in the darkness as the sharp scent of blood struck my nose. I tore my gaze away from the wolves, focusing on the carcass they'd placed on me. A hare. A dead hare, with its belly torn open and flesh jagged from killing teeth. Still warm. Still bleeding. With its silver-dusted black fur, the larger wolf licked my chin, then nosed the carcass toward my throat. I don't understand. I'd waited for them to eat me, not feed me. A third wolf sat on its haunches by my feet, raising its majestic muzzle to howl at the moon, as if impatient with my lack of understanding. A fourth patted above my head, its giant paws catching in my overgrown dirty hair as it bent over me from above, clutched the hair in its fangs, and dropped it squarely onto my mouth. Floppy legs and long ears draped over my cheeks. It suffocated me as its death shot up my nose, making my own demise that much sadder. I groaned and used energy I didn't have to try to lift an arm. I needed the bleeding corpse off my face. I wanted to die with fresh air in my lungs, not the musky terror of a dead hare. Another wolf joined the smaller one in a howl. My ears rang. My eyes wandered, and the hare's blood slipped past my lips and onto my tongue. I choked on the metallic liquid, still warm from its torn-out heart, and for a moment, my stomach revolted. I retched and blacked out, leaping into the fog that had stalked me far more successfully than these strangely behaving wolves. But as I tripped between living and death, the hare's blood rolled over my tongue, cascaded down my desiccated throat, and pooled into my emaciated belly. A spark, a light, a flicker. Life roared through me, fierce and ferocious. The hollowness of missing someone I couldn't remember was filled up with blood, erasing the ever-present grief I carried, replacing it with hot instincts to survive. My body moved with primal need. Shaking arms soared upward. Trembling hands clamped on the dead hare. And my teeth, which hadn't eaten anything in so very, very long, tore into the cooling flesh, ripping off strips and swallowing them down before I had a chance to chew. Primitive noises echoed in my chest, noises I didn't know I was capable of making. Growls and grunts, snarls and savagery. With each bite I felt stronger. With each swallow, death faded and let go. And by the time I'd eaten my fill and the bloody bones of the hare glistened in the moonlight, I opened my eyes and saw clearly for the first time in so long. No starvation haze, no dehydration delusion. I had enough power to push my still-shaking, blood-covered body into a sitting position. Moonshine hair and eyes glowing with the sun. Her laugh caused flowers to bloom. I tripped forward as the vision buckled me. I blinked at the ring of spiral-horned wolves. They blinked back. They licked their lips. They glanced at the rivers of blood coating my chest, arms, and hands. Whatever I'd seen faded beneath forgetfulness, and for a heartbeat I fear they'd fed me so I'd have the energy to fight. That they intended to revive me just enough to provide sport as I bolted from their pack, only to be slaughtered as I ran. The largest wolf stood and padded toward me. The alpha. A male so large and powerful he blotted out the moon, towering over me like a fur-covered mountain. His nose touched mine. He stared into me. I felt no fear, only friendship. Reaching out to thank him, I paused as the alpha stiffened. My blood-drenched hand trembled as he sniffed my fingers, snorted a great gust of warm air, then lowered his head just enough for me to touch. I shivered as my hand buried into his thick ruff. I swallowed in awe as the mighty beast licked my nose. And it was only natural for me to press my weight into the powerful bulk of my rescuer, stumbling to my feet, keeping my hand on his fur as my body slowly remembered how to stand. If my body could recall such things, perhaps my mind would follow. The alpha twisted his giant head to look at me. His horns spiraled into the sky, his fangs wide and sharp. With a huff, he shook his muscular bulk, and I felt a bond form between us, a link that went past species and into a realm I didn't understand. I swear his lips shifted into a canine smile before he growled softly, his yellowed eyes shifting over his moonlit pack. My fingers vibrated with his snarl, his fur tickling my arm. As one, the pack slinked into the shadows, looking back as if to deliver the invitation to follow. For a breath I didn't move. I swallowed the lingering taste of the life-saving meal they'd gifted me. I'd embraced death. I'd wanted it. Yet life had somehow given me a second chance. With a soft grumble, the alpha stepped forward with a massive paw, crushing grass with his weight. He stepped again, tugging me forward with my hold on his fur. With my shakes fading and stomach pleasantly full, I copied him. Climbing the shower of boulders that had tumbled from the hillside, skirting the thickets of weeds and vines that hung over the mouth of the cave, I ducked into the black yawn of a den. A snarl welcomed me, followed by the scurry of claws on stone. The alpha growled, his hackles raising as his yellow eyes glared into the absolute darkness. After so many nights of wandering with nothing but starlight to guide me, I'd grown used to seeing in even the darkest of midnights, but I still flinched as a female wolf exploded from the cave. She skidded on pebbles, her tail lashing and teeth bared. The alpha stepped in front of me, his tail swatting me in the face as his growl switched to a bone-shattering snarl. The female instantly lowered herself to the ground, pressing her snout to the dirt, her horns coiled and not as large as the alpha's. She showed submission to her mate, but kept her luminous gaze locked on me. Behind her came the fumblings of many paws and happy yips of pups. A tumble of them appeared from the depths, snapping playfully, their chubby bodies wriggling with excitement. The female roared at them to halt, her growl full of protection and worry. That was why she was aggressive. This was their den. I was a threat to everything precious within it. The pups whimpered as the female snapped at them, sending them scurrying back into the darkness. The alpha grumbled another warning, sending the female back to her belly. She never took her eyes off me, hungry and hateful. The alpha stepped toward her, towering over her as he took her nape in his powerful jaws. My heart lurched. I didn't think. Stop. Lurching forward, I dropped to my knees in front of the female, pressing my hand against the alpha's muzzle where he held her pinned. Let her go. I braced for teeth. I knew I interfered and had done something incredibly stupid, but I didn't need the alpha protecting me. If his mate didn't want me, then so be it. I was used to being alone. I removed my hand from his snout, swaying against the sudden crippling ache in my lower belly at the thought of returning to a life of emptiness. I would prefer death over that. Slowly, the alpha let his mate go. With a glowing, searching gaze, he studied me. He licked his lips and finally stepped back. With a snort of authority and acceptance of my suicidal plan, he moved past the female and disappeared into the den's darkness. I didn't move as the other wolves who'd been out hunting with him trailed past, all sniffing me with their wet, cold noses. Only once the last one had gone did the she-wolf swoop to her feet and snarl directly in my face. My heart pounded. I stayed on my knees. I waited for her to either kill me or accept me. With a violent sneeze, she dug at the ground. Her claws scraped over rock, her teeth wet with spit. I stiffened as she sniffed my filthy hair. I cringed from her fangs as she licked at the hair's blood on my chin. She sneezed again, the noise explosive as if my scent offended her. I raised my jaw. I caught her ferocious glower. I didn't look away as I raised a shaking hand and reached across the small distance between us. A growl grumbled, but she didn't bite. I steeled myself and touched her. Her glowing eyes widened as I stroked her thick ruff. Her growls ceased as I sank my fingers into her warmth. She suddenly whimpered and crowded closer, colliding our forms and making my heart ache with love. I'd been loved once. I'd loved someone once. She tasted like sunlight and frost. Her lips as soft as... I shuddered as a gust of what I'd lost washed over me. Viciously intense, ruthlessly overwhelming. My bones broke with longing and loneliness, and I couldn't help myself. I crawled into the wolf. I buried my face in her fur. I inhaled the musk and warmth of a beast that could so easily slaughter me, and threw my arms around her. She whimpered again, lowering her head onto my back, tucking me close against her. We shared an embrace as if we'd known each other all along, as if, once upon a time, we'd been kin.
Chapter 5. Girl. I joined the Nil people the next night, just as the sun died a brilliant death of reds and golds, casting its sunset over the plains with its sky-blazing power. I stood blinking at the swirls and swaths of color, feeling utterly inconsequential and terribly, terribly alone. It didn't matter that I was surrounded by incredible people. They weren't my people. If they were, I would remember them, wouldn't I? If it were true that my kin were related to them, that I spoke the same tongue as them, surely someone would recognize me. Some wanderer or trader who had traveled between clans could give me a name at least, shed light on my history that stayed so stubbornly forgotten. I sighed and drank in the sunset. Its fiery blaze hitched at my heart, sending a crippling wave of homesickness through me. Homesickness for what? For who? Ugh, stop it. Swiping at the dampness on my cheeks, I sniffed at my tears. I was so sick of crying. I was more exhausted coming back from the dead than I had been in all the moons I'd walked alone. Gritting my teeth, I tripped away from Solin's Lupic. Cursing my wobbling legs, I hated being so frail and weak compared to the happy, laughing people ringing the large fire in the center of the camp. My eyes scanned the village, taking in the many other Lupics, spearing into the darkening sky with their bison-hide walls. The largest one sat at the top of the clearing. Reed mats were scattered outside, and river boulders were arranged in a circle as if offering a place for people to sit, chat, and share. Other members walked from Lupic to Lupic, their hands full of things I couldn't name, doing tasks I didn't understand. Some had skin as black as the night. Some were a rich honey, while others were as white as the heart of a flame. Some were tall and others short. Some were stocky and others as slim as reeds, yet they all flowed as one, so at ease with each other, sharing the same purpose. My stomach clenched for that. My heart bled for that. For someone I'd once loved but now had lost. I moved closer toward the large fire, glowing merrily in the center. Orange flames danced over the differences in skin and hair color as the sky deepened into darkness. The scent of roasting food made my mouth water as I forced my brittle legs to shuffle a few more paces. A girl looked up from her task of chopping something juicy and red, her ebony face splitting into a wide smile. "You're alive!" Stabbing the bone knife she'd been using in the dirt, she swooped to her feet and crossed the small clearing. "I'm so glad the herbs worked and you're no longer sick." I blinked as she came close enough to touch me. Her fingers cupped my elbow in friendship, but I flinched as if she shouldn't. My heart seized at the thought of something bad happening from her touch. Something disastrous that would smite all these wonderful people who'd taken me in and given me a second chance. I hunched and looked at the sky. Are you okay?" The girl released me. I didn't mean to upset you by touching you." I shook my head, struggling to drop my stare from the awakening stars. What sort of past did I have that a simple thing like a touch drove me straight to fear? "I'm the one who should apologize." Forcing a smile, I looked properly at her face. "I didn't mean to." "Oh, it's you." I stilled. A nudge of remembrance lit up my mind, proving that I could remember certain things. Naya. The girl who'd found me, fought for me, saved me. The girl with dark eyes and dark skin. Her long, pretty hair was currently tucked behind her ears, cascading over her shoulders with a lone sparrow feather knotted in the strands. My heart swelled with gratefulness. Despite my fear of this new life and my constant emptiness for what I'd misplaced, without her, I would still be by that river's edge, a pile of bones after the wolves had gnawed them clean. And I trembled with so many words. "Don't worry if you're not ready to speak just yet," Naya said softly. "This must all be so overwhelming." Biting my bottom lip, I twisted my fingers, trying to arrange my mess of words into something cohesive. Thank you," I murmured, "for saving me." My eyes widened, worried she might have forgotten what an incredible thing she'd done. "By the river? You saved me. I would have been eaten If you had not— Hey! She interrupted me with another grin that crinkled her eyes and made my heart flutter at her welcome. Of course I remember. And I would do it all over again. Smiling wider, she added, I'm grateful Solon and the healers were able to help you. I was sick? I vaguely recalled the surly man named Kiva worrying about sickness and refusing to take me to their clan.
Ah, I see you found her.
Solon appeared from the heavy dusk, the fur around his waist now adorned with a belt of twisted reeds and shells. In his right hand he carried a staff like Kiva had when I'd first been found. Unlike Kiva's, Solon's wasn't just decorated with vines and leaves, but the skull of an animal with ivory fangs and empty eye sockets. He caught me staring at it and shook the stick, making it rattle.
The head of an infant lynx. We found the den by accident a few moons ago. 2 pups were already dead, and a third was ice cold with barely a heart murmur.
He sighed and stroked the skull.
The mother had died from fevers. The third cub would die if we did nothing. So we helped it. Just like we helped you.
Naya suddenly whistled, piercing the falling night. I jolted and almost tripped over my frail and wobbly legs. Solon's hand lashed out and caught my elbow, waiting for me to find my balance.
I wonder if it's wise for you to be out of your furs so soon.
His fingers bit into my flesh, fighting my sway to keep me standing. I'm fine, I smiled thinly, cringing as Naya whistled again. Solon lowered his voice.
Whatever you're afraid of, it cannot find you here.
His voice was as rich as the darkness surrounding us.
It's okay to trust in us. You're safe.
He continued to hold me, and I swallowed against the strange discomfort. Solon studied me as if I'd lost my mind at the river. Exhaling heavily, I forced myself to give him a faint smile. I frowned, repeating a word that I'd used a lot. Sorry. I shrugged. I don't mean to be so—
Jumpy?
He arched an eyebrow. Yes, I nodded. Jumpy. I threw a look at Naya, who paced away a little, pursing her lips into another piercing whistle.
You're permitted to be on edge,
Solon said gently.
We don't know what you endured before we found you. Has any of your past returned to you?
I tensed and shook my head. The words to apologize once again clung to my tongue.
That's okay,
Solon said, clutching his lynx skull staff.
The flames will tell me soon enough. Either you will remember, or the fire will gift a vision. One day you will know.
My heart beat thickly with hope. Thank you. I lowered my chin, brushing the furs covering my nakedness. The furs that Hyatt had made me. The sensation of being covered and warm felt so different after stumbling in the rain and being cold with nothing for so long. Pulling the chest piece a little higher, I blushed, hoping he didn't think I fussed with what he'd given me because I was ungrateful. It wasn't his fault the 2 pieces were slightly too big for my malnourished frame. I caught his eyes, rushing with words. Thank you. For the dressings.
Clothing,
He corrected with a gentle grin.
and you're welcome. Hyatt has become very proficient at curing skin, so they're incredibly soft to wear. Her mother had the honor of making the matrimonial gown for Tiptu when she wed Troll 20 years ago. Hyatt has picked up the same gift her mother had.
Matrimonial? I stumbled over the new word. Marriage, Naya said, returning to us with a scowl. That stubborn cub is ignoring me. Glancing into the darkness and peering impatiently around the fire, she finally shrugged and dragged her attention back to Solon and me. Marriage, or matehood, is a ceremony to declare love and commitment. They did it to commit to each other, but also to assure the clan that they will watch over us as one.
They are our chief and chiefess,
Solon added. You will meet them tonight, Naya said. Just like I hope you'll meet Sin. It's the full moon, and we always celebrate the full moon to bring luck for the next month. Something golden and spotted galloped toward us, white fangs gleaming with firelight and glistening yellow eyes that saw straight through the dark. With a roar, it leaped the final distance, paws spread, claws sharp, its body twisting with graceful strength. My nails buckled. Solon caught me, and Naya wrapped her arms around the animal, burying her face into its gold and black pelt. Stub-like antlers sprouted from its head while its tail split into two, whipping in all directions as the air came alive with loud vibrations. Are you purring, you baby beast? Naya laughed. You look so terrifying, yet you act like a cuddly mouse. Standing upright, she kept her hand on the cat's spotted shoulders as it twined around her thighs. This is Sin. Naya patted the cat's head, tugging on a tiny antler. She's still a youngling, but is already bigger than most of the lynxes around the plains. Her smile deepened as the cat headbutted her thigh. I think it's because she gets fed by everyone and has her choice of any lupic to sleep in. I couldn't stop looking at the predator, at her knowing yellow eyes and wicked sharp fangs.
She won't hurt you,
Solon murmured.
She's tame. Our intention was to save her like we saved you, and give her the choice to return to her family, or at least find her own kind. But
he shrugged.
She decided to stay.
He grinned as the cat rubbed herself against him, grabbing his staff in her sharp-toothed mouth, grumbling a little growl when he tapped her on the head to release it.
She knows that mortals are not food. We are her pack. She also knows that she's not the leader of this pack. Don't you, Sin?
With a snort, the lynx let his staff go, her twin tails flicking left and right in strange harmony. She turned to face me. I stiffened as her eyes locked with mine. The happy glow in her gaze switched to lethal intrigue. I couldn't look away. Couldn't stop staring. Couldn't stop the rise of something vast within me. The lynx braced herself, her mouth opening as if to drag my taste along her tongue. Her eyes snapped closed, but then they opened, and her haunches sank. I knew her intention as surely as if she'd spoken. I tripped back a step.
Don't worry.
Solon held up his hand.
She won't.
She leaped for me. Her giant paws landed on my shoulders, and her weight slammed me to the ground. I gasped as all the air in my lungs vanished. I cried out as the lynx pinned me down. Her whiskers tickled my cheeks as her cool, wet nose pressed to mine. It felt like a kill, like an embrace. My heart pounded as my hands sank into her dense fur, and the cat growled as if my touch physically hurt her. Sin, get off of her at once, Naya shouted, tugging at the cat's antlers. But it did no good. The lynx merely laid down over me, blanketing my entire body with her golden-spotted heat. The cat let out a low whine. A cry. A whimper. The sound arrowed through my heart, and I found myself crying with her. Giant tears rolled down my cheeks, unbidden and without reason. Raising her head, she pressed her nose to mine, breathing my breath, staring into my eyes. And the world fell away. The starry night disappeared. The fire and the clan were no more. It was just me and Sin, locked in place where golden light surrounded us. Bright, blazing light that glowed and warmed and whispered of wicked, archaic power. It felt familiar. Right. Home. His kiss tasted like moonlight and honey. I gasped. My tears turned into a river as the lynx tenderly licked my salt-wetted cheeks with her gentle, coarse tongue. Purrs rumbled in her chest. She nuzzled my chin, and I wrapped both arms around her, hugging her so tight. She huffed and buried her face into my neck, kneading my shoulders with her paws, pinpricking my skin with her claws. Something swelled between us. Something full of recognition and importance, rife with answers and...
Get off her.
Solon snatched the beast around her waist and threw her off of me. The moment shattered. I was disoriented and confused. Sin growled and whipped her tails, throwing me a beseeching look while hissing at Solon. And then she was gone, bounding around Naya and leaping into the thick, swaying grasses that ringed the outskirts of the camp. For a moment, no one moved. I sucked in a shaky breath, wiping away my nonsense tears. Solon reached down and grabbed my wrist.
I don't know why she did that.
Without warning, he jerked me to my feet and steadied me.
Are you okay?
I swayed, but this time it wasn't from malnourishment, but because of the brief, intense connection I'd shared with a creature I'd only just met. I am so sorry, Naya said. She's never done that before. She knows not to tackle. She'll be dealt with and... No. I shuddered at the thought of Sin being disciplined. She meant me no harm. I'm well. Solon let my wrist go, his eyes scanning my body.
She reacted as if she knew you.
His head tilted to the side, sending his decorated braids sliding over his shoulders.
Did you come across a lynx before we found you?
No. I shook my head. Never. Solon didn't reply, but he didn't stop studying me either, his thoughts full of things that worried me. Are you hungry? Naya suddenly asked, breaking the tension that gathered. Clapping her hands to dispel the awkwardness, she added, Come, we will eat, and then the rest of the clan wants to meet you. Solon didn't say a word as Naya grabbed my hand and dragged me toward the fire. I looked back over my shoulder. Solon remained unmoving, his eyes narrowed on me, his lips pursed with questions. He looked at me as if he had no idea who I was, and it terrified me that I didn't know either.
Chapter 6. The Stranger. I sat outside the cave, staring at the full moon. Behind me the gentle rustles of wolves, their claws on rock, and occasional yips and snarls kept me company. I'd only been a member of their pack for one night, yet I couldn't imagine returning to the empty, starving world of before. I no longer had the incessant compulsion to walk and walk and walk, forever searching for someone I couldn't remember. The desperation to find what I'd lost had faded, almost as if what I'd been searching for was here. Somewhere. A juvenile she-wolf slinked past me, sniffing my side before swiping her tongue over my thigh and leaping down the small ledge to the plains below. 2 other females followed, copying what the other had done, nuzzling me, licking me, saying hello and goodbye. They left on a hunt, and I drew my legs up, swiping at the wetness left by the first wolf. She'd licked right over the mark on my upper right thigh, the dark stain on my skin that looked like a sharp-tipped crescent moon. When I'd first noticed it, I'd hoped it would trigger a memory, but it never had. And now, it was just a mark, something I couldn't wash off, something that didn't mean anything. Sighing, I rested my chin on my knees as the 3 wolves slinked into the swaying grass beyond the small forest, sparkling silver in the moonlight. They vanished into the thickets until even their spiral horns were no longer visible. Scurries and squeaks of prey getting out of their way lifted to my ears, twinning with the ever-present sounds of singing crickets, hooting owls, and chirping bats. I stayed there for hours. I enjoyed the solitude because I had company at my back. I relaxed in peace because it had been so long since I'd had any. As the moon slowly sank from its pinnacle, giving way to a lighter sky, my gaze locked onto a plume of smoke as it danced heavy and languid in the distance. Far, far away, across the plains, Something shifted in my chest, a sudden urge to run in that direction. I hated fire. I always had. So why did all my instincts suddenly nudge me toward it instead of away? Raising my chin, I sniffed the air. Soot and char, the telltale flavor of flames. What's burning? Fear fluttered in my heart for my new wolfen family. Fire was the only enemy they could not fight. I'd come across it once while I trudged in my endless journey, and it had almost killed me. I still carried the scars where the fire had kissed my ankles and calves as I'd run. So why, having experienced the painful kiss of flames, did I shiver with need? A desperate kind of need filled with a desperate kind of longing. I climbed to my feet, fighting against the unbearable urge to go. Standing on the cave's ledge as the ashy, smoky flavor drifted closer, the mark on my thigh began to itch. I slapped a hand over it, wincing as if I was back in that burning forest with blazing leaves branding me. Looking down, I scratched at the mark, drawing dirty fingernails over the crescent shape, willing it to stop tingling. For a single breath, I swore it gleamed as silver as the waning moon above. But then the discomfort stopped. It no longer gleamed. I dropped my hand, and my eyes once again strayed to the fire in the distance, drawn to it, summoned by it, losing myself to thoughts I couldn't remember.
Chapter 7. Girl. Naya set me next to her, the fire casting us in warmth, the smiles of the Nil people, inquisitive and welcoming. Night had fallen, and the full moon that was the cause of the feast shone brightly as the honored guest. I didn't say much as people laughed, joked, and passed around wooden cups full of purple liquid. A long pipe of sweet-smelling smoke was also passed around, releasing fragrant clouds into the night sky as men and women took a turn, sucking in smoke before tipping their heads back with ecstasy. A man across the fire caught my stare. Unlike the many members of his clan, he didn't have many plates. He wore his hair shaved on the sides, with the top weaved in one thick braid down his back. His ebony chest glowed with flames, dancing over the ashy ink scribed into his shoulders and down his arms. I'd seen a similar design on Solin's hands, and curiosity nudged me to know what it meant. Even Naya had an inked motive running from her middle finger up the back of her hand and linking around her wrist. I narrowed my eyes at her marks, trying to understand. She caught me looking. "What's that?" I reached out to stroke the slightly raised scars with their inky silvery coloring. I froze before I touched her, shocked that I'd done such a thing. She raised her arm, twirling her fingers proudly. "When we come of age, we all undergo a spirit ceremony." Stroking her wrist, she circled a finger around a symbol that looked like an intricate dragonfly. "Along with your naming ceremony, when you are a babe, the spirit ceremony is for when you are old enough to know what creature is most in tune with you. Solin asks the fire to guide him on what dwells within your spirit." Rolling her shoulders, she dropped her hand back onto her lap. "Once your creature is named, the ashes of the same fire that gave such knowledge is used to mark us, so everyone knows our true nature." My eyes widened as I studied her sooty marks. My heart pounded for the beauty of such a thing, all while my stomach clenched for my own guardian. To never be alone. To always have a watcher, a friend. Was that what the lynx cub Sin sensed within me? Had she jumped on me because she knew I harbored the spirit of a lynx? Naya bowed her head to mine. "You know, if you choose to stay and become Nil, you'll undergo the same ceremony. Solin will ask the fire for your spirit guardian, and you'll be inked in their image, so you will never be alone again." My heart ached for such a thing. But if I became Nil, then I was turning my back on my past. I was choosing another over someone I had forgotten. My breath came fast, pain and confusion heavy on my chest. "You don't have to decide now," Naya said quietly. You're welcome to stay with us for however long you want. I caught her eyes, my shoulders slouching with relief. Your family is very generous. She laughed, nudging my shoulder with hers. Wait till you know us better. We can be greedy, too. And competitive. She pointed with her chin to a man on the opposite side of the large fire, the one with the shaved skull and the thick braid running down the center. That's Actor. He's heir to the chiefdom. He thinks he's the best hunter, but, she winked, I've bested him a time or two. But don't ever tell him that. Otherwise, you might witness his quick-fire temper. I shuddered as Actor looked away from the man he spoke to at his side, his black eyes locking onto mine through the fire, almost as if he knew we were talking about him. Naya muttered under her breath, He'll no doubt pull you aside one day and try to intimidate you. He takes his responsibility as the chief's son seriously and loves nothing more than to find dangers that others do not see, to prove to us that he'll be a good leader when the time comes. Her voice fell a little. He can be aggressive when he believes he's in the right, so just be careful. He'll do whatever it takes to prove that you're dangerous. I bit my bottom lip. Should I leave? I don't want to be You only leave if and when you're ready. Naya interrupted me, a giant grin spreading her pretty face. But right now, I have a much more important question. Leaning closer, she asked, Are you having fun? Fun? I think I knew that word, yet I had never experienced the meaning of it. Shrugging shyly, I said, I've never been around so many people before. Bet you remember, she cocked her head. I'm sure you come from a large, loving clan who regularly enjoyed gatherings like this. They're probably going mad with missing you. My heart clenched at the thought of someone I loved desperately trying to find me. His touch felt as icy and as fatal as midnight. I gasped, lost in the emptiness within me, unable to swallow around the pain of, Do your people have feasts like this often? Bending on the log where we sat side by side, she grabbed the wooden cup by her feet. Sipping the purple drink, she nodded. Every part of life is worth celebrating. Don't you agree? A good hunt, a plentiful forage, a new birth, marriage, a new guest. Putting her drink down, she took a platter of food that a man passed her way and presented it to me. Pick something. You haven't eaten all night. You're one of us now, and you must join in the festivities. My cheeks blazed with gratitude. I stumbled over something to say. Try the bison. She arched her chin at the overladen platter. Fresh fruit, fire-baked vegetables, and a wooden bowl holding glossy, decadent honey. In the center rested a pile of smoked meat strips. I frowned. I knew all those words. I knew what each word described, and I knew what most things would taste like. Yet, I couldn't remember when I'd eaten them, where, or with who. Misreading my frown as disapproval, Naya sat straighter and placed the bone platter on her lap. Here, I know it can look unappetizing, but allow me to make you a mouthful that I promise will taste divine. Oh, I didn't mean... I wasn't looking at it as if it wasn't good. I wrung my hands. I know what each item is called, but I can't remember where I've had them before. Lowering her hands from wrapping a strip of bison meat around a sliver of apple and dipping it into the honey, she sighed. I can't imagine the confusion you must feel. She smiled gently. And never worry that you've offended me. It takes a lot more than a frown to do that. I slouched in relief, taking the meal she made me. Thank you for everything. You don't have to keep thanking us or apologizing. Making her own apple, meat, and honey mouthful, she added, Tonight, stop thinking. Just watch, listen, eat, and enjoy. Tomorrow you can worry again. Placing the morsel on her tongue, she chewed with a loud moan. So good. I copied her and bit into the meat. The first taste sent my stomach curdling. The second sat like death upon my tongue. And the third sent a fire tingling over my lips as if the bison was somehow still horribly alive. I wanted to spit it out, to wipe my tongue. But I would never be so rude, forcing myself to eat the rest, focusing on the tartness of the apple and the candied sweetness of the honey instead of the salty, rancid meat. I swallowed and willed a smile. Very good. Naya gave me a strange look as I swallowed again, trying to shed the almost painful spark in my mouth. She arched a dark eyebrow. Do you see now? Your face doesn't know how to lie. Lie? I frowned. I'd never heard that word before. To say things that aren't true. She studied me. You didn't like it. How did you know that? I just told you. She plopped a piece of honey-dripping meat into her mouth. You tried to lie, but your face doesn't know how. I don't know what to say. I hung my head, my colorless hair draping knotty and pale around me. Fear that she'd cast me away from this warm fire and warmer company. I rushed. I didn't mean to offend you. I'm so grateful for the food and care. You and your clan have been nothing but... Hey! Naya rested her hand over mine. Wrenching my eyes skyward again, she followed my stare with a worried inhale. Every time one of us touches you, you look at the sky. Why? It took all my effort to shrug away my panic, to look from the fat, gluttonous moon and into her sweet, dark gaze. I don't know. She sighed, sitting back and passing the platter of food to a long-haired woman behind her, who accepted it happily. It must be so hard not knowing anything, to not remember who you are or where you came from, and I get that this is all so overwhelming, but allow me to give you some comfort. You are here because we chose to welcome you. You are free to eat the things you want to eat, not what we tell you. And you don't have to keep worrying that we're going to withdraw our home or friendship. Guests are honored and protected, and you are our guest for however long you choose to be. The smoking pipe made another round, the wispy smoke syrupy and cloying. I had a sudden urge to take it, to wrap my lips around the end and inhale, to chase that dreamy peace that seemed to infect everyone who smoked it. But Naya intercepted it and passed it to the man beside her. He winked at her and brought it to his lips. What is that? I asked, grateful to change the subject. What are they smoking? Naya licked a stray droplet of honey off her fingers. Poimen, a dried leaf that relaxes you. It can also...
Give visions to those sensitive to such things.
Solon's voice rumbled behind us. We twisted on the log, looking upward. Solon stood with his chest bare and hair heavy with decoration. He no longer held his skull-topped staff or wore bison furs wrapped around his feet. The handsome man beside him kept one hand on a bulky pouch tied to his hip as he smiled at me. His skin was as light as Hyath's, with fire dancing over his pale complexion, highlighting his blue eyes and chin-length hair the color of sun-dried tussock. The new male smile widened as he looked from me to Naya and back again.
Glad to see you're alive.
A chuckle fell from his lips. He looked younger than Solon, but older than Naya. His bright blue gaze glittered with knowledge.
It's strange to see you upright. I'm used to you lying down.
My eyebrows rose. I didn't know how to respond. Solon laughed softly and spoke for me.
This is Olish. He's one of our respected healers.
Patting the man on his bare, pale shoulder, Solon added,
It's thanks to men and women like Olish that the sickness is no longer such a threat. If one of us is struck with fevers, it no longer brings a death sentence.
Clasping my hands to still the nervousness brewing in my belly, I stood and bowed my head with great reverence. Thank you, Olish, for healing me. His grin deepened, revealing little divots in his cheeks.
You're very welcome. I'm glad to know our remedies work so effectively.
Not that she was sick. Naya jumped in, standing beside me. She was just dehydrated and starving.
She had a fever.
Olish corrected.
The scratches on her leg were deep and had grown red with sickness. With Wei's help, we made a poultice that aided in healing.
Olish gave me another quick smile.
I also bathed you. We've learned that cleanliness is the best method of defense against most things that ail us.
My cheeks heated. This man had touched me, and I hadn't been aware. That bothered me. Worried me. It shouldn't. His skill and attention were the reasons I was still alive. Swaying a little, wishing my legs were stronger, I bowed my head again. I am most thankful. Olish wafted his hand through the firelit air.
No need for that. I was just doing my duty.
And I am alive because of it. I licked my dry lips. If there's anything I can do to repay you, I'll do it. He froze as if I'd said something wrong. I panicked and glanced at Naya, who chewed on her bottom lip with a small smile. Did I say something wrong? My eyes shot to Solon, only for my question to be answered by a woman moving toward us from the small group she'd been standing with by the fire. Not at all. She rested both hands on her protruding belly, her ample breasts spilling over the strip of fur strapped around her chest. The fur covering her lower half was longer than mine, hanging down her thighs and swaying with every step. You merely offered to do what Olish desires, and that isn't taken lightly. Her soft, stern voice pierced the crackling of the flames, her dark eyes locking onto the healer. She's new, Olish, and unaware of our customs. Whatever task you request of her must be small. Olish pressed a fist to his chest.
I would never think to take advantage of her, Tiptu.
See that you don't. The woman smiled, but her words still nettled. As she stroked her rounded belly, her forearm gleamed in the fire, revealing a swirling design, a spirit mark of a scorpion with a sharp, stinging tail. She inhaled and stared at me. I shivered but held my ground. Her gaze stripped me bare, and I drowned in the night sky darkness of her beautiful skin. Her eyes were the warmest brown, as if embers from the flames smoldered deep within her, and threads of silver lined her black hair, spreading out from her temples, weaving like faint frost through the 2 braids draped over her slender shoulders. Unlike Solon with his adornment of feathers, beads, and shells, her hair was simple, just a simple reed tying the ends and a sprig of pink flowers at the tip. My eyes drifted to her belly and the obvious way she touched and protected it. I'm carrying a youngling. She spoke just to me. My third, and most likely my last. She glanced at Solon, and an unspoken message flowed between them. My fire reader informs me that you still can't remember who you are. I shifted with nervousness. No, I can't. I'm so sorry. Enough apologies. She held up her hand. It's not your fault, and you're not expected to remember just because we're all curious. My heart thudded as she added, I'm Tiptu, chiefess of my people, mate to Chief Troll, mother to Actor and Nobbin, and graced with the duty of devotion to my clan. I bowed. I didn't just tip my head or bend my neck. I folded at the waist and swayed with sudden lightheadedness. She held my life in her hands. She could cast me out and banish me. Rise, please. She stepped forward, cupping my chin and bringing my head up. For the longest heartbeat she studied me. Her eyes dove into mine, her quest to know me ripping me apart. Her fingers tightened on my chin before letting go. With a soft sigh, she stepped back and glanced at Solon. "You've given our guest shelter under your roof while she healed, Solon. But do you still wish to now that she's awake?" Nodding at Naya, she added, "She could move into another Lupik, perhaps the one shared with my daughter, Nabin, and Naya. If you need your own space returned to you." I stiffened. I would be grateful for any furs to sleep in, but a piece of me felt safe with Solon. He was familiar and had proven himself trustworthy. Solon rubbed his clean-shaven jaw, the ashy swirls of his spirit guardian catching the firelight. What animal does he carry?
"You're right that it's best I have my own space for my trances. However,"
he dropped his hand, scowling a little,
"there's something I want to do before she leaves my roof. Something I've wanted to discuss with you, but have not yet found the right moment."
"And now is the right moment?" Tiptu asked. Solon shrugged.
"It's as good as any."
"Oh?" Tiptu turned to face him fully. "What is it?"
"She cannot remain with us and not have a name."
He looked me up and down, as if searching for my past hidden on my scarred and bruised skin. His wise, calm demeanor faded, leaving behind a stark and almost frightening spirit master.
"The flames want to guide me in naming her, so she might become Neil if she chooses."
I flinched at the odd coldness in his tone. Tiptu noticed it too, scowling. "She doesn't need to share your roof for that. We will arrange a naming ceremony once she is sufficiently healed and the rest of our clan has met her. Together, we will all give her a name."
"She already has a name."
Giving the chiefess a dark look, Solon murmured,
"She's not a youngling, Tiptu. She's of age to mate and choose a future of her own. We could name her, you're right, but the name she already has is the one I'm more interested in."
"Why are you acting as if it's so important?" Tiptu asked suspiciously.
"Because I've been told by the fire that it is."
Everything stilled. Everyone went silent. Tiptu clenched her jaw, looking me up and down before focusing on Solon with a wary glance. "What are you saying, Fire Reader?"
"I'm saying I need to share a trance with her."
"What?" Tiptu twitched and clutched her swollen belly. "Have you lost your mind? You said you'd never do that again, not since—"
"Since I was much younger. I have greater power now. I'll be able to step into her mind and have her spirit guide me through what is hidden."
"Absolutely not." Tiptu crossed her arms, pushing her breasts even higher. "Do you remember what happened the last time you shared a trance? You almost died, Solon. You were catatonic for days, and we were unable to bring you back. Why do you wish to do something as risky as that again?" Solon never looked away from me, his face etched with flames.
"Because the fire whispered to me last night that I don't have a choice."
Naya sucked in a breath beside me. Olish shifted on his feet, and Tiptu's cheeks glowed with disapproval. "The fire is mistaken. You do have a choice. You can read her spirit without—"
"I cannot."
Solon snapped, his eyes narrowing.
"She carries a mark, Tiptu. A mark that I've never seen before."
Stepping into me, he lifted my furs a little, hovering his hand over my upper thigh. Over the strange discoloration that wasn't a bruise or a scar, a smudge that Naya had said reminded her of a sunburst when she'd found me by the river. I flinched as his fingers traced the irregular shape, making my heart gallop.
"Birthmarks are rare,"
he said to the chiefess, all while staring at me.
"The moment I saw it, the fire surged in its hearth. It hissed for me to commune. Every night since, I've entered a trance, hoping to gain insight on who she is and why she's marked. But each time the flames refuse.
He softened his voice.
It refuses to tell me because it will only speak to her.
Me? I tripped backwards, almost falling over the log behind me. I don't understand. Naya wrapped an arm around my waist, steadying me before letting me go. It's just a birthmark, Solon, Naya whispered, and she's just a traveler, lucky enough to be found before it was too late.
No, Naya.
Solon shook his head.
I think she's more than that.
What is she then? Tiptoo demanded, the flowers in her braids shivering. Why does the fire wish to speak to her?
I don't know.
Solon balled his hands.
That's what I must find out.
I trembled on the spot, clamping a hand over the disfigured circle on my upper right thigh that I'd had ever since I could remember. The misshapen coil with its spearing lines did look like a sun on a clear sky day, but no matter how many times I'd looked at it, touched it, studied it, it hadn't given me any knowledge on why I was alone or why my mind was empty. Tiptoo ran a hand over her left braid, glancing at Olish. For a long while no one spoke. The hum of voices from others around the fire sounded so light-hearted compared to the sudden overwhelming tension between us. Solon hadn't spoken a word of this to me. He hadn't tried to touch my leg or ask me about it. You were in and out of consciousness. He could have studied my mark for days, and I wouldn't have known. I hugged myself as Tiptoo continued to stare at me before glaring at Solon. I will talk to Troll. You mustn't do anything until we've discussed it. Do you understand? She pointed at Solon. She may stay in your Lupik, but you must not, under any circumstances, share a trance. Solon clasped his hands together, his face somber and stern.
I understand.
Tiptoo's shoulders relaxed a little. When? When would you do it? If Troll agrees. Solon's gaze burned into me like black fire.
Whenever our guest is ready.
I didn't know what a trance entailed, or why it was so dangerous for them to be shared, but my stomach crawled with warning. And if I'm never ready? I breathed.
Then you will live a half-life.
Solon muttered.
A life that might always hide who you truly are.
And if I agree?
Then you are at the mercy of the fire and all it wishes to give you.
He stepped into me, grabbing my chin and holding me tight.
You might remember, you might not, but either way, the flames have taken an interest in you, and eventually they will have you, one way or another. Chapter 8. The Stranger. My feet pounded the ground as I raced beside Salak. His paws thundered as his legs blurred with quickness. With a wolfen grin, he lowered his head in challenge. I recognized his dare, reading his silent language as his horns caught the sunshine, glowing with perfect ivory. Baring my teeth, I balled my hands, preparing to take him on. In the month I lived with Salak's pack, my body had grown in strength and speed. The alpha, who I'd named Salak after his silver-etched fur, had fed me well. I hunted with them. I shared their kills. I ate with my hands drenched in blood while their crimson-stained muzzles tore into gristle and hide. I was one of them, as surely as I had fur, claws, and teeth. We were bonded by moonlight and swift-footed as the stars. Salak growled beside me, bringing me back to our daylight race. We'd left the den at dawn, female, males, and pups all enjoying the sunshine. We'd headed to the river where the stream was deep enough to drink and paddle. The pups chased butterflies, while Salak kept a careful eye on his pack. I'd lay in a patch of sunlight, drifting between awake and dreaming, desperate for another memory of the girl with moonbeam hair, only to be woken by my mark burning as if the very sun had speared my thigh. The sensation had become frustratingly familiar. Every night since I'd scented the fire on the horizon, My mark scratched at me with impatience. I'd stare at the smoke that always spiraled from the same spot, tainting the air with soot and char, and fought the compulsion to chase. I didn't like it. I didn't like the strangeness of it, that the smoke never grew or moved. Salak growled beside me, sensing my mind had wandered again, even as I ran beside him with 3 other males, fanning out amongst the waist-high grass. I grinned. I'll win this time. I never won. The alpha was too big, too strong, too fast, but I liked trying. These runs had become a daily joy, speeding through the pack's vast territory, waiting as Salak marked his borders, sending messages to trespassers that they would find a welcome of fangs and pain if they entered. You fed me well, I panted, keeping up the punishing pace. I'm strong now. You'll lose. The alpha snorted, his tongue lashing over bared teeth. I laughed. I'll show you. He cocked his head as if to taunt me. My heart thudded as I forced my legs to run faster. Bare feet flew over earth, immune to debris and leathery with wear. Reaching out, I stroked the alpha's thick ruff before gathering the rest of my power. Let the best wolf win. I shot forward. Salak snapped at my hand as I trailed it over his muzzle. His eyes narrowed as I pulled ahead. The 3 younger males yipped and leaped into the race, all while Salak hung back, giving me a false taste of victory. I used his mockery to my advantage and kept pushing, kept increasing my speed until I ran faster than I ever thought possible. But then, with a short bark, Salak surged ahead, deliberately brushing his large bulk against my side to make me stumble. Hey! He galloped ahead, 4 legs working effortlessly while I found my feet again. With a growl of my own, I chased after him. Grass blurred around me. Air became thick as I sliced through it, and the 3 other males fell back, unable to keep up. I looked over my shoulder in surprise. I'd never outrun a wolf, never witnessed them fading into the distance. My breath caught as I looked ahead, catching a glimpse of Salak's tail whipping through the grass. He wasn't that far ahead. I'd gained on him. How? For all my taunts that I'd win, I never believed I stood a chance. As I ran in pace with the giant alpha, gaining paw print by paw print, awe filled me. Salak was undefeated, utterly unmatched. Yet a small part of me began to believe I could match him. Not to take his pack, but to prove to myself that the sickly, weak mortal who'd wanted to die a month ago was no longer. I'm as strong as a wolf. Lowering my chin, I added every last speed to my legs. I closed my eyes and summoned strength from deep, deep within. For the first time I sank into who I was. A nameless man who had no family and no memories, but somehow could keep pace with an alpha. Swift heat suddenly bolted down my thighs, scorching my toes. A weightlessness descended around me. The world fell away. I was there, but not there. I was mortal, but so much more. I gave myself over to it. I welcomed the effortless power, a brush of fur on my hip, the pounding of paws as I raced ahead, a surprised growl as I left him in my dust. More heat burst through my ribs, ebbing from a black, endless place behind my heart. It sparked and hissed, shooting through my veins until it branded the mark on my leg with fire. I didn't feel earth beneath me anymore. I opened my eyes and darkness, all around my legs. Shadows twined around my thighs and calves, circling my feet and ankles, swallowing my lower half until I was part night, part man. I stumbled. I gasped. I tumbled headfirst into the grass, breaking stems and sending a plume of seed heads bursting into the sky. Landing in a tangle of limbs, I swiped at the undulating darkness around my legs. The shadows shifted and slithered, throbbing in time with my heartbeat. Salak slammed to a stop beside me, his large bulk towering above as he bared his teeth and snarled at the shades wrapped around me. He snapped at the one lashing my ankle. Ripping my legs away from his fangs, I rubbed my skin and sighed in relief as the darkness faded, the cloying shadows dispersing. They slithered into the long grass like black snakes, removing the gray pallor from my earthen skin, leaving me sunlit once again. Salik panted, his tongue wet and eyes narrowed. He grumbled low in his chest. I caught his stare, shrugging with as much confusion as him. I don't understand. Standing, I peered into the grass, searching for the shadows that had swallowed my legs whole. That's never happened before. Salik sniffed me as if making sure I was still the mortal he'd chosen. His damp, cool nose inhaled every inch before he sneezed, rubbed his muzzle on his legs, then huffed and turned to retrace the way we'd run. I moved with him, shaken and slightly afraid. Had I done that? Had I somehow summoned the night to infiltrate the day? Rubbing my face with both hands, I looked over my shoulder to see how far we'd raced. I froze. No, it can't be. Spinning back, I glared at the silver plume of smoke, twirling in the sky, glittering with sunshine. The fire. The never-ending, never-moving fire was only a short run away. The mark on my thigh stung. Her touch was the sweetest agony and her smile like a brilliant sunrise. My chest burst with blistering heartache. My feet moved on their own accord. I was summoned, urged. Salik huffed and darted into my path, filling my vision with wolf. With a soft whine, he pressed his huge bulk against my side. He barked and pushed me, making me trip backward. Hey! I rested my hand on his flank, feeling the hardness of muscle beneath dense fur. I need to see. Something's tugging me. He snorted and pushed me again, shoving me away from the ever-burning flames. Fire can devour this entire plain, I said softly, trying to convince him and myself that I was leaving for safety reasons, not because my heart pounded with urgency. An anxious desperation that only grew stronger the longer he forbid me. Salik pushed me again, his body stiff and teeth bared. He'd never used his dominance over me in such a way before. He'd always welcomed and cajoled instead of outright requested I follow his law. And usually, I would behave. I would accept his decree and follow him back to the cave. But today was a day of firsts. Pushing him toward the direction of the pack and safety of the cave, I stepped backward toward the fire plume. I'll just look, then I'll return. You have my word. The wolf snarled and shook his head. I held my ground. The crescent moon mark on my hip suddenly twitched from an irritating sting to a breath-stealing burn. I flinched. Salik glanced at it as if he could feel the sizzling pain, just like me. I frowned. He grumbled as his hackles rose. You don't have to be afraid. I fought the urge to slap a palm over my blazing mark. Nothing can hurt me. He snarled again, his narrowed eyes glowing a darkened gold. A gust of sooty smoke swirled around us on a breeze, wrenching my gaze over my shoulder, soaking into my bones, goading me to investigate. I have to go. Straightening to my full height, I glowered at the alpha and spoke a language he would understand. I snarled loudly. I bared my teeth. I held his stare so he knew I would fight if he refused to let me go, and then I turned and walked away. For a long moment, Salik didn't respond. His silence broke my heart because I'd hurt the only creature who'd found and loved me. But then the grass rustled as he sat on his haunches. The air tensed as he lifted his muzzle to the sun, and a flock of birds shot into the sky as Salik released a spirit-rendering howl. I flinched as it echoed in my ears. I shivered with despair that I'd somehow made a massive mistake. I began to run.
Chapter 9. Girl. My head whipped up as shivers washed down my spine. A wolf's howl? During the day? And close. Too close. I clutched my shallow basket, fighting memories of tripping through a lonely world, catching glimpses of yellow eyes in the dark, running for as long as I could until my legs gave out. I could remember the emptiness so clearly. I carried the scars of loneliness as if they were physical wounds, yet I still couldn't remember anything beyond that. The wolf howled again. It sounded different this time. Deeper, darker, as if full of frustration before cutting off mid-call, leaving the grasslands eerily silent and on edge. Naya shifted closer to me, her ebony skin glistening with sweat and dotted with seeds from the grasses we currently harvested. Hyatt looked up too, her pale skin pink from the sun, and a large hat made out of woven reeds on her head. All of us wore furs hiding our chests and wrapping our hips, making me long for the days when I roamed the world naked. I appreciated the fur's warmth on cooler evenings, but the heat of day was awful. "Strange beasts," Naya muttered. "Out hunting at the hottest time of the afternoon." Using her wrist, she wiped at the wetness on her forehead. "I know if I was a wolf with a thick pelt, I'd be snoozing in a cool cave somewhere." Hyatt placed her shallow basket on the ground, coming to join us. The few other women who agreed to forage this morning gave us smiles and cocked their heads to see if the wolf would cry again, before resuming their rhythm of plucking ripe seed heads and sifting them into their woven baskets. This task was one of my favorites. I volunteered each time a foraging party was arranged. I liked standing in the sea of golden grass. I liked the gentle breeze as it danced amongst the stalks. And I liked the heartwarming sense of pride when we returned later this afternoon with our baskets full of grain and took turns with the large river rocks to crush the kernels, grind the husks, and create a powder that was the main ingredient in the delicious flatbread and chewy cakes that went so well with fire-roasted roots and honey. If you were a wolf, you'd be at the mercy of whatever the alpha told you to do. Hyatt smiled at Naya. You couldn't just laze the day away in the shade. If I was a wolf, Naya grinned, I would be the alpha. I laughed with them, grateful their company had shed the lingering fear that I'd struck from nowhere. Many things reminded me of back then. A full month with the Nil people had both relaxed and worried me. Relaxed because I'd fallen easily into routine and found both comfort and belonging amongst the clan. But in the darkness, when I lay in the furs that Solon still graciously permitted me to rest in, I would drown beneath worry that no matter how long I stayed with the Nil people, I would never be truly one of them. Somewhere out there was someone I used to know, and here in this wonderful clan, my place was tentative. I couldn't be fully accepted unless I underwent a naming and spirit ceremony, and I couldn't do that unless Solon was given permission to attempt a shared trance with me. And even if he was given permission, I didn't know if I was brave enough to try. A week after my first fireside dinner, Tiptu had given birth to her third youngling, a second son called Ban. The entire camp had stayed up, dancing and singing around the central fire as the new babe was held up for all to see. I'd longed to touch him, to feel the new life force that suddenly existed thanks to Tiptu. But while the others praised his birth, I praised him for other reasons. His care took precedent, especially over a quiet girl who had no name or past, and Tiptu was either too busy with her new son or forgot to ask her mate Trull if Solon could perform the trance to find out who I was. A month had passed, and despite not having a name or spirit guardian like the rest of the Neil clan, I was happy. I was grateful for Naya's friendship as she sat with me each night, keeping me busy and away from the suspicious attentions of Kiva and Actor as they glared at me across the flames. She offered no judgment as we ate side by side, her happily eating bison and other hunted prey, while I quietly dined on vegetables, grass-grain cakes, and wild fruits. Ever since that first night, I hadn't been able to stomach eating meat. but I couldn't forget the spine-chilling tingles as I chewed. Sin suddenly appeared from the long grass, leaping over Hyath's basket and sliding into a graceful stop with her golden-spotted body. The lynx greeted Naya and Hyath with a gentle head nudge to their thighs, her small antlers catching in their fur clothing. But with me, she was different. I quickly put my basket down, so as to not lose the grain I'd already harvested, then held out my arms. "Oh, here we go." Hyath rolled her eyes good-naturedly. I laughed as Sin trotted the short distance between us, then stood on her hind legs and draped her heavy front paws on my shoulders, slipping into my embrace as if she'd always belonged there. Despite her still being a youngling, she vibrated with vitality and power. Burying my face into her scruff, I scratched her back and hugged her close, all while inhaling the sun-golden scent of her. "Hey, Sin." The lynx purred loud enough to shiver the seeds off the grasses around us. Naya giggled. "I don't think you need a spirit ceremony, girl. Yours is right there." I looked up, beaming, still holding Sin close as we wobbled together. I'd be proud to have a lynx as my spirit guardian. "I wonder what your future mate would make of it." Naya crossed her arms, snickering. "Usually, a man would like to bed his woman without having to snuggle with fangs and claws." I blushed as Sin swiped her coarse tongue over my cheek before dropping back to all fours. Her purrs continued as she walked around me, lashing my thighs with her two tails. The sunburst mark on my upper right leg twinged. I scratched it without thinking. "I'm not nil yet, therefore I can't mate anyone." Sin nudged my hand away, licking my tingling mark. I shot her a scowl. Why did she do that? "But you want to be, right?" Hyath took off her hat and fanned her sun-pinked face. The mark stopped burning. My scowl morphed into a perplexed frown. It often tingled at random times, mostly when I fell into dreams that made my heart burst and tears catch in my throat when I woke. But this felt different. Urgent. Insistent. Hyath wafted her hat in my direction. "The moment Solon helps you remember your name, you can choose to become one of us and pick any of the Neil men or women." She gave me a shy smile, reminding me of a whispered chat we'd shared around a fire a few nights ago. She'd confessed that she and Wei, the healer who worked with Olish and had helped nurse me back to health, had finally admitted their feelings for one another. The two girls had grown up together and been friends for years, but hadn't seen what was so obvious to everyone else. Naya had rolled her eyes and said it was about time. I'd smiled and wondered if I'd had a friend who I'd grown up with. A lover I hadn't realized was my future before it was too late. Hyath's question made two emotions war inside me. Did I want to become Nil? Yes, with all my heart. I loved these people. I loved their generosity, kindness, and the grasslands they called home. I loved the river that ran through the shallow valley, and I loved the knowledge I'd been taught on how to nurse seeds, cultivate plants, and harvest food that fed a clan. I loved the gentle but stern guidance of Chiefess Tiptu and Chief Troll. I loved how Solon would convene with his fire, reporting visions of where the bison had traveled and where the hunters would find their best successes. I even loved the bison-hide lupics and the ever-burning flames that clogged my throat with its ever-watchful smoke. I didn't want to leave. But did I want a mate? A man who wasn't the faceless, forgotten male who slipped into my slumber? No, I did not. Bending, I picked up my basket from where I'd placed it for Sin's embrace. I'm happy on my own, Hyath. I don't need a mate. Sin gave me one last look before slinking off into the grass, most likely hunting mice and rabbits. You say that now. Naya ran both hands over her arms, trying to remove some of the sticky seeds. But wait till you meet someone you can't imagine being apart from. My heart tripped a beat. Were my dreams right that I'd met someone like that already? That he was out there searching for me, all while my memories remained blank? Hyatt placed her hat back on her head, turning to face Naya. Who's got your eye, Naya? Stop taunting girl with promises of a match for her when you don't share your own desires of who will be lucky enough to bed you. I moved next to Hyatt, joining in on the fun interrogation. I didn't mind that I didn't have a name compared to their pretty ones. It was a small sacrifice to make. Grinning, I said, Yes. Come on, Naya. I'm still nameless and mateless. Surely, you will be the first to enter into matrimonial. You still haven't gotten that word, Naya giggled. And a woman never tells. I smiled and glanced at Hyatt. I think I know who's caught her eye. Oh? Hyatt spun to me, grabbing my elbows with eagerness. Tell me. Her fingers were warm against my skin, and the deep-seated worry to look at the sky. Lowering my voice with secrets, I murmured, I've seen her looking at Leica. Naya's cheeks burned a dusty rose. What? No, you haven't. I haven't. I wouldn't. Why? Because he's 10 years older and second in command of the hunters? Hyatt asked coyly. Age means nothing. Naya shook her head. Rank means nothing. Not to me. Is it because his first wife died from fevers and he hasn't shown interest in another woman since? Hyatt asked, her tone too light-hearted for such a serious question. Naya stiffened. I hadn't known Leica had lost his first love. I hadn't understood that perhaps Naya watched him whenever he was near because she was compassionate and kind. His loss would be something she would mourn over, doing whatever she could to make him feel seen and unforgotten. Shooting forward, I grabbed Naya's hand in my own. Our fingers linked. Her dark skin blended with my tawny earthen tones that no longer looked sickly or frail thanks to the clan's care. She looked down where I held her, her shoulders tense and lips pursed. I'm sorry, Naya. I didn't mean. You're too observant, girl. She raised her eyes, locking onto mine. Perhaps your talents are being wasted harvesting grain with us. You seem to have the seeing eyes like Solon. She sighed, her tone slipping from self-protective shortness. Squeezing my fingers, she said quietly, I'm sorry. You didn't know. And you're right that I watch him. Leica was hurting for a long time. I did my best to ease him through some of his grief, not because I wanted him, but because his mate was kind to me. I would never expect him to care for me in that way, but it makes me happy to know the worst of his mourning is over. 4 years have passed since Dowie's death, and I watch him to catch his smiles. She tilted her head, braids and feathers sliding over her shoulders. His smiles are coming more often, and I'd like to think that's because of me, because of all of us. My chest warmed with love for her, all while another secret swelled. She was selfless in her care for Leica, and perhaps a little blind. Bending closer, forgetting about Hyatt as she stood beside us, I whispered into her ear, He watches you too, Naya. I've seen how his eyes follow you around the camp. You're right that he smiles more, but he smiles the widest when you're near. She blinked as I pulled back. No words fell as she swallowed hard. I let my news sink into her heart, hoping I hadn't meddled and instead granted happiness to someone I held so dear. If you want him, then fight for him, I urged. If I've learned anything in my short life, the only way to live is to enjoy every moment you can. She kissed my cheek and unthreaded our fingers. Her voice wavered as she said fiercely, The sooner Tiptu and Tral agreed to a shared trance, the sooner you can remember what you've forgotten. You'll finally know if you have a home that you've lost or realize that your true home is right here with us. Wrapping her arms around me, she breathed, "Because the longer you stay, the more I love you. And a day will come when I won't let you go. Memories or no memories." Hyatt smiled at us as we broke apart and grabbed our baskets. "You two make my heart happy." Naya and I grinned, and with an unspoken agreement returned to harvesting grain, sweating in the hot day. I drifted into a sun-gilded trance, enjoying the pleasurable work of picking. Sunshine slowly arced over the sky, and my basket grew heavy with seeds. But we didn't stop. We kept going, gathering enough to replenish the storage lupic where baskets upon baskets of dried meat and grain waited to be eaten in the winter. Slowly, we drifted apart as we chased plumper, riper seed heads. Hyatt went one way, Naya the other, while I kept moving forward, away from the camp, toward the small woods far, far in the distance, and the only hills in the entire plains. Far off on the horizon, the trees beckoned with shelter, tugging me forward. The mark on my thigh burned again, pulling, coaxing, leading me farther and farther from the Neil camp. I lost myself to the harvest, slipping into a daze and vanishing into the grasslands.
Chapter 10. The Stranger. I dropped to my haunches, hidden by the swaying golden grass as footsteps came toward me. The gentle rhythm of a creature ambling set my hackles rising, not because I was afraid, but because whatever animal came near didn't walk on 4 legs, but 2. Weariness slithered down my spine. I wished I had sharp teeth like Salic. I'd promised him nothing could hurt me. But what if I broke that vow? What if I got hurt and never saw my pack again? All because I forgot I wasn't as deadly as a wolf and had no method of protection. Glancing over my shoulder, I contemplated bolting. This was idiocy. There was nothing here for me apart from dangerous fire that ought to be smothered. I could be back at the cave before dark, my thighs bunched to go, my hands fisted to race. Only a soft sigh met my ears, drifting through the grass. I stiffened. Another soft noise trickled through the stalks, slipping into my ears and making my heart skip a beat. The urge to see what it was overshadowed my instinct to run. Stabbing the ground with a finger to keep my balance in silence, I kept my breathing shallow as the footfalls came ever nearer, occasionally stopping as if deciding which way to go. I didn't move as a few moments passed, a rustle and snap, followed by more footfalls coming directly for me. I crouched lower, peering through the dense grass and its towering stems. A large woven item appeared, pushing some of the seed heads out of the way, giving a free path for the creature to follow. Fingers wrapped tight around the woven item, leading to an arm and chest and... My palm slammed into the earth as my balance wobbled. "I don't care." I cupped her cheeks, running my thumb over her bottom lip. "I'd do anything, kill anyone, destroy everything if it meant we could be together." My fingers clawed into the dirt as the vision cracked like lightning. I dropped to my knees, panting. She was real. My dreams weren't false. She's real. I couldn't breathe. In all my torturous days of searching and nights of endless struggle, I'd not found a single mortal. I'd come to believe I was the only one, that my own pack had died out, leaving me to roam aimlessly until the Alpha had given me a new one. But she was here, the girl from my hauntings, with moonshine hair and conquering familiarity. My heart rate increased as she stopped a few paces away. Her eyes scanned the grass tops, blind to me crouched in the dirt. Her gaze was amber, not gold. My heart hitched with confusion. How could I remember her hair, her kiss, her taste, yet forget the color of her eyes and the shape of her face? She came a little nearer, dousing my crescent moon mark with singeing agony. She was so close I could reach out and touch her. So close I could smell her. Sooty from fire and dusty from hard work. The urge to touch crashed through me. Faintest memories of touching her in another life broke every bone in my body. I dug my fingers deeper into the ground. I no longer cared about the ever-burning fire. I only cared about her. Taking another step, she glanced around, licked her lips, then placed the bowl-like item on her hip. Holding the woven rim tight with one hand, she plucked the nearby seed heads, ripping off the top with a practiced roll of her wrist before depositing them onto the impressive pile she'd already gathered. She moved smoothly, gracefully, her skin the same dark honey as sandy earth after a good rain. Her white hair glittered with the afternoon sunshine, defying all colors that usually made up this world. I raised a hand, studying my own coloring. Our skin was similar, but while hers retained a golden hue, mine seemed to prefer the silvery cast of shadows. While her fingers danced delicately over the grass heads, mine were bent like claws, the pads of my palms as calloused as a wolf's paw. She drifted forward, slipping past me unaware. The sudden loss of her made ice howl through me. I tensed to follow, but she stopped again, repeating the dance of gathering and collecting. Her back faced me now, giving me another view. Her white hair cascaded down her spine, gleaming and straight, swaying over the dark brown fur cutting her body in two places. I frowned. That fur was not her own. The rest of her skin was hairless and smooth, so why did she bind herself with another's pelt? My eyes trailed down my own form, lingering over the ingrained dirt on my knees, feet, and legs. No matter how often the pack went to the river or how long I swam in the cool water, the stains on my skin never faded. The smudges helped hide the scars from my lonely travels, gifting me a range of colors, just like the silver and black hues found in my pack's fur. My heart pounded with absolute relief. All those nights of searching, all those days of longing, over, because I finally found her. The woman continued forward again, grabbing her hair with a free hand to twist it over her shoulder, as if encouraging a breeze on her back from the heat of the afternoon sun. Reaching upward, I grabbed strands of my own hair. I'd never cared what color it was, never thought to check. Was it white like hers? Black. I scowled, fingering the knotty section of midnight hair I'd tugged over my forehead. A leaf clung to it, crinkly and torn. Running my hand over the back of my skull, I winced as my fingers caught in tangles, brambles, and dirt. The woman slipped into walking again, drifting farther away from me. I glimpsed her through the long stems, but then she was gone. No. Come back. The crescent mark on my thigh suddenly burned. Forbidden and therefore banished apart. I folded forward in agony. Hissing between my teeth, I clutched my thigh, pinching the crescent moon. It welled with deeper pigment, gleaming metallic around the edges. The slicing, sizzling pain didn't stop, keeping time with my thundering heart. The acrid flavor of loss coated my tongue. Memories swirled behind the forgotten veil of my mind, desperate to give me truth but stuck behind an impenetrable wall. Blood appeared on the tip of the crescent, oozing from my flesh. I struggled to catch a breath, crippled beneath the bleeding sear. A burst of blackness sank through my bones. My toes ached, my ankles crackled. Shadows suddenly snaked out of my being, swirling angrily around me. I froze as those shadows thickened, delivering night to where I crouched, even while the sun still shone above. I could no longer hear her, no longer see her. Blinding sorrow had me tripping upright, my torso cresting the high grasses, and my eyes locking onto the white-haired girl up ahead. I chased. The shades that had wrapped around me dispersed, dissolving into the air as if pleased with my response and content to vanish. I wasn't quiet as I closed the distance between us. She stiffened and turned. Clutching her woven bowl to her chest, She gasped as her eyes shot wide. Grief lodged in my throat for losing her. Despair cracked my spine for not recognizing her. Even now, even face to face, my heart said yes, all while my eyes struggled to remember. How could I know someone I couldn't recall? How could I love someone I didn't even know? I slammed to a stop before her, my fingers tinged with blood from my mark, and my skin so much filthier than hers. Regardless that she was a stranger to me, every breath in my body said she was the one I'd been searching for, desperate and dying for. It's you. The words fell out of me as if I'd been choking on them ever since I awoke, lost and alone. She clung to her harvesting bowl as if it would ward me off, her gaze tripping over my body. She drank in my face, my chest, and lower, lingering between my bare legs before dropping to my dirty feet. My blood sang, my bones throbbed. I shivered with crackling intensity. Stepping the final distance between us, I reached for her arm. I had to touch, to make sure she was real. She reeled backward, tripping on the grass stalks, dropping her basket and spraying the plucked seed heads everywhere. She shouted something I didn't understand. She didn't look at the mess she'd made or the loss of all the work she'd done. Her eyes never left mine, panicked in a deep, rich amber. Her fear wrapped around my heart, making me sick. I dropped my arm and balled my hands. Bowing, I didn't mean to scare her. I thought she'd be as grateful as I was. We were no longer alone. We were together again, just like we once had been. I'm sorry. I grunted my regret, taking a short step away. Her shoulders stayed tight by her ears as she watched me warily. The odd fur around her chest and hips seemed too thick and big for her, leaving the flat bareness of her stomach almost stark, and the frailness of her collarbones too defined. At least she didn't try to run. I didn't think I'd be able to ignore the urge to chase if she ran. I dreamed of her so often. Those dreams were the reason I'd kept surviving, kept searching. If she isn't real... My eyes narrowed with terror. What if this was an illusion? What if I'd fallen asleep in the grass and the sun played tricks with my mind? My heart fisted with thorns. I have to know. Marching toward her, I didn't give her the chance to flee. My hands came up and clamped onto her soft, sun-warmed cheeks. I wasn't prepared for the pain, for the spirit-slicing bang. Through every star and every sea, I'll watch over you. I dropped my head, nuzzling my nose to her adorably small one. Neither time nor distance, nor war or disaster can stop what is true. You're mine, and that can never be undone. I cried out as the vision ended. Something I'd never felt before tore through me, violent and vicious. She gasped and jerked in my hold. Her skin stung mine with a power that made the rest of the world vanish into nothing. Nothing was more important than this. Nothing was more real than her. Her hands swept up to lock around my wrists, her nails digging into my skin. I shuddered as a surprised groan escaped me. Her touching me, her blood flowing beneath veins that marked us as the same, but somehow totally different. I'd never felt anything so right. My moon mark scorched with fresh blood, delivering a deeper punishment. Fire licked between us, consuming me with so many things I wanted to remember but couldn't. I sank into it. I gave myself over to the decimating burn. She opened her mouth to scream. True terror glowed in her stare. I hated that I'd scared her, but I couldn't let her go. Not yet. I had to know, had to remember. Please, let me remember. She screamed, loudly, far, far too loudly. Instincts roared through me. I planted a palm over her lips, drowning beneath a fresh wave of crackling potency from touching her. For a heartbeat, she let me hold her. Her amber eyes glowed and her nostrils flared, but she didn't move. as if shock had rendered her useless. But then fear crashed over her again, and she bit me. She sank her teeth into my palm, ripping her face from my hold. I growled and yanked my hand away, shaking out the pain from her shallow teeth indents. The current that licked between us still flowed, making me shake. Even apart, my fingers continued to burn as if I'd just held the sun. Stumbling backward, she gasped and shook her head, hair sheeting over her shoulders. Glancing down, she swiped at her upper thigh, a shocked moan escaping her as her fingers came away bloody. I almost collapsed to my knees. She has a mark. I tripped forward. It is you. It has to be you. You're the one I've been dreaming about, the one I lost before everything was stolen. She held up her crimson-stained fingers, backing away as I stumbled toward her, my heart faltering with so many things. So much hope. So much hope. She spoke in a tongue I didn't understand, but her body language blared what she wanted. Stay back. Don't touch me. I scowled. Didn't she get it? I'd found her. After all this time. Why wasn't she happy about this? Why wasn't she leaping into my arms and slipping right back where she belonged? I raised my hand again, this time softer, slower, without so much swiftness and threat. Maybe it would take time for her to remember me. Maybe her memories were as tangled as mine. I could wait. I'd waited far longer than I could remember to find her. I could wait a little longer for her to find me. It's okay, I murmured, forcing a smile, doing my best not to strike yet more worry into her stunning, unfamiliar eyes. I know you. I'm sure of it. I might not recognize your face, and my mind might be blank, but I know it's you. I know just from the way my blood reacts to yours. I pointed at her bleeding leg, to the mark etched into her right thigh, the exact same position as mine. The similarities and the awareness between us sent shivers down my spine. You have a mark like mine. I patted my own bleeding thigh, capturing the residue of life force flowing from me. I presented my blood to her as if it held every clue as to why I'd forgotten her and how the connection between us had somehow drawn me back to her. See? I breathed. We are the same. She froze, sucking in her breath. She frowned as if she couldn't understand. Impatience filled me. I had so much to say. So many words that I'd had no one to share with. I wanted to tell her that the constant hollowness within me had faded the moment I'd touched her, that the aching insistence to keep searching had eerily vanished. Every droplet in my body had been searching for her, and now that we were together again, I couldn't describe the solace she gave me. You don't need to be afraid of me, I murmured, hating the way she flinched and hovered on the balls of her feet as if to bolt. She stared at me as if I was a wolf and she was a lowly deer, a doe facing down death. I would never hurt you. Do you understand? I could never. I shook my head at the very concept of causing her pain. Giving up on words, seeing as she continued to stare at me blankly, I thought of other ways to communicate. Animals spoke without words all the time. Moving closer to her, I stopped as she tripped backward. Holding up my hand so she knew I meant no harm, I bowed my head and retraced my steps away, even though it hurt to put distance between us. I tried to think of ways to tell her that she was mine now, that I'd been searching for far longer than I remembered, and she was safe, with me. She would always be safe with me. But a growl could never share such things. A snarl, a whimper, a nuzzle, a lick. None of those would convey the depth of what was in my overflowing, hope-stricken heart. I sighed heavily. How can I make you understand me? Fear trickled through me as I studied her, drank in her beauty that was as sublime as the cloudless sky. If you don't speak my tongue, then... I froze. Maybe I had it all wrong. Maybe she wasn't the girl I'd dreamed of. Maybe she wasn't mine after all and was just some stranger I'd pounced on with all the excruciating longing inside me. Raking both hands through my hair, I struggled to catch a breath, spiraling into the same despair that I'd dwelled in for far too long. If you're not her, then who are you? Why does my blood burn when we touch? Why does everything... She muttered something, cutting me off. I studied her as she scowled deeper, her forehead tracking into furrows. Looking past me as if searching for something, she slowly shook her head. Her nostrils flared as she inhaled hard, her chest rising beneath the fur. She licked her lips and spoke again, a string of words that made no sense. I shrugged and stayed where I was. She wasn't running. As long as she stayed here with me, I was content. I would always be content as long as we were together. Where did you come from? I asked gently. Are you like me? Do you remember your past, or is it hidden like mine? Her head tilted as her eyes narrowed, drifting over me with flickering surprise. Her honey-earthen cheeks pinked as her gaze dropped between my legs, lingering on my naked flesh. Her stare was as potent as her touch, and my maleness reacted, hardening the longer she gasped and looked away. I wore no fur like her or the wolves. I was bare and dirty, but I'd put on the weight I'd lost from walking. Salic had ensured I ate my fill, which allowed muscle to form thanks to our long runs together. What did she see when she looked at me? Someone strong, a protector like my alpha, a male that would fight for her, die for her, and do anything it took to prove that he was worthy. Silence prickled between us as her gaze returned to my skin. This time, inquisitiveness replaced some of her wariness. I let her study me, puffing up my chest so she saw power and a worthy mate. My own eyes took liberties, drifting from her amber calculation to the healed scars on her collarbone, the bleeding mark on her thigh and the corded muscle running on either side of her flat belly. Her arms were slender and her face... My fingers rose to touch my own, running over my nose, mouth, and hair-shadowed chin. Do I look like her? We shared the same features, but hers seemed so beautiful, so delicate, so female. Her eyelashes and eyebrows were darker than her white hair, a shade of dusk just before the sun bowed to night. Her cheekbones were high, nose small, and lips plump and pink. Words spilled into my mind, words that I had to share, even if she couldn't understand them. I don't care if you aren't the one I've seen in my dreams. I know you're special. I know by the way my heart is pounding to a new beat, slipping into a different rhythm now you're here with me. I wedged a fist over my chest. I'm grateful. So thankful to feel something other than despair. I've been so alone, so... She held up a trembling hand.
Why can I suddenly understand you?
I froze, crippled by a wash of joy. I rushed forward, needing to touch her, but she backed away, keeping her hand outstretched as if the action alone would keep me obedient.
Why can I understand you?
She whispered.
Why can I speak to you? Why has a language I didn't know suddenly appeared in my mind?
My knees locked as I swayed on the spot. I don't know.
But you speak as if you know me.
She lowered her arms slowly, balling her fingers.
You look at me as if...
You're mine?
As if you've seen me before.
I nodded. I have.
When?
In my dreams, my nightmares, my fugues and exhaustion.
But you just said I wasn't... You said I wasn't the one you dreamed of.
She backed up another step as if I'd frightened her again. Is it wrong to recognize your spirit but not your face? She frowned.
Well, yes.
But I know you.
And I don't know you.
She studied me with another flush of fear. That hurt. Badly. Self-preservation and anger etched my tone. I was drawn here.
Drawn?
She gasped. Her tone clipped with disbelief.
To me? How is that possible?
Because you're the one I lost. She shivered as if refusing to accept the truth. How could my honesty frighten her? It was taking everything I had not to snatch her into my arms and imprint every part of her against every part of me. Perhaps I'd recognize her by feel instead of sight. Maybe my past would return if I kissed her, tasted her.
Where did you come from?
She asked, her voice husky and fragile at the same time. It sent a ripple through me, settling between my legs. Across the grasses. I waved in the direction of Salak's den. A day's run from here. She sucked in another breath.
I still don't understand how I can speak to you.
I did my best to let go of my frustration. I can understand you now, but before I could not. She pressed a palm unthinkingly over her bloody mark. Did it continue to burn like mine?
Before I spoke Firenese,
she said quietly.
The language of the Nil clan who lived in the Quellis borders.
I shook my head. I don't know what that means. She opened her mouth as if to explain, but then crossed her arms and sighed.
It doesn't matter.
Inhaling, she braced her shoulders.
Who are you?
I blinked. Pain wriggled its way through my stupid, hopeful heart. You truly don't remember me. Her brows came down over worried eyes.
I've never met you before.
A sharp breath escaped me as if she'd torn into my belly with vicious, killing teeth. Her conviction unsteadied mine. Icy sleet replaced my burning blood. You don't feel anything. Anything at all. She hugged herself tighter.
I felt fear when you grabbed me.
That's it? I moved stiffly toward her, despising the way she backed away, forcing me into an unwilling dance of never getting close. You don't feel anything else. No burn when I touch you. No current, no spark, no flash of something, someone you've been missing. Her eyes glimmered with something I couldn't decipher.
You speak as if you do.
I do. I looked her blatantly up and down, letting her know I saw her. I saw everything about her, and despite the missing pieces of my shrouded past, I was willing to fight to keep her. She had the same mark. Her hair was white like the girl in my thoughts. I didn't know her name, her origins, or anything else. But I had to believe I'd found her for a reason.
I'm sorry,
she said.
I'm sorry if you're mistaking me for...
No.
No?
Her eyebrow quirked.
No what?
I won't accept that it isn't you. It is you. I can't remember a single thing about anything yet. I exhaled hard. I know you. I'm choosing to believe that. Just like I'm choosing to believe that you know me too. Otherwise... I cut myself off, struggling to keep defeat from my voice. Just look at me. Look at me and tell me you don't feel something. Slowly her arms unwound from around her waist.
I won't lie and say you don't feel...
She sighed.
Familiar is not the right word. But there is something.
There is? My lonely heart leaped. She shivered a little as her gaze went to the crescent moon on my thigh.
Where did you get the mark?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
I told you. I don't remember anything. She made a small noise, inhaling sharply. For the first time, she walked toward me. I held my ground even as my heart soared all over again.
How long have you not remembered?
Her question was as quiet as a breath. I dared to step nearer, shivering as the spark between us magnified. Since I woke and wandered, trying to find who and what I'd lost. She choked on a swallow. Her eyes widened, clouding with so many amber-tinted things. She asked as if she wanted to ask 1,000 questions. Instead, she repeated,
Why can I suddenly understand you?
My pulse surged, sensing her opening to me, tasting the same desperation that drove me. The same reason I can understand you.
Which is?
We've remembered something we've forgotten. She shivered with a gasp.
I don't know how this is possible.
I reached for her, desperate to feel the sense of rightness and connection again. It doesn't matter. I was summoned by the smoke. I came because I couldn't ignore the unbearable urge to...
The flame summoned you?
Her forehead furrowed as another flash of fear filled her wary stare.
Are you like Solon? A fire reader?
Solon? What's a Solon? She pointed toward the silver smoke not too far away.
The Nil have a spirit master. He claims he can speak directly to the fire.
Wait. A chill soaked into my back. There are others? More like us? My eyes shot toward the lazy curl of danger staining the horizon.
I was surprised, too.
She gave me the tiniest smile.
But they found me.
Found you?
By the river. I was dying and wolves were stalking me and...
Wolves? I went deadly still. Wolves helped you too?
No. I meant the Nil saved me from the wolves. The wolves knew I didn't have much longer, and every night they hunted closer.
She shuddered.
They would have eaten me if the Nil hadn't...
They wouldn't have eaten you, I said, stalking forward and grabbing her hand. They chose you, just like they chose me. She flinched as my fingers twined with hers. I groaned as the sharpest sting whipped through my blood. Touching her was as painful as falling into a patch of nettles. She trembled in my hold, but she didn't try to pull away this time. She looked down at where we were linked, her lips tight and body tense. The sting between us grew hotter, arching with sensitivity. I'd never felt this way before. Never felt this level of awareness when sleeping beneath a tangle of woven limbs or running on a sun-etched day. But with this girl, I burned. I had every answer I needed. Salik and his pack had followed her, just as they'd followed me. We both had no memories. We both had a mark, and I dreamed of her. That was enough, more than enough, to say we had history. Until I knew what that history was, I wasn't going to let her out of my sight. Threading our fingers tighter together, I tugged. Come.
Come?
Her eyes snapped to mine.
Come where?
Salik's cave.
Cave?
She dug her heels into the earth as I dragged her toward the hilltops on the horizon.
I can't go to a cave. I'm expected back at camp.
She looked over her shoulder again with a different fear in her eyes.
I'm so far from them. I didn't see how far I walked. I need to get back. They'll worry.
The thought of her being with others filled me with hot possession. You said they found you. They are not your kin. I pulled again, firmer this time. But I am. We were together in a life we can't remember. We just need time to...
Let me go.
Her hand squirmed in mine.
I can't just leave.
She tripped as I kept pulling, wanting to break into a run, but unable to with her dragging her heels.
I said, let me go. I can't go with you.
I slammed to a stop. But I found you. I told you I know you...
You said you don't recognize me. That isn't knowing someone, that's just blind delusion.
I'd rather live in a delusion than survive another day alone. Temper flared as she tried to use her other hand to pry my fingers off her. Until we know for sure, you'll be safer with me. We can remember together.
Just because you think we're the same doesn't mean I'm yours.
It does. And even if it didn't, I've already made my choice.
What choice?
I've chosen you as my mate.
What?
Salik has many. I only need one. I choose you. Her squirming turned into outright struggling.
I'm not anyone's mate, especially someone as dream-touched as you. Let me go.
I can't. I pulled her until she stumbled. I can't lose you now that I've found you. She stilled and took a deep breath, fighting her own rising temper. She used words that sounded kind, but in a tone that couldn't hide her frustration.
Then come back with me. Meet the Nil. Request Solon to ask the flames where you belong. If there's anyone qualified to help you, it's him.
I don't want him. I want you.
You're not listening to me.
She locked her legs, leaning all her weight backward.
I'm not going with you.
You have to, I growled, slipping into the tongue the wolves had taught me. My teeth itched as if my canines lengthened into fangs like Salak's. I'm not leaving without you.
Then we have a problem because I'm not going with you.
But, I swallowed, unable to understand. We were alone. We found each other. Why wouldn't you come with me when we finally have each other? She narrowed her eyes.
I'm not alone anymore. I was found by others, like I told you. I cannot just abandon them.
I froze. Darkness descended over my thoughts. Are there other males?
What?
I drew her into me, locking my eyes onto hers. Is that why you don't want to go with me? Because you've already been claimed by another? I felt sick.
No, I haven't been claimed.
She spluttered.
But that's beside the point.
She scratched at where our palms were joined.
Just let me go and return with me. They'll welcome you. They took me in even though I have no memory, just like you. They'll give you a place to stay while you remember.
I remember you. That's all I need to know.
But you said you don't recognize me.
She repeated, her cheeks turning red. Not your face, but I recognize your heart. I pressed my free hand over the swell of her breast, seeking the rhythm of her spirit. I recognize this. I know I do. Your heartbeat calls to mine. Tell me you don't feel that. Tell me that you don't suffer the same sting that I do. She went instantly, shockingly still. I froze too. Beneath the fur, the thundering of her heart kissed my fingertips. The crackling awareness between us flowed with thicker heat. She sucked in a thin breath, forcing more of her feminine flesh into my palm.
Whoever you are, please, let me go.
Whoever I was. She couldn't have wounded me worse if she tried. She watched me as if I'd forced myself upon her, as if I'd ignored every protective instinct, every honor-bound worship I held for her and hurt her. I'm sorry. I bit through gritted teeth, dropping my hand from her breast.
For touching me?
She shivered, still trying to escape. No. I looked down at where I held her, committing to what had to be done.
For what then?
For this. Without warning, I jerked her forward and caught her as she tripped into my arms. She made a small sound of surprise as I ducked, plucked her effortlessly from the ground, and threw her unceremoniously over my shoulder. She grunted as the air in her lungs vanished. Not giving her time to settle or fight, I locked my arm over the back of her thighs and ran.
Stop!
She pounded on my lower back.
Put me down!
I didn't speak. I decided I didn't like words. They were flimsy and pointless. The language of wolves was so much more efficient. She was mine. I'd claimed her. That was all she needed to understand. Growling, I forced more power into my legs, bounding through the grass with speed. The girl screamed. Her cry echoed over the plains, but I didn't care. She'd be safe with me and Salak and the wolves who'd kept her alive in the dark.
Stop! I have to go back. You can't do this.
She punched my back with raining fists. I didn't stop. I didn't slow. I wouldn't stop until we were... Something crashed into my side, sending me tumbling to the ground. Grass flattened as I landed heavily. The girl kicked me, crawling out of my hold as I struggled to catch a breath. Wincing at the pain in my hip, I struggled to climb to my feet, only for a blur of something golden and spotty to leap on my back. The warm weight of it pinned my belly to the earth. Claws pierced my skin, and the steady pant and warming growl of a predator sent chills down my spine. I stiffened as the beast lowered its head, its stiff whiskers tickling my nape. Its hot breath gusted over me as it snarled right in my ear.
Sin, don't.
The girl came closer, limping a little from our tumble, her bare legs coming into my sight as she bent and touched the creature atop me.
Let him stand.
The beast snarled again, its claws sinking deeper into my back.
Please.
The girl lowered her voice.
Just let him go. We need to return to Naya and Hyath.
With a sharp breath, the girl switched back to the language she'd used when we first met, the one I hadn't been able to understand. The first sentence was just a tangle of sounds, but the second, something happened. The tones slipped and slided, changing shape and reforming. Slowly they settled into something comprehensible. How? I didn't know. Why? I didn't care. All that mattered was I understood her in all ways, and the rest of her sentences weren't foreign.
He's like me, Sin. He can't remember who he is or where he's from. Let him go so he can return to his own family. We'll go back to ours.
She was wrong that I had my own family. I had wolves who'd prevented me from dying. I had a pack that gave me comfort when I was so ready for death. But they didn't erase the longing within me, the hollowness that carved its way through me, only ceasing the moment I found her. Inhaling against the agony of claws in my back, I grunted in the tongue she'd used. My family is you, no matter how much you try to deny it. I daren't turn my head to look at her, staring on my belly with the beast hovering over my nape. The girl sucked in a breath.
You speak Firenese now? I thought you couldn't understand.
I couldn't.
Then how?
Just like you suddenly knew my tongue, I suddenly knew yours. I clenched as the beast gave a vicious growl. The more you talked, the more it unraveled in my ears. It's as familiar to me now as the other language we used. Silence fell before she whispered.
This doesn't make any sense.
Nothing had made sense since I'd awoken with nothing and spent an eternity trying to find what I'd lost. She was what I'd lost. I was sure of it. I'm not leaving you here, I said. You're meant to be with me. My ribs cracked with hope when she didn't say anything. She paced a little, her bare feet the only thing I could see. Finally, she backed out of my vision, her voice filled with command.
Sin, let him go.
The beast grumbled but retracted its claws. With a wicked hiss, it leaped nimbly off my back, giving me room to suck in a proper breath without being stabbed with its talons. I waited for a few heartbeats before shifting to my hands and knees. Glancing at the white-haired girl, I tensed at the creature sitting beside her. Its two tails lashed angrily. Golden spots decorated its hide, and two stubby antlers crowned its feline head. A lynx. I'd seen them in my wanderings. I'd heard them snarl as they hunted in the night. The girl rested her hand on the lynx's head.
Come back with me. I'll introduce you to the Nil. I think it's important that you speak to Solon.
I sat on my haunches, twisting to check the pinprick wounds on my back. I have to return to Salak. He'll be wondering where I am.
Salak is your family?
I nodded and stood. Holding out my hand, inviting another hiss from the lynx, I said, Come with me. You have to come with me. The girl shook her head sadly.
I can't. The Nil people are the reason I'm alive. I can't just leave without telling them.
So tell them, I growled, slipping back into an easier language. Tell them that we found each other after too much time apart, and you no longer need them. She ran her hands over the lynx's head.
But I do need them.
Her confession struck me in the chest. She didn't feel it. Didn't feel the fiery bond or the absolute rightness. To her, I was just a stray. And unlike Salak, who'd taken me into his pack, she wanted to cast me out of it. Anger slipped through me again. Rejection dripped like ice down my spine. I tried one last time. I can't be the only one feeling this way. Stalking into her, I grabbed her wrist. Touch me, taste me. Let your heart guide you instead of your... The lynx moved too fast. In a golden-spotted blur, it leaped on me, sinking its fangs into my forearm, biting down. Hard. Teeth crunched against bone. I bellowed. I scrambled for its muzzle, blazing agony ripping through me.
Sin!
The girl yelled, trying to grab the lynx as I tripped backward, yanking my arm, tearing flesh, unable to get it out of the beast's jaws.
Sin, let him go.
The deeper the cat bit me, the more words and mortality flew from my mind. I sank into the darkness where Salak and his hunters dwelled. I embraced their furiousness. I bared my teeth. I let hot black heat unfurl through me. Shadows seeped and thickened around my legs. The girl gasped. The lynx hissed and bit me deeper, its fangs tearing tendons and other important things. I roared and tore its teeth out of my arm, knocking the beast away. I growled as loud and as deep as any alpha, and the ground rumbled. The cat sprang for me again, its pounce messy and mouth bloody. I struck it in the chest, sending it sprawling to the crushed grass below. My forearm was shredded. Muscle gleamed rich red while white bone vanished beneath pulses of spilling blood. My fingers didn't feel normal. Pain flushed my body as sweat broke out over my chest. My eyes turned hazy as more shades curled around me. Shades I didn't summon yet seemed to cloak me, waiting for my decree. I looked at the white-haired girl, at the way she clasped both hands over her mouth and stayed rooted to the spot. I drank in her face, her figure, and the faint golden glow that had appeared over her skin. You always glow when I kiss you. I brushed my lips on hers.
Only because you make my heart spill with light.
She kissed me back.
Now stop talking and...
My spine cracked as the vision ripped through my mind. Please. I gasped around the scalding torture in my arm. See what I see. That's all I ask. See me. Her eyes flared, and for a fragile, wonderful moment there was something. A warmth, a spark, the barest crack in her memories. It sent me tripping into her, bleeding all over the grass, not caring that my feet moved in shadow. You remembered something. What? What did you... The lynx caterwauled and launched at me again, going for my ankle, its savage teeth ready to rip out my calf. My shadows hissed around it, coiling around its two tails, smothering it in sudden darkness. The lynx howled, snapping at each shade before pouncing at me, its teeth grazing my thigh. I stumbled backward, my eyes never leaving hers. I waited for her to choose me like I'd chosen her. I begged her to call off the beast and let me touch her, remind her, give us a chance at being happy after such misery. But she didn't. She hung her head and whispered,
You need a healer. Go, before she hurts you again.
I had no healer. But at least I had a wolf pack that had treated me far better than she had. My heart shattered as the choice was made for me. I wasn't welcome. I'd found her only to lose her all over again. With sorrow burning and pain drenching my system, I looked at the female who was supposed to be mine, the girl I kissed and worshipped in my dreams, then summoned the shadow's swift darkness. Without another word, I bolted into the grass. The lynx gave chase but couldn't match me. I didn't look back.
Chapter 11. Girl. I tripped into camp, Sin at my heels, my basket empty of grain and my heart still pounding. Is he the one? The one who tasted like midnight and honey? I felt sick, cruel, cold-hearted. If he was the one, why didn't I recognize him? Why was his face as strange to me as the nil males when I'd first met them? Why didn't my memories come flooding back, unlocked thanks to him finding me? I flinched as Sin huffed beside me. The way he'd looked at me, the sorrow in his stare, and the pleading in his touch. He hadn't been a threat, even though fear convinced me otherwise. He'd just been lost, just like me. Lost and confused, and so terribly alone. What have I done? I should have made him come back with me. I should have stopped Sin. I should have... Girl? Naya intercepted me as I rushed toward Solin's Lupik. I gripped my empty basket as her eyes met mine. full of friendship and happiness. But then they clouded as she drank me in. By the fire, what happened? Grabbing my basket, she tossed it to the ground, as her gaze narrowed at the spray of blood across my belly. The blood that had spurted from the man as sin ripped into him. The man with a mark like me, no memories like me, and the unexplainable gift of suddenly knowing 2 different languages. Like me. Had I been born knowing the first tongue he'd used? An almost lyrical, guttural language that came from the heart instead of the mind. Or had I spoken Pyrenees first? I'd been dying by the river when Naya found me. My mind had been loose and almost untethered from my mortal body when she first spoke. I couldn't remember if I couldn't understand Naya from the very first words she'd said, or if my mind had slowly grown used to her language, twisting itself to understand, just like it had been with the strange tongue the man had used. The man who was hurt, bleeding. Answer me. Naya grabbed my elbow, her black eyes locked on the dry crimson marking me. Did someone hurt you? Did Actor or Kiva? No. I shook my head, pulling my arm out of her grasp. It wasn't them. Glancing around, I cringed as other Nil people cast curious glances our way as they went about their afternoon. Sin huffed again and took off, her 2 tails lashing, bolting back into the grass ringing the camp. Had she gone to chase after the man she'd hurt? The man who'd snarled as savagely as the very wolves who'd hunted me? Was he dead? Could someone survive a wound like that? I shouldn't have sent him away. It didn't matter that he'd touched me, scared me, and tried to take me. All I could remember was his howl of pain as Sin's fangs sank into his arm and, "Girl, you're scaring me." Naya lowered her voice to a whisper. "You can speak to me. You can tell me anything. I'll always keep whatever you tell me in confidence. So tell me, what happened?" Swallowing hard, I hugged myself, trying to hide the spray of blood. It's not mine. There was... I bit my lip. How could I tell her a naked, filthy man was out in the grasslands? A man whose skin seemed to hold a shred of midnight, even while the sun shone. A man whose black hair touched his shoulders with tangles and leaves, and eyes that were as smoky and as mysterious as the shadows. His voice had been as deep as thunder rippling over the horizon, his body carved from the very stones that made up mountains. And the mark on his thigh, in the same position as mine, had bled just like me. Everything about him had been rich and raw and real. I'd been drawn to him, aware of him, but I didn't remember him. And that had broken a piece of him that had watched me with such hope. Nausea crawled up my throat with guilt. Hyeth suddenly appeared from her lupic, a short distance from Solon's. She carried a basket of fresh river reeds, no doubt to sit by the central fire and weave more bowls and mats that were used to cover the earth and to hold food in our homes. Her eyes cast over us, held, then narrowed. She shifted course, striding quickly toward us. Naya stiffened a little and crossed her arms. "Hyeth, you can't tell anyone." "Tell anyone what?" Her gaze switched from friendly curiosity to tight with worry as she noticed the blood on my belly. "Oh, by the fire, what happened?" "She won't tell me," Naya muttered. "She just keeps blinking." Hyeth studied me for a moment before grabbing my hand and yanking me into Solon's lupic. The moment the heavy bison hide cocooned us, Hyeth let me go and placed the basket of reeds on the ground by the entrance. The small hearth waited for a fire, and the furs Solon slept in were tidy and made. My own furs on the other side of the lupic had been rolled up, like I did every morning so as not to take up too much space. The fire reader is with Trawl and Tiptoo, Hyeth said, stepping toward the large wooden bowl that held water for drinking, cooking, and cleaning. They're arranging a small feast in honor of their new son, so we have time to talk privately. Using one of the carved cups waiting on the floor by the bowl, she scooped up some water, snatched a strip of supple animal skin that was used for washing hands and faces, then came toward me. I allowed Naya to lead me to sit on the reed mats around the empty hearth. No one spoke as Hyeth wet the animal skin, then held it out to me with a raised eyebrow. I took it, blinking as the water dripped through my fingers. "Use it to wipe off the blood, girl," Hyeth said quietly, her eyes tightening with worry. The two women shared a look as I shook my head, dispelling the repeating images of the man being mauled by sin, the man who looked at me as if I held his very heart. I shuddered and washed away his blood. The water was cold on my warm flesh, reminding me of his touch. His fingers had been rough and dirty, but cool and refreshing in the sun. And when his skin touched mine, I gulped. He'd been right. It stung. His touch stung with power I couldn't describe, an awareness full of stinging possibilities. It had been so potent, so painful, that I'd forgotten to look at the sky to see if I'd be punished. "That's good. All clean." Hyeth took the sodden skin from me before setting it on the upturned log next to her that was used as a stool or table. "Now," she narrowed her eyes at me, then Naya, "tell us what happened." Licking her lips, she added, "We lost sight of you while we were in the grass. After we separated, I just assumed you'd headed back to the camp when we couldn't see you. What happened? What did you see? What got hurt? An animal?" "Not what," I whispered, hugging my now damp belly. "Who?" Both girls stiffened. They didn't speak, waiting for me to continue. The steady thud of 4 paws wrenched up my chin as the entrance flaps parted, moving aside for the sleek lynx to pad her way inside. Naya scratched Sin on her muscular flank as she passed by, but stayed silent as Sin walked right into me, headbutting my chest with her adolescent head and baby antlers. A breath escaped me as she whimpered and collapsed into my lap, her 2 tails lanked over the mats as she lowered her head into my arms. The silence turned heavy as the 2 Nil women saw, just as clearly as I did, the blood staining Sin's muzzle and white silvery chest. "Oh no," Hyeth shuddered beside me. Did she kill someone?" She fell backward onto her rear, her hands clamping over her mouth. Who did she kill?" Sin whined again, snuggling deeper into my arms as if seeking my forgiveness. Part of me wanted to deny her attempt at an apology. She shouldn't have attacked that man. If she hadn't, he might have come back with me. He could be here right now, ready to join us for a feast and most likely be granted the same wonderful welcome as me. But then again, if she hadn't attacked him, he would have taken me away. He had me over his shoulder, running in the wrong direction, taking me from my new friends who had saved my life and given me a home. So really, Sin didn't need my forgiveness because she was the reason I was here and not gone. She'd given me her protection without question and done what she'd believed was right for her pack. It was me who should have stopped her. Me who should have insisted he return to camp so the Nil healers could tend to him. But those shadows, they'd come from nowhere and coiled sinisterly around his legs. They'd wrapped around Sin until she yelped and fought back, far worse than before. He was otherworldly, magical, different. Sighing deeply, I wrapped my arms around the feline and pressed a kiss into her head. "Thank you for protecting me, Sin. But next time, Naya exploded. What next time? She protected you from what? From who? With the lynx in my arms, words were easier to speak. I walked farther than I thought. I fell into the rhythm of harvesting, and I didn't see how far I'd gone. I heard something behind me. I thought it was you coming to say chores were over for the day. But there was a man. A man. Hyath's pale skin flushed. What man? One of our men? I shook my head. Someone I've never seen before. A wanderer, then. Someone walking from village to village in Quellis? Sharing our tales and spreading news from afar? I don't think he was a wanderer. I pictured him again. The wildness of him. The feralness and harshness. He'd smelled of earth and moss, as if he lived somewhere the sun couldn't touch with beasts unlike us. He was alone. I shook my head, forcing myself to keep talking. He spoke a different language, but I understood him somehow. I swallowed hard as I looked at both girls. He said he'd been searching, like I have, that he lost his memories and didn't know where his people were. He's like you? Naya gasped, sitting on her knees, her fur coverings bristling as she inhaled deeply. By the fire, girl. He could be from your home. He could know you. Did you know him? Why didn't you bring him back with you? Sin whimpered and curled up tighter against me, as if she knew we would blame her. Stroking the lynx, I murmured, because he tried to take me back to the family that saved him. He was rather insistent. I shrugged, sweeping over the fact that he'd hauled me over his shoulder and ran swifter than any mortal I knew. That's when Sin attacked him. Both women had no response. As one, they looked at Sin and her red-stained mouth. She bit him? Asked Naya. I nodded. Badly. How badly? His arm was torn to the bone. Prickles danced down my back. My heart pounded harder. What if he was unconscious in the grasslands? What if he didn't survive? What about the fevers and sickness and... We have to find him. If he's hurt, then he needs a healer, Hyath said. Way will help. I blinked in surprise. You'd do that? You'd help him? Even when he tried to take me? Even though he pleads shadow. Hyath shifted onto her knees, matching Naya's position. If he's like you and has no memories or anyone to call his own, then I suppose his actions at trying to take you are understandable. You probably don't remember this because you were in and out of awareness for days after we brought you back to camp, but while you were healing, you kept trying to crawl out of your furs and resume your search. You were very insistent that you had to find what you'd lost. You spoke of things I still don't understand. What things? I asked. Things like...
sunshine murdering life, and the moon granting death an everlasting sanctuary.
Solin's voice cut through the lupic as he entered. Outside, the sun was setting in a blaze of oranges, golds, and purples. Letting the flap slide back into position, Solin clasped his hands over the fur wrapped around his thighs and came toward us. He didn't stop until he towered above, his dark skin glistening with heat and his hair heavy with carved beads. Beads I'd helped make, taught by older Nil women who used tree sap to roll and pierce before baking them in the fire.
Why are you three in here, talking about girls' hallucinations while she healed?
Solin asked with an edge to his rough voice. I couldn't catch a proper breath. What would Solin do if he found out a man like me had tried to claim me for his own? Would he send out the hunters to track him? Girl met a stranger in the grass seas, Spirit Master, Naya said, rising from her feet in an effortless glide. He had no memories like her and was eager to keep her with him. Glancing at the lynx, she added, Sin attacked him and he left. Isn't that right, girl? Her dark gaze met mine. Her eyebrow quirked. I nodded and looked up at Solon, ignoring how he stood so proud and strong. He'd been so generous with me, so patient and kind. However, apart from sleeping in the same lupik, we didn't spend a lot of time together. He was busy with clan affairs, and I did my best to be helpful with any tasks that needed doing. But now he watched me as if he'd gathered all my secrets and made them his own.
Will you leave us, Naya and Hyath? I believe Tiptu requires some help with the feast.
Of course. The two young women gave me a smile before brushing off their furs and vanishing out of the lupik. Sin stood from her spot on my lap, keeping her head low and contrite. She went to leave, but Solon bent and grabbed her around the jaw, peering at the redness staining her fangs.
So Sin is the reason you're still here and not with this strange man?
His quick assessment of the truth made my heart pound harder. Yes.
Is he badly hurt?
His arm is torn.
Did you bring him back to camp, or did he run like Naya said?
He ran.
Which direction?
He let Sin go, heading toward the water bowl. The lynx slipped out as Solon selected a cup, gathering some water, then drank his fill. Droplets dripped down his chest as his throat worked. After his second glass, he wiped his mouth and turned back to face me.
Which direction, girl?
Standing, I clasped my hands. Toward the hills in the distance.
That is far.
Solon scratched his clean-shaven cheek.
Are you sure he went that way? It would be a very long journey.
I didn't know what to say, so I stayed silent. I didn't know how long it would take or if the injured man could make such a trip. Solon paced around the cold hearth, staring at the rocks ringing the ash and charred wood of last night's flame. He cocked his head as if the fire still spoke to him, even while extinguished. He completed 3 circles before finally stopping and looking at me across the stones.
A full moon cycle you've lived in my home. Yet you're still nameless and clanless. Your memories are stubborn, and despite your desperation to know, you are afraid.
He crossed his arms. The air thickened with tension as he said,
I have permitted you to stay, not out of the goodness of my heart, girl, but because the flames told me of your arrival the night before Naya found you. Just like they told me a stranger would appear and try to take you. A stranger that isn't permitted to have you.
I gasped. Who is he? Do you know? Solon ignored me, continuing.
The fire told me of a girl who has sunshine trapped in her eyes, emptiness coating her mind, and flames dancing in her blood. It told me that you are different, that there are things about you that have to be taught and treasured, but others that have to be harnessed and feared. I spent many a meeting with our chief and chiefess, deciding on what to do with you.
My knees wobbled as I tripped back a step. What to do with me? I glanced at the exit and the setting sun outside. I'd believed I was safe here, yet the way Solon looked at me made my instincts prickle to hide. I don't know what that means, Fire Reader. I bowed my head in respect.
Neither do I.
Solon clenched his jaw, watching me closely.
But the fact that a strange male tried to take you today, a male that the flames foresaw, means we need to find out, before it's too late.
Hugging myself, I said, I wasn't going to go with him. I fought. I told him I wished to stay with the Nil people, and how grateful I am for the home you've all given me.
Good.
He nodded fiercely.
We found you for a reason. The fire whispered of your arrival and guided Naya and the hunting party to find you. It wants you here, girl, and it sees you are worth protecting if it showed me this stranger last night. A stranger that threatens your life amongst the Nil.
I swayed on the spot, trying to braid Solon's warnings with how I'd felt in the strange man's presence. Yes, I'd been afraid, but also awestruck. I'd been wary but alive, And when he'd touched me, it wasn't terror that made my skin spark, but a connection that twined around my heart full of hope and pain. Solin's deep voice cut through my thoughts.
You're the only one I've ever permitted to live with me. My space is guarded because my visions are needed to keep us safe. Yet I permit you to stay under my roof because I see something.
When he didn't continue, I asked quietly, "What do you see?" His eyes locked on mine.
You are not like the others.
How? I whispered, unable to hide my sadness. I didn't want to be different. I wanted to be like Naya and Hyeth and the other incredible people of the Nil. How am I not like them?
In the same way that I am not like them.
Solon stepped around the stones, keeping his black eyes locked on mine.
The same way the fire whispers to me. The same way the flames grant visions and knowledge.
His voice lowered with weight.
The same way they whisper to you.
My mouth fell open as I shook my head. The fire doesn't speak to me, Solon. I've never heard.
You have.
Stopping before me, he reached out and cupped my cheek. His skin was warm and dry, weathered but soft. So different from the black-haired man in the grass. So different to the spark and stinging current I drowned under when he touched me.
It speaks to you,
he murmured.
I've watched you in your sleep. When I'm in a trance, the fire isn't content to just whisper in my ear anymore. It attempts to whisper into yours. I noticed it the first night you came to us, and it's the reason I've kept you close.
I stopped breathing as he ran his thumb over my cheekbone.
You just don't know how to listen.
Dropping his hand, he cut around me, heading toward his furs.
Now, go join the others and help with the feast. Make sure you eat well. You'll need your strength.
My legs obeyed him, and I left the Lupic without another word, but my heart pounded. 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 Why would I need my strength? What exactly was he about to do? I stared into the flames, studying their flicker, straining to hear a single whisper. Nothing. It was just a fire, crackling and sizzling, keeping the clan warm and food cooked as night deepened and the full moon shone from its throne above. "Are you sure you're not hungry, girl? You've hardly eaten anything." Naya passed me one of the bone platters full of fruits, vegetables, and smoked meat that had done the rounds amongst the clan. The feast, in honor of the chief and chiefess's new son, had been a great success, judging by the happy smiles of the faces of older and younger generations. The pipe and its sweet-smelling smoke had been passed around, along with the purple liquid I'd been taught was wine. "I'm not really hungry, Naya." I smiled at my friend before glancing at Solon, who sat outside Trawl and Tiptu's Lupic at the head of the fire. I cringed as he caught my eyes. I swore he could hear me, even though we weren't close, almost as if the fire stole my words and fed them back to him in smoky whispers. "Okay," Naya sighed, about to pass the platter to another. "Wait." I grabbed it. "On second thought, I am a little hungry." She beamed. "Excellent. Eat anything you want." Placing the platter on my lap, I selected 2 small flatbreads, wrapped them around some charred root vegetables that grew in the carefully tended gardens, thanks to traded seeds and bison dung, and dunked the ends in honey. "This is perfect." I held up my dinner, letting Naya grab the platter. "Thank you." "You're welcome." She grinned and passed the food to a male I recognized, but hadn't had much to do with. He winked and carried the feast to a small group on the outskirts of the camp. The men there smoked a pipe, laughing loudly at something someone said. My skin prickled as I looked around, at the happiness and merriment, at the abundance of food and drink and friends. An aching filled me as I slowly ate my vegetable wraps. The man from the grasslands, did he have food to eat? Did he have Lupics to sleep in safely? Did he have friends to laugh with? The aching grew worse at the thought of losing what I'd been so lucky to find. Naya danced where we sat on the ground, her upper body swaying to the steady drum beats, thanks to 3 older males thumping wooden bowls with cured skin stretched over the top. The sound ranged from so deep it throbbed right in my heart to so soft it tickled my memory-lost spirit. "Lekka looks happier tonight," Naya said softly, leaning into me. I finished my food and licked my fingers clean. The meal sat heavy in my belly, but at least I'd obeyed Solon and eaten. Glancing at the men standing in their own cluster just out of the fire's reach, I studied Lekka, the male who'd lost his mate and was lucky enough to have caught the eye of my friend. I nodded and gave her a smile. "He does. You should go talk to him." She blushed. "Oh, I couldn't. Not with the whole clan watching. That's basically a declaration of desire." "Isn't that what you'd like, though?" I asked, still learning the Nil customs. Looking around to make sure no one else could overhear, she shifted closer and said, "When autumn slips into winter, we celebrate the last autumn moon. The seasons will change, and there will be a festival of life and death." "What does that have to do with Lekka?" She blushed a duskier pink. "The Ayam festival honors the life cycle. Autumn brings winter, which brings death to so many things, but then spring renews everything that winter kills. We celebrate by choosing to share life, plant seeds, and invite rebirth for the next year." "So you tend to the garden. You plant seeds so they may sprout in the spring?" I tilted my head, gathering up my colorless hair and coiling it into a thick rope over my shoulder. She shook her head with a soft chuckle. "I keep forgetting that you have no idea about our ways. We've only been friends for a short while, but I feel as if you've been in my life far longer." My heart swelled with affection and gratitude. "Me too, Naya. I couldn't imagine a life without you and this clan now." I shivered at how true that was. I'd chosen the Nil over the strange man, regardless of our similar marks, foreign tongues, and forgotten memories. I'd made my choice, yet guilt twinged my heart. Was he okay? Was he still bleeding, or had he reached his home and been tended? I shot a furtive glance at Solon. He bowed his head with Troll, deep in conversation. Both dark-skinned men cast an aura of authority and power, making my pulse stutter with worry. All night, Solon had remained with the chief and hadn't shown any signs of what he had planned. But the air was different, poised, hinting he was up to something. The waiting was making me sick. "The autumn moon ceremony doesn't include gardening, girl," Naya giggled, wrenching me out of my thoughts. "But it does include sharing seed and possibly starting new life." She stared me right in the eye, her lips pursed, as if I would suddenly know what she meant. "The autumn festival is an evening of life, girl. Life and love and bedding." "Oh!" I hunched, curling my shoulders, as if what we discussed could be kept a secret. "You're talking about mates." He touched my breast. His hand had been heavy, possessive, tangling my stomach with so many thorny things. "I'm talking about a night of freedom and celebration, a night where all the adult members of the clan can choose to participate." "You can participate too, girl," Naya whispered. "You can watch or spend the night with one of your choosing. The festival is about love in its purest form. Mated couples may stay with each other or lay with someone new. You may sleep with one or many, separately or together." Images of bareness and thrusting doused me with shyness. The short, sharp burst of bliss that left birds with fluffed-up wings and beasts with exhausted grunts. I'd seen a few clan members coupling, usually late at night when desires were inflamed by purple wine. I'd even stumbled over Way and Hyatt kissing in the grasses when I'd gone to relieve myself one night. Their moans of ecstasy had chased me all the way back to the camp. They all seemed to enjoy it, but I wasn't so sure. I wasn't comfortable being touched. I still harbored a fear that something bad would happen. He touched me. He'd touched me where no one else had, yet we hadn't been punished. Clearing my throat, I did my best to stop thinking about him. I understand what you mean now, that it's a night of desire, but I still don't understand what that has to do with you and Lekka. Naya smiled secretly. It means there are no rules that night. No elders reading into an innocent chat. No matchmakers trying to pair up a new matehood from a single glance. She licked her lips, her eyes catching the fire. There are no rules, girl. Only urges and passions. I've not been of age to join, but this year I'll be permitted. I've never been with a man before, and if I'm with Lekka on that night, he won't feel any obligation to offer me a hearth and wed me afterward. He hasn't participated in the festival since Dowie passed away, and he never shared or chose anyone else other than her while they were together. But I'm hopeful that this autumn his heart will be healed enough to follow me when I take his hand. My chest ached with hope for her and longing for me. Have I ever lain with a man? I didn't know what experiences my body had been through, and apart from my scars, gathered like mementos on my lonely travels, I didn't know my own skin. Naya sighed heavily, her gaze locked on Lekka across the camp. I took her hand and squeezed. I have no doubt he will go with you. You think? She bit her bottom lip. I'm not so sure. What if another girl offers? What if he beds someone from a different clan? What if he leaves with them and I never see him again? Then you deserve someone who loves you and sees how incredible you are. She squeezed my fingers in return, looking at where we were joined. I know Olish will probably offer you to share his furs that night. I catch him watching you. I blinked. The healer? I untangled our touch and rubbed at my hot cheeks. You're mistaken. He took an interest in me because he helped me survive. His attention is purely from a healer's curiosity, that's all. She smirked and reclined, kicking her legs toward the fire. I guess we'll see once the festival is here, won't we? Quietness suddenly descended over the camp, wrenching my eyes up as Naya fell silent. Tiptu and Troll stood at the head of the fire, intricate necklaces that showed their station draped down to their bellies, bristling with feathers, shells, and beads. On their left stood Solon, who clutched his lynx skull staff and wore a rope of beads that swung from his throat to his fur-covered hips. On their right stood the chief's other two children, Nabin, a young girl I'd only spoken a few words to, and Actor, an older male I'd avoided for the past moon, not because Naya and Hyath warned me of his temper, but because whenever his black eyes landed on me, my instincts prickled to run. He glowered at me through the fire, his lips a thin line, his handsome features youthful but already wearing the same authority as his weathered father. I tore my gaze away, focusing on his mother, Tiptu. In her arms rested her new son, Bon. He kicked his pudgy, naked legs at the star-studded sky. Another cloudless night, just like all the rest since I'd been found by the Nil. The weather had never been so settled when I'd walked alone. Many nights the sky would open, drenching me and rinsing me clean, and if it hadn't been for that rain, I would have died of thirst long before they found me. The three men stopped playing their drums, and the clan shifted to gather tighter around the fire. Silence thickened as Solon passed his staff to Olish, who darted forward to claim it. The ashy swirls of his spirit tattoo gleamed in the firelight. Once his hands were free, Solon turned to Tiptu with outstretched arms. With a broad smile, Tiptu passed her naked, squirming babe to the fire reader. Troll patted Solon on the shoulder, as the chief and chiefess stood back, linking hands with their older children. Solon shifted toward the large fire, cuddling Bon close. The orange flames danced over the baby's dark skin, gleaming in Solon's ebony eyes. Holding Bon aloft, Solon spoke in a gravelly voice, echoing with power.
This feast is in Bon's honor. Tonight is his naming ceremony, so the spirits know who he is claimed by the living, loved by his family, and answerable to those who use the name that binds him to this world.
Solon's gaze traveled over each of us.
I present to you Bon, son of Tiptu and Troll, brother of Nabin and Octor, third in line to rule.
Bon.
Bon.
The clan raised their hands and voices, startling me. Once everyone fell quiet, Solon continued.
We welcome a new spirit into our ever-growing family. May he be cherished and cared for, and guided by our collective wisdom.
Another whoop, another fist to the moon.
Bon is third born to our leaders, third in line to lead. Vow here and now to keep Bon safe and secure within our family. Recognize him as your own, because we all share the same blood, same bone, same breath. We are fire needs. Fire sparks within each of us, just like within him.
Grasping Bon under the arms, Solon lifted him high into the sky.
Reveal that spark within you now. Share the element we all carry, so he can find his own. He is ours. He is one of us. He is yours.
Prickles darted down my back as everyone repeated, female voices threading with male, young with old. Palms were raised to the moon, and I gasped as the faintest glow of flames appeared in each of the Nil's hands. Just an ember, just a flicker, but it was a fire, and it burned.
He is ours. He is one of us. He is yours.
My head ripped to Naya. She cupped a faint glowing flame just before closing her fingers and snuffing it out with a wisp of smoke. The entire clan dropped their arms, the fire that they'd somehow conjured gone as quickly as it had appeared. How? This simple, happy clan, who all lived joyfully at the whims of the grass sea and migrating bison, had power in their blood that was only revealed at ceremonies? Questions ran wild as Solon gave a nod of approval, tucking Bon back into his arms as the youngling scrunched up his face and began to cry. With a chuckle, he ducked to the soot that formed from floating embers landing outside the stone-ringed fire and smeared his thumbprint right over Bon's heart. The ashy mark gleamed in the flames as the entire clan roared at the moon. Tiptu's cheeks were wet with tears as Solon passed him back to her. He kissed her cheek and slapped Troll on the shoulder before facing the fire and gathering the clan once again. My eyes remained on the chief and chiefess as Troll wrapped his arm around his mate, and Tiptu gave her crying babe something to suck on, slipping her finger into his mouth with a practiced motion, hushing his cries so Solon could speak. No one held fire in their unburned hands anymore, and the air of celebration switched to apprehension. Naya bowed closer. What is he doing? The naming ceremony is complete. How did you do that? How did you hold a flame in your palm? She gave me an odd look. Because we're descended from fire, how else do you think we start our fires so easily? Well, that didn't answer my question. It only granted more. I've never seen a fire being started. They're always just there. They're there because we ignite them whenever we choose, she smiled. We are envied for how quickly we can bring heat and light. The other kingdoms do not share our gift. Other kingdoms? My head rushed, trying to picture more people, more homes, more magic. Naya kept her eyes on Solon, who stood imposing and watchful. We are Quellis, the word for fire, but there are 3 others. Lokarth, earth, Revosa, air, and Vitek, water. Each govern their own people, and each clan have their own allegiance and gifts. A headache bloomed with knowledge that Naya spoke of so flippantly. It seemed I knew nothing of this world. It was so much bigger than I ever could have imagined. And each of these places, they all control a different element? She shot me another look, as if my lack of memories truly were frustrating at times. Of course they do. That's what makes them belong to their clan. It's not their skin color or race that depicts where they belong, but what element has touched them. Glancing at my bald hands, she added kindly, "You speak Firenese. Therefore you must come from Quellis and carry the same spark within you. If you didn't, you wouldn't be able to understand us, and wouldn't be permitted to become nil because one element cannot mate with another." My headache grew stronger. My heart fluttered faster. "You're forbidden to be with someone just because they come from somewhere else?" I couldn't believe that. The Nil had been so welcoming, so open. I could never imagine them turning someone away just because they ventured from a different kingdom. She sighed, her nervousness at Solon's brooding silence making her irritable. "Not forbidden, girl, just not done. Someone from Quellis cannot bed someone from Vitek, because their water element would extinguish our fire element. Just like someone from Ravosa cannot mate someone from Lokarth because air and earth are opposites. The borders are there for our protection." I couldn't understand. I'd walked this world. I'd walked for an eternity, and I hadn't stumbled over borders or forbidden places. Up until the day the Nil found me, I believed no one else existed. To be told there were other villages, other clans, other kingdoms, it made my temples throb and a sickening thought spill through my mind. I spoke another language. His language. What was it? Where was it from? Earth, air, or water? Where was he from? And how did I understand him if we were from different kingdoms? I shook my head, trying to form more questions, but Naya glanced around, jumping in surprise as Hyeth appeared, her pale skin looking as white as the full moon when she dropped to her haunches beside us. "What's Solon doing?" Hyeth whispered. "He's just standing there, watching. The feast is over."
"Tonight's feast has a second purpose,"
Solon suddenly announced, slipping from silent to commanding. His voice was as cutting as the fire.
"I wish we could have had 2 naming ceremonies for the 2 newcomers to our family. Yet a name cannot be given to someone who already has one. Someone who has forgotten it as surely as she has forgotten her past. Someone who has proven herself worthy of becoming Nil."
His dark eyes locked on mine, glaring at me through the flames. The entire clan shifted. My skin seared as each one studied me. I shrank beside Naya, hugging my knees and fighting the urge to bolt into the tall grass.
"Tonight I have been given permission by our chief and chiefess to perform something dangerous. I have been your fire reader and spirit master for many years. Serving you has been my greatest honor. As you know, my heart belongs to the flames. I have been steadfast in that calling, yet I cannot ignore the calling I now have toward the girl Naya found a moon ago."
Pointing at me, he commanded,
"Stand, girl."
I trembled and didn't move. Actor crossed his arms, his shoulders bunched with unconcealed disapproval. Kiva slipped closer to the Nil air, his lips twisted with falsehoods and slander. They whispered together at the top of the fire, throwing me angry glances. What were they saying? Why did they—
"Stand, girl."
Solon snapped.
"Now."
"Get up," Hyeth whispered fiercely, cupping my elbow and hoisting me upright. Naya slapped a hand on my hip, steadying me as I swayed. I blinked as the fire surged, blinding me with orange and yellow heat. I froze as a hiss slithered through the crackles, coiling around my neck, fingering my hair. I shuddered. I'd felt that. Felt the hiss, felt the burn of the fire as it grew in size the moment I stood before it. It danced and glowed as if proving to me that I was descended from its flames, and it would have no more of my doubting. I swallowed hard as Solon narrowed his gaze at the flickering flames before lowering his hands and fisting them by his sides. Smoke poured from his clenched knuckles, feathering down his bare legs and soaking into the ground. I couldn't look away.
"The girl has no memory, but she is one of us,"
Solon said.
"She carries fire in her blood. I am sure of it. And it's time for her to remember so she can face her fate."
My fate? I balled my hands, my smokeless, flameless hands. I possessed no such gift. I didn't carry flames in my blood. I was just me. But you don't know who that is. My trembles increased as Solon opened his fingers, the smoke that had poured from his palms igniting into a snarling blaze. The flames danced up his arms, but his skin didn't catch fire. He didn't burn, didn't scream. My mouth parted as Chief Trull stepped forward, looking at each of his clan.
"You all have the choice, here and now. I have granted permission for our fire reader to help our guest step into her past and remember. His service to our clan could be put at risk. Only he communes with the flames. Only he can interpret its messages. And only he can help the girl return to her trueness."
The chief glanced at Solon, who stood with his arms wide and hands cupping fire.
"Our spirit master is willing to share a trance with this girl, not because he wishes to gift her back her past, but because the flames have spoken of a future she needs to face. A future that could affect each of you."
His voice thickened as he continued.
"He has mine and Tiptu's permission, but he needs yours too. Why the flames speak to him about this girl is still unknown. What will happen when they slip into its embrace is a question we have no answers for. But what we do know is, this girl was found by us for a reason, and we need to learn that reason before it's too late."
Naya and Hyath gasped. Solon never took his eyes off of me, as the fire in his hands snuffed out. He lowered his arms with finality.
"If anyone has an objection, speak now."
A faint female voice cut through the tension. "When will you do the trance?"
"Tomorrow night."
I choked. "So soon?"
"Why must you share her trance?"
someone else asked.
"Just let the flames take her the way they take you."
Solon crossed his arms.
"She must be taught, guided. She does not know how." "Why do the flames speak to you about this girl?"
A man shouted.
"That is what I intend to find out."
Solon replied, his eyes tight and scanning the murmuring crowd.
"Anyone else?"
Ice slipped down my spine as no one spoke, and no more hands were raised. I wanted them to object, to refuse him permission. I wanted someone to stop this because I wasn't ready. I didn't think I'd ever be ready. What if I wasn't Quellis? What if they found out I was from somewhere else and they banished me? My mind exploded with the stranger who'd tried to claim me, at the way shadows had thickened around his legs. He could create shadows like Solon could harness smoke, so perhaps he was from Quellis after all. And if he could conjure smoke, maybe I could too. I jumped as Solon clapped his hands, the loud noise echoing through the camp.
"It's settled then. The girl and I will find out her heritage tomorrow evening. Tiptu and Palin will arrange the ritual to prepare her. For now, I will step into the fire on my own to ensure tomorrow is as safe as possible."
Throwing a look at the leaders, their children, and the rest of us, Solon bowed his chin and strode through the crowd to his lupic. He vanished inside. The strain in the night sky vanished with him. People returned to smoking the sweet-smelling pipe and sharing potent purple wine. They returned to life without worry, all while mine had turned into a churning, sickening mess. "It will be okay, girl," Naya whispered. "You'll see." "Solon won't let anything bad happen to you," Hyeth murmured. "This time tomorrow, you might remember everything about your past, and we might have a name in which to call you." Both women smiled, but it didn't reach their eyes nor grant any peace to my fear-skipping heart. Or he could find out the truth about me, that I didn't belong, that I was an imposter. I tripped backward, unable to ignore the urge to run any longer. For the first time since I'd been found, I didn't want to be around others. With a quick glance at my friends, I shook my head, tried to voice an apology that stuck painfully in my throat, and then I ran. I ran from the fire, from the clan. I kept running until I could no longer hear the crackle of flames or smell its smoke, leaving behind the element that would claim me.
Chapter 12. The Stranger. I saw her leave. I stalked her as she ran. She didn't hear me as she swiped at tears and weaved through the long grass, white hair streaming behind her, shedding the orange and red glow that had danced over her as she'd sat around the fire. Fire. I still didn't understand how such a disaster was tamed. When I first slunk my way toward the noise of people, the scent of food, and the cloying smoke of flames rich in the air, I'd fought every instinct to race in the opposite direction. If a single ember from that fire drifted into the grasslands, the dry stalks would be devoured by death in a heartbeat. But I inched closer, determined to understand, desperate to know if my pack was in danger if this fire was allowed to burn. With my heart thudding sickly from my wound, and my breath coming heavier than normal, I'd wrapped myself in shadows, and used the same silent stealth that Salak had taught me. I'd avoided every twig and dried grass that could betray me. I'd slithered in dirt and took my time not to sway the seed heads above, so those laughing and talking wouldn't see me. It had taken a while to slink into position, pain constantly shooting through my arm, but I used the heavy cloak of darkness as my ally. My bare skin was coated in earth by the time I'd lowered myself to my belly and narrowed my eyes at a different world. A world where there was more than one of me, more than one of the girl, more people than I'd ever seen, and babes too. Younglings who darted from one pair of legs to another, squealing and giggling, reminding me so much of the playing wolf pups that my heart clenched with homesickness. For most of the night I'd watched. I'd seen the large platters of food being passed around, and swallowed back hunger as people ate their fill, drank from carved cups, and smoked a long, thin device that released pungent smoke, sending it spiraling with the smoke from the large fire that everyone seemed to worship. No one cared that they danced and ate next to death. No one seemed to fear the pop and spark as flames chewed through a particular piece of delicious wood. They merely replaced it with another log from the pile stored on the outskirts of their camp. Their hands touched the heat as they tossed in waste from their meals and other unwanted debris. But their skin never burned. My hackles rose. These were mortals, like me. Blood and bone, creatures born of earth. Yet when they suddenly held up their hands and kept cherry flames in their palms, they'd proven they weren't like me at all. They were part of the fire, and fire was my enemy. It was every beast's enemy, and I swallowed a growl as the tall man with his hair heavy with braids blazed the brightest, holding his arms aloft, revealing enough power in his hands to incinerate their home, my home, and every wolf I called family. I'd wanted to rip out his throat for that. I'd wanted to race into their camp and stop them. They were idiotic to think fire could be controlled and tamed. It can't. Eventually it would slip from its prison and set the world alight. If it wasn't for her, I would have left. I would have run all the way back to the cave, wound or no wound, and gathered the pack to come hunting. By morning, this entire threat could be dealt with. Wolf teeth were sharp and effective, and I was only too happy to use Salak and his hunters if it meant that the many other animals would be kept safe from these mortals and their fire. But her. The moment I found her sitting with another female by the hated flames, I couldn't leave. My eyes locked onto her as if they were drawn to her, as if there was an invisible bond that tugged and guided until I found her again. I'd watched all night, not caring that my arm still bled or that the throbbing agony had given way to a dull numbness. My fingers worked, but my strength was gone. The weakness in my bitten arm worried me, but I didn't know how to fix it. I'd done my best to pack the gaping tear with absorbent dirt to stop the bleeding, and wrapped a long stem of grass around my arm, tying it tight by my elbow, trying to keep the two bitten pieces together. When I'd run from the lynx, I'd intended to return to Salak in the safety of the cave. But once the lynx stopped hunting me, and the plume of smoke was far in the distance, I tripped with sudden lightheadedness. My skin broke out in sweat even as dusk fell, slowly bleeding into night. And I'd stood in the middle of the vast expanse of grass, trying to decide what to do. I could run back to my pack, or I could go back for the girl. I didn't think I had enough energy to make the journey back to Salak and then return for her. Not until I was healed, at least. Not until I figured out how to regather my strength and fight whatever sickness now lived within my blood. And by then, it might be too late. She said she lived with other males who were a threat to the happiness she could grant me. I hunched into the earth, a different kind of pain fisting my heart. The girl had proven, rather callously, that she didn't want to go with me. She wanted nothing to do with me. But I wanted her. Only her. Even now, after seeing so many mortals in one place, I still only wanted her. Shaking myself free from sick, sticky thoughts, I forced my eyesight to focus. The spreading weakness in my blood infected my mind as well as my body, making everything so much harder. I picked up my pace as the girl swallowed a moan and added a burst of speed to her haphazard run. She left behind the others and their fire. She slipped into the darkness, racing as if she was hurt. Her feet stumbled and her eyes watered with pain. I didn't like that. I didn't like seeing her hurting, even if she was the reason my arm didn't work properly, and I occasionally saw double. She didn't stop until the clean scent of water hit my nose. I inhaled with relief, eager to replace the lingering smoke on my skin with the crispness of a river. She slowed up ahead, and I slipped into silent stalking. My bare feet selected the quietest spots to tread, and my lips parted to let out streams of shallow air, keeping my breath as quiet as possible. The wolves were so much better at hunting than me. Their pelts camouflaged them. Their scent smelled like earth and woods. Yet the girl didn't see me as she looked over her shoulder, right at where I hid in the grass, before slipping down the small valley to the river that carved its watery way through the grasslands. Willow trees grew along its banks, their limbs heavy with thin leaves, their bark almost silver in the moonlight. The gentle babble of the river and whoosh of water over rocks eased my fear of the fire. My heart rate slowed. Even the pain in my arms seemed to fade as relief smothered me to be where she was, to be alone with her, to be away from the others and free to take her with me. Rubbing my mangled arm, I debated how to claim her. I could throw her over my shoulder again, but I doubted I'd have enough strength to run the entire way back to the pack with her, especially if her lynx attacked me again. I might not be so lucky the next time. My hackles prickled with sudden worry. Dropping to my haunches, I scanned the grass stems, straining my ears for the telltale thud of paws, sniffing the faint breeze for the musky taint of cat. Nothing. The girl was alone. But then again, she'd been alone when I first found her. The lynx had appeared as if summoned by the girl's struggles. I scowled. Perhaps the creature was bonded to her as surely as I was beginning to be. Drawn to her through will alone. Always aware of her, desperate to keep her safe. I made a new plan. The lynx was not my enemy as long as I didn't hurt the girl. If I could prove to the cat that my only intention was to take the girl to a better home, to a better life, then the lynx could come with us. She could become a wolf and turn her back on the fire worshippers. Salak wouldn't care if I brought home 1 or 2 new members. Nodding at my wise decision, I stood and slipped from the grass, stepping into the dappling moonlight, and sliding down the short slope to the river and the girl below.
Chapter 13. Girl. I hadn't come to the river to swim. I hadn't run in any particular direction, and I didn't care where I went as long as I could be alone for a while. But now that I was here, in the scar of the land, where the river ran through, heading west to east before meandering south to where Naya said a giant lake pooled and the people of Lago lived, I couldn't ignore the call of the water. I needed to shed the smoke off my skin, just for a little while. I needed to wash away the fear, the questions, and the man who'd haunted my mind ever since he'd found me in the grasslands. Ripping at the binds tied behind my back, I fumbled with the sinew knots. My hair fell around my face as I bent forward, struggling. A frustrated moan escaped as I tugged harder, swaying on the spot as the fur finally came undone. I didn't bother to check where the bison fur landed, and the moment it was no longer wrapped around my chest, I dropped my hands to the knot on my hip to remove the fur from around my legs. That one came away easily, and I sighed with relief as it fell to the ground, leaving me bare like before. A twig snapped. The air turned potent with awareness as an icy chill darted down my spine. Twisting on the spot, I narrowed my eyes at the night-shrouded river's edge. The trees hung heavy, blotting out most of the moon while dragonflies darted in its silver sheen and bats skimmed the water as they ate insects I couldn't see. Life existed all around me, yet the shallow valley suddenly felt crowded with another mortal like me. Hello? I held my breath, waiting for a reply. Anyone there? I whispered, scanning the cloying darkness, unable to see the telltale glisten of eyes or teeth. Insects continued buzzing, owls continued hooting, and the river continued rushing past, its call to join growing louder the longer I stood on its bank instead of in its embrace. Waiting for another tense heartbeat, I slowly turned to face the water. My spine stayed stiff and my pulse quick, but I did my best to shed worry that I'd been followed. The clan would understand that I needed time. They'd been nothing but kind and welcoming. There was no reason they would withdraw that kindness, especially now when Solon had decided to uncover my name to make me a permanent member of their family. If I proved to be fireborn, of course. With my breathing shallow, I stepped into the river. It gushed over my toes. I flinched at the coolness. It was colder than I anticipated, biting into my skin and settling into my bones. It was refreshing as well as painful. Gritting my teeth, I waded deeper into its depth, not stopping as the icy water crept up my knees, thighs, hips, and chest. It wasn't deep enough for me to be completely submerged, and my toes remained on the algae squishy bottom, gripping onto rocks of all sizes as I sucked in a breath and dropped under. The sudden hushness of the world soothed me. The gentle tug of the current in my hair drifted me back to the days when I'd trudged so far without anyone. The rivers I'd found in my travels had seemed like friends, their waters hugging me, their droplets giving me life to continue. Breaking the surface, I ran hands over my sodden hair, shedding the weight of water. My nipples pebbled with chill, and my breath came a little faster. I already felt better. No more tears, no more fears. I found calmness in the moment of aloneness. Sighing, I dropped my hands back to the water, skimming my fingers over the surface, drawing in its wetness. The gentle splashes and erasing marks consumed me. The river grew louder, rushing in my ears. The silver blackness of its depth suddenly shimmered with a faint blue. Far below, glowing around my toes, the gleam brightened enough to see 2 fish dart past, vanishing into the black. The river pulsed with its blue glimmer, urging me, beckoning me. My knees buckled. I folded into the water. It crashed over my head again, icy and suffocating. The heaviness of distorted sound changed. The purest note of music hung in its current. It seeped into my heart, and the notes changed to become the faintest, softest whisper, a whisper of longing and... I panicked. My feet slammed against the bottom. I exploded upwards. Droplets gushed over my face as I gasped. No, it couldn't be. I'd heard it. I'd heard a watery whisper just like Solon said he heard whispers in the fire. No. I broke into a waiting run, fighting for the shore. The faint melody turned sad and heartbreaking the moment my feet were back on the bare land. As droplets sluiced down my nakedness and soaked into the ground, the song stopped, poised on a haunting note, cut short with grief. I couldn't move as the night noises of insects, birds, and bats returned. Their songs erased the watery ones, fading it from my mind as the gentle rustle of leaves filled my ears. Doubt filled me as quickly as fear had. I'd raced out of the water. And for what? Because I heard something? Water always sang. It was always dancing and frolicking and moving from place to place. That's all I heard, isn't it? Solon had explained how the fire whispered to him. He heard the flames clearly. He deciphered their messages to share with us. Surely that meant the whispers were given in a language he could understand, a language he could speak, not like the soft melody and blue glimmer that I'd just heard. Sitting heavily on the leaf-blanketed earth, I wrapped my arms around my cold, wet knees. Tears bit again as I pressed my forehead to my legs. I'd been so happy, so grateful, so sure that the Nil people were the only ones in this world. I'd been so incredibly lucky to be found by them. I'd believed in simplicity of life, where each mortal was as finite as every animal I'd seen on my journey. Nothing lived forever, and nothing had the power to conjure fire apart from the sun and lightning. I hadn't known about different kingdoms or elements. Up until tonight, I'd felt no separation or ever known the meaning of forbidden connections between a Quellis chosen and the 3 other borderlands. But now I felt so naive. Now I didn't know if I was fire or water, earth or air. I didn't know who I belonged to or who I was deep inside. The peace and contentment I'd found with the Nil could all be taken away. Tomorrow night, I might be cast out and be forced to return to my endless, agonizing searching. Fresh tears welled over my eyelashes, tracking down my cheeks.
Don't cry. It makes me feel helpless when you cry.
I jumped so high I shot to my feet, spinning in place. My tears dried up. I swiped at my face, sucking in a tattered breath, searching for the voice, searching... You. The stranger from this afternoon sat cross-legged a short distance away. His shoulders were braced, his hands fisted in his lap, obscuring his full nakedness. One arm looked healthy in the moonlight while the other... I winced. It was swollen and angry, the jagged wound pulsing crimson in the night. He followed my stare, his lips thinning.
It looks worse than it is.
I doubted that. It looked like an injury that could destroy the usefulness of his arm or even steal his life. I backed away, stepping once again into the river's shallows. There were no watery whispers, no strange blue glow. It was just a river, and I was just a girl staring at the male who tried to capture her the last time they met. Regardless that he was hurt, he could still take me, still harm me. Where is sin? The fleeting thought came with hope and concern. Hope because she'd protect me. Concern because the man was already hurt enough without another bite. The last I'd seen of the lynx, She'd padded into Hyatt's Lupik during the naming feast and hadn't come back out. I was on my own, and that tingled my skin with terror and trepidation. Holding up my hand, I commanded, "Stay back." He tilted his head, his tangled, dirty black hair merging with the night.
I didn't move.
He looked down at where he sat.
And I won't if it'll grant you peace.
His lips pursed as the tendons in his neck tightened. For a moment, he seemed at a loss for words, shaking his head and blinking as if he struggled to focus.
I won't harm you,
he murmured, his tone dark and almost vicious, all while remaining so quiet.
I would never harm you. I just wanted you to know that.
Shrugging, he winced as he looked me up and down, his eyes lingering on my nakedness. Glancing at the shed bison fur I'd left lying on the ground, he cleared his throat.
I prefer you without the fur.
Heat flared in my cheeks as I ducked for the covering and hastily wrapped it around my hips. With numb fingers, I tied it coarsely before clamping my arm around my chest. The Nil preferred to hide their true forms. There must be a reason, and that reason was good enough for me around this unknown male. Who are you? I stuck my chin in the air. Why are you here? How did you find me?
You already know who I am.
With a grunt and sway, he climbed to his feet.
And I'm here because you are.
His lean, muscular chest strained as he sucked in a heavy breath. His skin glittered with dampness, yet he hadn't been in the river. His hair was dry, and there were no wet footprints to say he'd swum before I'd arrived. Fevers. The words sprang into my head. I suddenly understood why Naya and the rest of the clan were so wary of the sickness, how easily it had stripped his strength and left him panting for air, how quickly it tinged his skin with grayness, making him fight to stay on his feet. My heart clenched. I went toward him without thinking. You should sit back down before you fall. His belly tightened as he sucked in a breath.
You're suddenly concerned about me.
You're not well. It's heartless not to care if someone isn't well.
You seem particularly heartless this afternoon.
My chin raised in defense. This afternoon was a shock.
For both of us.
He sucked in a shallow breath.
Don't you think I'm not as overwhelmed as you are? That finding you but not recognizing you isn't hurting me in ways I can't explain?
He shrugged once, not hiding his dejection or despair.
I'd hoped that when I finally found someone from my past that everything would come flooding back. But it didn't. You look at me as if I'm a monster and flinched when I touched...
You're not a monster.
How do you know?
His black eyelashes caught the moonlight.
You haven't tried to remember me.
I didn't know how to reply. He filled the silence with the same chilly confessions he had when we first met.
The more I'm around you, the more I know it is you. There's something about you that fills my heart with home. I won't stop until you feel it too. Even if that means standing here, in pain, doing whatever it takes to make you trust me.
I couldn't look away from the smoky depths of his gaze. I don't know what you want me to say.
Shall you give me a chance? One chance to prove to you that I am the one you lost?
He chewed on a thought.
Kiss me.
What?
I've tasted you in my dreams. I'm sure if I kissed you, we'd remember and...
I'm not kissing you.
Not yet, at least.
He smirked before hissing through his teeth and adjusting his arm.
You're mine. I don't care if you need time to see it.
You can't keep saying that.
I can, and you are.
His eyes glowed black.
Because if you aren't, how do you explain the visions? Have you had visions too? Do you remember how I used to kiss you, hold you, love you?
Enough. Please, enough. My heart tripped over his words. Words. My hand clamped over my mouth. Oh no. We'd been speaking in the same lyrical, guttural tongue he'd used when he first found me in the grasslands, the language that had unfurled in my head and granted me the gift to converse with him. It wasn't Firenese. It was his tongue, the language that came from my heart and felt like home. A chill ran through me. If Solon ever finds out about this... Where did you learn that language? I whispered, glancing into the sparse tree line to make sure we were still alone. He swallowed and hugged his ruined arm, the sickly gleam on his skin turning silver with moonglow. Opening his mouth, he went to reply but then licked his lips and shrugged.
I must have known it before I lost everything else.
Do you remember other things? Do you remember another land beyond this one? People who have gifts granted to them by water or air or earth?
You mean like the mortals you live with? The way they can cup fire in their hands and not burn?
I stilled. You saw that?
I was watching you.
All night? He nodded. I thought Sin chased you away.
Sin?
He asked in a deep, rough voice. The lynx. I hung my head. I'm sorry about her attacking you. I shouldn't have told you to go. That was ill-mannered. I stepped closer to him, drawn against my will, unable to fight the ease I found in his company, or the rapidly building desire to know more. I didn't ask her to hurt you. I tried to stop her.
You tried until I scared you too much.
His lips quirked into a half-smile.
I didn't mean to. Seeing you after so long.
He sighed heavily.
I can't control myself. I can't hold back how I feel. You make me feel...
He trailed off with a soft exhale. How? I asked, despite myself. How do I make you feel? His feet shifted, his maleness thickening between his thighs.
You know how. I've told you.
His gaze dropped to where I hugged my bare chest.
You've walked in my thoughts since I can remember. Each time I dream of you, I wake with a hollowness that leaves me begging. Even being this close to you is enough. I can breathe again. Breathe after an eternity of suffocating.
Tears came to my eyes. I'm sorry. So sorry about your arm. He smiled gently.
I don't hold you responsible. You can be friends with the wild creature, but their will is still their own.
He stepped a little closer, sending my skin prickling.
Just like you can't blame yourself that I returned instead of left. I couldn't leave without seeing you again, even if it comes with the risk of another bite.
Touching his damaged arm, his voice came thinner.
I won't lie and say I'm not in pain, and I'm sure it's obvious that I'm not well, but whatever the lynx did is not your fault.
His gaze locked onto mine.
I would welcome 1,000 bites if it meant you remembered me.
I blushed. He spoke with sage wisdom like Solon did, yet he had none of the lines around his eyes or weathered existence on his body. If I knew my own birth year, I would have guessed he would be only a few years older. A few years where we could have known each other, traveled together, loved one another. Or a few years where we'd never met, and every fluttering, feathering feeling inside me was confused and wrong. I don't know what to believe anymore. I rubbed at the chill in my chest.
Say you believe in us. That's enough.
He stepped nearer again, carefully, slowly waiting to see if I'd run. He lowered his voice until it whispered darkly over my skin, still in the tongue he'd taught me, still unknown to the Nil.
I'll go slower. I'll do my best not to scare you. But I can't deny that there's a hunger inside me. Right here.
He tapped his heart, his fingers tightening into a fist on his chest.
Ever since I found you, the hollowness I mentioned is gone. It's been filled with such agonizing hope.
He took another step until we were close enough to touch.
I chose you the moment I saw you. I don't care any more about memories I can't recall or visions I can't hold on to. I don't care that your lynx attacked me and made me too weak to run home. I found you now.
He tilted his head, sending his tangled dark locks to the side.
And that's enough. It's more than enough. It's everything.
I sucked in a breath, burning alive beneath his stare.
I was dying.
He murmured, the darkness of the night cocooning us in our own little world,
I wanted to die. The loneliness hurt too much, the emptiness, the endless awful searching. I couldn't do it anymore.
His eyes flashed a darker silver.
The night I gave up was the night Salak and his hunters found me. I waited for him to kill me. I was so grateful it was almost over. But he brought me back to life. He chose me the moment he met me. He didn't know me. He didn't wait to see who I was before deciding to save me. He chose me, just like I'm choosing you.
I shook my head, my mind swimming. The Nil saved me in the same way. They took me into their home and nursed me through my weakness. Without them, I would have died. But even they hold judgments about who I am.
It's because they do not see what I do.
What do you see? I breathed.
That you belong to me. Regardless if you want me in return, I became yours the moment we met.
He closed the distance between us until our closeness made my skin come alive. Tingling, sparkling awareness danced over me. Little lightning bolts crackled into existence, and he sucked in a breath, his eyes hooding as he towered over me.
When I look at the others in your pack, I don't feel the same tug, the same need to touch, the same craving just to be near.
I wrapped my arms tighter around myself, overwhelmed at how honest he was, how intense he watched me, how much my body reacted to his. My blood bubbled with heat. It tingled in my fingertips, exploding with crimson wings on my belly. Lightning might arc between us, but thunder had replaced my heart, and it rumbled with a destructive power. But there was something wrong, a word that didn't quite fit. I caught hold of it, grateful for the distraction, using it to haul myself back into reality. You just said pack. My pack. I shook my head. The Nil aren't a pack. They're a clan, a family. He stood stiff, fevers heating his flesh.
Salak isn't like the mortals you live with.
What is he then?
My father, my protector, a friend.
The faintest smile crossed his lips.
He's also a wolf, the alpha, the best hunter and provider of his pack. It was he who found me and decided to feed me instead of eat me. I believe it was his pack that hunted you too. He wasn't a threat to you. He would have cared for you like he cared for me.
Memories unfurled thick and fast, the constant shadow of a pack of bloodthirsty wolves, the spiral horns of pelted killers, stalking me through the shadows, waiting for me to trip and fade, their howls in the dead of night waking me with a jolt, forcing me to keep walking, keep running, fighting with my last breath to stay away from their jaws. I tripped away from him, breaking the spell between us. You're wrong. A wolf would never save a creature so close to death. They would claim the easy meal without a second thought. The man shrugged, his nostrils flaring a little as he shifted his hurting arm again.
He's a wild creature just like your lynx. They have their own will and purpose.
Apprehension returned. My eyes scanned the trees. Solon would be in his lupic, most likely in a trance with his beloved flames. Naya and Hyath would have gone to their own sleeping furs, and the fire that always burned would be banked and tended to last the night. They were mortal. They were like me. Like him. Yet he'd been found by the very same wolves who'd hunted and haunted me. And he wanted to take me back to them? To be their meal or his? Backing away, I murmured, I think you should go.
But...
He shook his head fiercely, swallowing a groan as he fought the sickness in his blood.
I've just proven I would never hurt you. I want you to come home with me.
His shoulders tensed.
Come home with me so I can keep you safe.
I kept my arms around my chest as I waded into the river, putting distance between us. It licked around my calves like a protective friend. Go home to your wolves. A niggling worry filled my head. Perhaps there are no wolves. Maybe his mind had turned as sick as his body, tainted by the fevers and hallucinations, just like I'd hallucinated certain things while walking all that time alone. I dreamed of finding my loved ones, of eating a succulent orange on the hottest, driest days, or finding the den of something warm and soft on the harshest and wettest nights. I'd sworn I saw things frequently toward the end when starvation and thirst made me mad. He could suffer the same affliction. He could have been alone all along. Everything he said to me could be the fantasies of a mind so hungry for companionship that he would have felt this way about anyone he found. Sympathy panged, followed by sadness.
Say you'll come with me.
Stepping toward me, he winced when his toes kissed the cold water. Holding his damaged arm with its long stem tied around the torn pieces of his flesh, he came closer.
We're meant to be together.
He'd die if he didn't see a healer. Everything he told me could be a lie. If there were no wolves, then there was no cave. And if there was no cave, he'd disappear into the grasslands and most likely be dead by morning. My stomach clenched painfully at the thought.
Don't you want to know why we're drawn to each other?
He held up his good arm, his fingers outstretched.
Don't you feel it?
Wading closer to me, his smoky eyes locked with mine just as his eyebrows shot upright and he tripped. His foot slipped on the algae bottom, his arms flying out for balance. He managed to keep his feet, but it cost him dearly. A flush of malaise covered his face as he squeezed his eyes shut and shook his head. His skin shone with new sweat. His breath was shallow as he opened his eyes again, his voice not nearly as strong or commanding.
Please don't send me away.
My heart skipped. He literally faded before my eyes. The gray pallor of his skin grew grayer by the heartbeat. Every instinct urged me to gather him close and give him what he wanted. He needed to reserve his strength, but if I touched him, I didn't think my life would ever be the same again.
Please.
He went to cup my elbow just as his feet slipped a second time. He tumbled. This time, he didn't have the power to stop his fall, and he splashed into the river. The faintest blue glow sparked in the current, licking around him, sucking him deep. A flash of blue lightning forked through the ripples.
I'll do whatever you want.
He breathed, his lips finding mine again.
Anything apart from that. I won't let you go, no matter how forbidden.
The vision flashed and faded. For a moment, I just stared at the flowing river, struggling with the past and present. Help him. Urgency kicked me, and I dropped into the current. I dove my hands to where he'd last been. It took a few swipes before I found his fever-scalded skin. Locking my fingers around his good wrist, I yanked with all my power and pulled his torso out of the water. He didn't speak, didn't breathe. Dragging him toward the bank, I crashed to my knees and cradled him close as his head lolled loosely. My skin tingled where I touched him, but there was no life in him, no fierce belief or terrifying certainty. Breathe! I shook him, hating how his head flopped forward, how the assuredness and passion he wielded remained as silent as the dead. Come on! I pushed him onto his back, laying his upper body on the shore. His hips and legs remained in the water, while I leaned over him and tapped his hot cheek. Breathe. You have to breathe. Nothing happened. The water swirled with its glowing blue, kissing his feet that still swayed in their domain. The haunting lament I'd heard before returned, sending prickles all over my body, filling me with longing. The song came from within me and outside of me. It came from him, the river, the moon, the stars, and when its musical whispers seeped into my skin and played its despairing chime in my bones, the man jerked by my knees and breathed.
Chapter 14. The Stranger. I scrambled out of the water as if it had turned acidic. The strange song I'd heard when I fell into the river no longer echoed in my ears. What happened? How weak was I if I could barely stand in the gentle buffeting of water? Shame coated me as I looked back at the girl who still kneeled in the river. Kneeled where she'd saved me. watching me with shoulder-sagging relief that I was still breathing. Her concern for me buckled my chest. The new flush of affection in her pretty gaze made my heart burst with gratefulness. Raking both hands through my hair, I winced as my bad arm twinged with agony. Droplets dripped onto my shoulders as the rest of the river sluiced off me, leaving glistening damp tracks on the leaf-littered earth as I stumbled backward. I didn't mean to. I swallowed hard, unable to say the word faint. I didn't want her thinking less of me, lesser than she already did. I didn't want her to believe I couldn't protect or hunt for her. If a female of Salak's pack had witnessed the alpha passing out and almost drowning, he would no longer be alpha. Rubbing at the pinpricks on my nape, I shook my head. The bite has made me tired. Spying a large rock by the river's edge, I tripped to it and set heavily. My wounded arm throbbed with never-ending torture, and whatever sickness seeped into my blood from the lynx's teeth only grew worse with every hour. I had to get back to Salak before I couldn't travel. I needed somewhere safe so I could rest and heal. But I couldn't leave until she agreed to follow. I might not have this chance again. All those males in that camp, the older male in particular, the one who'd held blazing fire in his palms and spoke to the gathered clan with importance, had watched her in a way I didn't like. The world turned dizzy again. I groaned and hung my head. I didn't know how long I sat on that rock, willing the world to turn stable. But eventually, the softest, sweetest touch landed on my bare thigh. My eyes wrenched up. She was right there. So close. So unbelievably, wonderfully close. Touching me. The faintest coil of worry ran through my gut. Touch. She's touching me. That wasn't allowed, not permitted. My eyes shot to the moon, searching the star-spritzed darkness for punishment. What am I doing? Embarrassment filled me for doing something so strange, and I hurriedly dropped my chin.
You looked at the sky.
She whispered worriedly.
Why?
Her fingers slid off my leg as she stood upright, searching her hands as if looking for contamination.
Was it because I touched you?
Her eyes met mine, glowing faintly in the night. I couldn't remember. I must be sicker than I thought, tripping into fears that made no sense. Shaking my head, I swallowed the sudden sourness on my tongue. No, I shrugged. I like you touching me. I want you to touch me. Wherever you want, whenever you want. Why would I fear it? She stiffened and pursed her lips, refusing to give me an answer. But then she glanced at the moon glimmering silver and murmured,
Sometimes I get a terrible feeling something bad will happen if I touch someone, or they touch me.
Forcing my legs to stand, I searched for her stunning face. Bad like what?
I don't know.
It was her turn to shrug.
It's silly, I know. I suppose, after so long of being alone and not remembering, my mind finds it hard to accept company.
The strain and pain in her voice ripped a hole in my chest. I raised my hand and cupped her jaw, drawing a thumb over the delicate curve of her cheekbone. She sucked in a breath but didn't move or stop me. She stayed close enough for me to touch her, her bare chest rising and falling with quick, shallow breaths. Did she notice she hadn't replaced the fur that had covered her breasts? That her kindness at saving me had removed all thoughts of needing to hide? I wished she hadn't tied the one around her hips. She was beautiful without it. With it, she looked like one of them. I drew her closer with my palm on her cheek. My heart swooped to my stomach as she obeyed. Her feet shifted closer, and the crackling awareness whenever she was near fed into my feverish blood. I fell into everything about her. Her scent, her shape. She smelled as fresh as the river, and her colorless hair was solid silver in the moonlight, drenched and straight down her back. Even her gold-earthen skin looked darker, setting off the burnished ochre of her eyes. My body turned heavy, achy, and the part of me that separated me as male compared to her female hardened against my control. My fingers tightened on her cheek. My head bowed until our noses almost touched. Just a kiss. If I could steal a single kiss, I knew she'd feel the same way I did. She shivered as I drew my thumb over her bottom lip, transfixed at how warm and soft it was. The tip of her tongue ran over her bottom lip where I'd touched. I groaned as baser urges filled me. Dipping my head, I pulled her closer. Her eyes hooded. The world swam. My heart thundered as if I'd swallowed a storm inside me. Our mouths were so close, our lips about to graze. A savage snarl ripped through the night. With a strangled cry, the girl tripped back, breaking my hold on her cheek. Her ankle rolled on sharp river rocks, and she hissed between her teeth as her head whipped to the side where the moon couldn't reach, unable to cast the shadows with its silver glow. I didn't need it to. I already knew we had company. Gathering my flagging strength, I bared my teeth as the lynx padded into view. Its two tails lashed left and right, angry and cutting. Its fangs gleamed white, and its pink tongue flashed as it licked its jowls, ready for another taste of my blood. Sinking low, I prepared for it to pounce. I didn't know how long I'd be able to fight, but...
Sin, enough.
The girl darted in front of me, her back tense and hands open at her sides. She shielded me. She put herself in harm's way from me. If I hadn't already spent an eternity loving her, I would have fallen to my knees in worship then and there.
I'm not in any danger from him.
Walking slowly toward the spitting, snarling cat, she murmured,
Relax, Sin. He's a friend you don't need to fear.
My stomach twisted as she reached so close to the sharp teeth that had mauled me. Wait. I stepped forward, the urge to protect her surging. But the girl ignored me as she placed her hand right on the lynx's muzzle. The moment her fingers touched the cat, the snarling ceased, replaced with the lowest vibrations of a purr. Dropping to her haunches, the girl grabbed the lynx with both hands and pressed her forehead against the cat's, its tiny antlers catching in the girl's colorless hair. The lynx whimpered. The insects struck up their song again. The river flowed onwards with its happy bobble. A few heartbeats passed before the girl pulled away and stood. The lynx huffed and shook violently, its luscious coat shivering with golden spots. When it finished shaking out its rage, it looked at me. This time there was no ferocity, no hate, merely curiosity and a shred of apology. The girl padded back toward me, favoring her ankle a little, but the injury didn't look bad enough to worry. Smiling, she said softly,
As long as you don't try to take me without my permission, she won't hurt you again.
I can't promise I won't try to take you, but I fear my energy is lacking tonight. I glanced at my arm, wincing at the oozing redness. It seemed to have swelled even more. But if you walked with me, then we could make it back to the cave before dawn. Shaking her head slightly, she glanced down at my arm. She flinched as her eyes went farther down my body, lingering on the hardness between my legs. In all my time alone, I'd only ever woken hard from tempting dreams and precious long-lost things. I'd never felt belly-clenching desire from a single look. A part of me wanted to conceal my blatant need, while another part was proud. It was undeniable evidence that I was telling the truth. I wanted her. Flushing with heat that wasn't from fevers, I stepped toward her, keeping a careful eye on the lynx. It didn't move or growl, allowing me to stop before the girl. I told you I wanted you. I balled my hands. I wasn't lying.
I didn't think you were.
Her cheeks flared red as she licked her lips.
But it's not done here. It's not proper to reveal your body or your desire.
Why? I cocked my head. Why can't I show you how I truly feel?
Because you should keep that part covered.
Why? She grimaced as if the topic embarrassed her.
I don't really know.
Because the people you live with hide their forms?
No.
She frowned.
Well, yes.
Bracing her shoulders, she glanced at her bare chest and flinched. Hugging herself to hide her breasts, she said in a firmer voice,
I'm not going to question the Nils customs. They wear furs to protect their nakedness, and I've adapted their ways.
Looking for the discarded fur on the ground, she added,
They're wise. They know how to heal sickness of the blood, and are kind to travelers.
Not finding the fur, she looked back at my wound. Another frown etched her forehead as she slowly dropped her arms. My body heated as she bared herself again, all the more noticeable after trying to hide. Her voice was quiet as she said,
You should return with me. You need a healer.
You can heal me. I spoke around the gravel in my throat.
No.
She smiled with a soft laugh.
I'm not skilled, not like Olish, Wei, or the other Nil healers.
Sighing, she came closer.
I'll help you. I'll clean your wound because I've learned that cleanliness is vital to staying healthy. And once your arm is cleansed, we'll return to the camp together. Solon can find you somewhere to stay and...
Why can't I stay with you?
Because...
She blinked.
I sleep in Solon's Lupik, and he isn't known to share. It's strange enough that he shares with me.
Possessiveness thickened my blood. He shares his home with you because he wants you for his own.
What?
Her eyebrows shot upward.
Of course he doesn't.
She rubbed her arms.
Solon is the clan's fire reader and spirit master. He has no mate and seems well set in his ways.
Until he met you. The lynx watched us talking, its head flicking back and forth as if understanding every word. Every word of my language, not hers. The girl hadn't slipped into fire knees, feeding my irrational joy that she preferred my tongue, that it was as native to her as it was to me, that we were from the same place, same home, same heart, even if we couldn't remember. Stepping into her, I held up my damaged arm for her tending. I accept your offer. She winced as she studied my wound.
It will hurt cleaning it.
I've had worse. She caught my gaze.
You have?
Being empty of mind is far worse than a little blood. She huffed as if she agreed. For the longest heartbeat, she didn't move. But then, without a word, she reached for me. She hesitated just a second before her fingers kissed my skin. I shuddered with heat and connection. I fought the urge to look at the sky, afraid of retribution for something that felt so good. Wrapping her fingers around my wrist, she tugged me toward the river. I went with her. Wading into the icy water, I scowled at the blue glow that pulsed at the bottom, where our feet skimmed over slippery rocks. It disappeared as suddenly as it had appeared, and the girl shot me a worried glance, proving I hadn't imagined it. The light had been real, existing where light shouldn't exist. Neither of us mentioned it, almost as if we didn't want more mystery in our forgotten lives. And when we were hip-deep in the flow, she met my eyes.
Lift up your arm.
I obeyed, holding it aloft and away from me as her fingers feathered over the scalding, scarring wound. I swallowed a hiss of pain as she untied the knotted reed by my elbow and unwound it. As each spiral came undone, my arm throbbed even worse. The nauseating pulse of agony shot through me as she tossed the reed into the river and gasped as my flesh flopped wide, revealing the congealed mess of mud and blood covering the bone beneath.
By the fire.
She slipped into fire knees, the language I'd had to wait for my mind to untangle. It bothered me that she used the same phrase I'd heard others in the clan use. I snarled as her fingers suddenly prodded the hot, swollen edges of torn flesh. Ripping my arm away, I growled. That hurts. The lynx hissed from the shore, pacing along the river's edge.
I did tell you it would.
She reached for me again, ignoring the rumble of warning in my chest.
Did you pack it with earth, or did it get this dirty when Sin pinned you on the ground?
Throwing a quick glance at the culprit on the bank, I took too long to reply. With a shallow inhale, the girl poked me again. I swayed as the world shocked white.
Oh, no. Stay upright this time.
Her prodding stopped, holding onto my elbows as if she was strong enough to keep me standing. I didn't want to lean on her. My nostrils flared as I sucked in her breath, shaking my head free from the blinding blankness. I'm okay. You can keep doing whatever it is that you're doing.
You sure?
Gritting my teeth, I nodded.
Bend over then.
She commanded.
You're too tall, and it needs to be in the water.
My eyes widened, but I did as she said, bending enough to fully submerge my arm, allowing her to tug me where she wanted. Once again, a faint blue glow shimmered around our legs, highlighting my arm in the dark ruby red of dried blood.
I'm going to clean it.
She flinched as if speaking such things would cause me to drop dead.
It's going to hurt, like I warned. Do you think you can stay awake, or should you sit down on the shore?
I did my best to hide my quakes as the water continued to gush over my torn flesh, washing away the blood, the mud, the ooze. I can stand. She scowled but nodded, trusting my word when she probably shouldn't. Bending closer to the water's surface, she clutched my arm again and paused.
I'm sorry,
she breathed, just before agony exploded. I cried out as her fingers didn't just prod me. They spread my flesh and buried themselves inside. I groaned and tripped, fighting to lock unstable legs, squeezing my eyes closed as she rinsed and washed. It felt as if she'd scraped at my bones and chopped away at my flesh. I shuddered and grunted, losing myself to the sickening sensation. Her touch was so gentle, yet her healing was so cruel. I panted hard by the time she stopped, pulling my wrist up and out of the water, steadying the now cleaned wound. It had started bleeding again, bright crimson seeping instead of the dark red of before.
The wound is clean, but your arm is too torn.
She bit her bottom lip as I swallowed a wash of nausea.
I need something to hold it in place so it can stop bleeding.
Looking toward the shore, a smile struck her lips. Following her gaze, I glowered at the lynx who stood on the bank with the discarded fur that the girl had worn around her chest and its mouth.
Good cat, Sin. That's perfect.
With another smile, she pulled me toward the river's edge.
Come on. Let's bind you, and then we can return to camp. Solon might have retired to his sleeping furs, but I'm sure a healer will come and help.
The river lost its blue glow the moment we stepped fully onto the leaf-littered earth, and I didn't speak as the girl took the fur from the lynx, shook it out a little, then draped the thick-skinned hide around my arm.
Hold that in place.
She looked up, catching my eyes. The lynx kept its glowing gaze on me as I obeyed, clamping my palm down, hiding my wince.
I'm going to tie it tight.
The girl flinched.
It needs pressure to stop bleeding.
I nodded. Whatever she wanted to do was fine. Life had lost its cruelty, leaving me woozy and weak. Whatever sickness lived within me hadn't been washed away, and as she draped dried sinew around my arm, crossing over the fur and knotting it tight by my wrist, I didn't know how much longer I'd be able to fight the heavy, sluggish urge to rest. Dropping her hands, she studied me. Worry etched her brow as urgency filled her.
Come on. We need to get you to a healer.
I merely nodded, too numb with pain to argue. The lynx padded before us, darting up the short embankment, watching us from the ridge. It seemed so high, so hard. It's just a small incline. I'd climbed mountains while I'd been searching for this girl. This was nothing. I followed the lynx and the girl as they made short work of the hill. I almost fell to my knees as I climbed after her. Sweat broke out down my back, colder than the river, yet somehow making me burn and shiver at the same time. By the time I traded the tree-lined shadows of the water for the moon-glowing grasslands stretching far ahead, I panted far too fast. The edges of my vision danced with gray, and I jerked as something soft and wonderful pressed against me.
Here.
Her arm twined around my waist. I moaned and buried my nose in her hair, tripping into her.
I'll help you.
She breathed.
Just lean on me. We'll get back to camp and then you can rest.
I nodded, never taking my face out of her river-sweet hair. The lynx padded beside us, a friend for now, and I fell into a lullaby of step, step, step. Doing my best to stay awake, I raised my head and studied the horizon. Silver glinting seed heads swayed in the night breeze, and the steady plume of smoke from their eternal fire showed us the way. Crickets sang. Bats flitted and dived, and two silhouettes appeared suddenly before us.
Chapter 15. Girl. My eyes flashed to the man beside me as he sucked in a breath and stiffened. He didn't look down at me. His attention locked on the sea of grass before us. Sin grumbled once, then broke into a run, vanishing into the thickets as a male voice whipped my head forward. Oh no.
We thought you came this way.
Actor's ash-tattooed chest gleamed in the moonlight. The furs draping over his thighs still glittered with the decorative beads and knotted strings that he'd worn to his baby brother's naming ceremony, swinging with every step. He and Kiva strode toward us, cutting through the tall grass with power. The closer they came, the more I wanted to run back to the river. Actor's black, intense gaze narrowed on the man standing beside me.
I thought we'd find you alone, girl. Yet you're with someone.
His teeth bared.
Someone who isn't one of us.
He stepped closer, his knuckles whitening around the fire-hardened spear he held. A spear that I'd often seen stained with blood after a successful hunt. Lowering the tip just a little, he growled.
Who are you?
The stranger removed his arm from around me slowly. The fur I'd wrapped around his wounded forearm seemed odd with the rest of him bare. Whatever weakness he suffered while I'd cleaned his wound was gone, hidden beneath rage as he glowered at the two men.
Who are you?
He shot back, refusing to answer Actor's simple question, replying in Firenese and not the language we used when alone. Actor shot a look at Kiva, who stood silent and still beside him. While Actor shaved his hair on the sides and kept the rest in a rope down his back, Kiva had braided his sun-faded brown strands into 100 small plaits, binding each with a small bead at the end that clinked and twinkled when he moved. The two Nil men shared a look I didn't like, a look that held a history of hunting together, growing up together, and a friendship bound by ferocity. Laughing under his breath, Actor rolled his eyes as if he couldn't believe the stranger had dared to ask such a thing.
You don't know who I am? Girl didn't tell you about me.
He licked his lips, his eyes dragging over my bare chest.
Pity. She's about to know me a lot better than she already does.
I shivered, wishing I had something to cover myself with. Before, I'd cursed the bison fur around my hips as it dripped wet from wearing it in the river. But now I'd give anything for another strip. Another way to hide a part of my body that these two men kept studying far too intently.
I watched you.
The stranger next to me snapped.
I watched you with your people tonight, and I suggest you return to them.
Actor narrowed his eyes, his spear glinting with moonlight.
You have one of my people.
He pointed the tip at me.
Right there.
He smiled.
She left the safety of the fire, and it's my duty to ensure she returns. I've come to bring her home.
The hot waves of anger pouring off the stranger terrified me. He acted as if he didn't suffer fevers or a wound. If he picked a fight with two of the Nil's most cunning hunters, he wouldn't survive the night. Stepping in front of him, I cupped my hands together, fighting the urge to hide my bare chest. I appreciate your concern for my well-being, Actor, and, of course, I will return. That's the direction we were heading. Forcing a smile, I added, This man is a traveler, like me. He doesn't remember who he is or where he's from, like me. I tipped up my chin. He's hurt, and I'm bringing him back to camp for a healer to...
You're not Neil yet, girl.
Kiva snapped, his freckles gleaming in the darkness.
You can't bring foreigners into our midst just because you found a stray.
But Sin bit him. It's my fault he's...
Sin looks after her pack. If she decided he's not safe, then come away from him.
Actor held out the hand not wrapped threateningly around his spear.
Come, we'll take you.
I shook my head. He needs a healer. If he doesn't receive care, he'll...
Most likely die of fevers.
Kiva nodded harshly.
Just like you would have died without our aid. You owe us your life, girl. So do as you're told.
His lips thinned.
Come away from him and let him give up his secrets, or he won't just die of fevers. He'll die because he refuses to answer our questions.
What? My mouth fell open. He's not refusing, he's...
I'll tell you whatever you want to know.
The stranger pushed in front of me, protecting me with his body. He trembled a little with his injury. his back bunched with tense muscles, decorated with pinprick scabs from Sin's claws, but he showed no other sign of illness.
Let us pass.
Actor smiled, a cold, flat smile that didn't reach his eyes. Unlike the warmth of his mother and father, he'd inherited none of their diplomatic, wise leadership.
How about you return to wherever you came from and leave the girl with us?
I shivered. I'd only shared a few words with Actor in the month I'd lived with the Nil, and all of them had been in the company of either Solon, Tiptu, or Naya. He'd kept his tone civil and posture polite, but Naya had been right to warn me. I saw it now. Saw the tightly leashed anger that he couldn't hide beneath his duty as firstborn. He couldn't hide his loathing for me, loathing I didn't understand. Moving to the stranger's side, I skimmed my fingers with his. "We need to go," I whispered in the tongue we shared that wasn't Firenese. His head whipped to me as his smoke-gray eyes narrowed. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. He read my nervousness and warnings as easily as if I'd shouted them. Grabbing my hand, he tugged me tightly against him as his gaze locked on the two Nil hunters.
I suggest you leave. You're not needed. I will take her.
Kiva chuckled, running his hand up and down the staff he always carried. The same staff I'd seen when I first woke by the river's edge, and Naya had fought to save me.
I hadn't planned on dancing with death tonight, but you're standing in the way of our pleasure.
Kiva shared another look with Actor.
Pleasure that we're taking, one way or another. Isn't that right, Actor?
Something flashed in the chief's son's gaze before he swallowed hard and nodded.
Right.
Swinging his staff until it slapped against his other palm, Kiva stepped forward.
Last chance, foreigner. Leave and forget all about this place and that girl you're holding. Or stay, and we'll ensure you have no need of a healer.
He grinned, his skin so pale in the night compared to Actor's darkness.
We'll show you mercy and cull you, just like we cull the weakest bison from the herd.
My heart banged against my ribs as the ringing of polished stone on leather filled the tension between us. The Nil had many weapons, most carved from willow trees and hardened by flames, but they also had blades, honed with stone as sharp as fangs, traded by a people who'd traveled through the grasslands a long time ago. Solon had one, as did Troll. And now I knew Actor had one too. My stomach churned as the stranger held his ground. He had no weapon, no blade. He couldn't win. Where's Sin? I scanned the dark grasses, seeking the sleek ripples of the lynx. But wherever she'd run off to, she hadn't returned. And even if she did, why would she defend me against her pack? She'd known Actor and Kiva since she was a cub. Her loyalty would lie with them, not me. Actor stepped forward, holding the blade loosely, his smile full of arrogance.
If you don't want to see your new friend gutted and skinned, girl, come with us.
Stabbing his spear into the ground, he held out his hand.
One choice is all that stands in the way of him living or dying. She's not going anywhere with you,
the stranger growled, tucking me tighter against him, his palm hot and slick, his fingers tied around mine. My heart raced, too fast, too fierce. What do you want, Actor? I asked, with every shred of bravery I had left. Why can't you let us pass? What have I done to upset you? Kiva chuckled but didn't answer, his gaze on Actor. Actor grinned and dropped his eyes to my bare chest.
I see our fire reader watches you. I see him sharing his lupic with you.
He cocked his head.
I merely want to know why. You're alive because of us. Yet the more time the Spirit Master spends with you, the more I hear whispers from my father and mother that you're different. I am firstborn. It is my duty to keep my people safe.
He ran his thumb down the blade's edge.
And if they say you're different, it's up to me to see why. To see if you're a threat to my beloved family. You're not going to touch her.
The stranger snapped, his voice thick with protection.
Ah, see? That's where you're wrong,
Kiva said, with ice on his tongue.
We had planned on waiting to the Iron Festival, the night where chaos rules the clan, and no one would notice the little adoptive girl missing for an hour or so.
He glowered at me.
But that was before Solon decided to share a trance with you, before he chose you over us and forced our hand far sooner.
Fighting to release my fingers from the stranger's, needing to be free in case the two men struck suddenly, I said, I didn't ask Solon to put himself at risk. I'm afraid too. I don't want.
It doesn't matter what you want,
Actor murmured, stepping closer.
What I want is to know what makes you so special. And that starts with you spreading those pretty legs.
I gasped. A growl reverberated in the stranger's chest, quaking through the darkness.
Touch her, and it's you who dies tonight.
Kiva drifted to Actor's side, double-fisting his staff, ready to strike.
Think you can kill both of us when you can barely stand? I've survived worse things.
Kiva chuckled.
You won't survive us.
Looking at Actor, he said,
You're my next ruler. Remember what I said.
He lowered his chin.
You have her first. I'll deal with him.
Dropping into a fighting stance, he narrowed his eyes at the stranger. Wait, I shouted, my mouth dry and nerves high. Stop. This isn't the Neil way. Your father would never.
My father is too trusting of foreigners.
Actor slashed his stone dagger through the sky. It happened too fast. Too sudden. One moment Actor and Kiva stood beneath the moonlight, and next they were there, right in front of us, their staff and blades singing through the air. Kiva swung his staff at the stranger's head, while Actor grabbed me with his free hand. The shock of his touch and the suddenness of their attack rendered me useless. Actor tore me away from the stranger's hand, throwing me to the side while the stranger ducked Kiva's swinging staff and stumbled. Planting one hand in the dirt, he tripped from imbalance and ill health before another growl rumbled in his chest, a growl that grew in volume and vibration until the very grass around us shivered. His smoky eyes flashed silver as he launched upward, diving directly for Kiva. The two men went plummeting to the earth, pale skin and earthen, feverish flesh twining with brutish brawn as they kicked, struck, and snarled. I fought to help, to somehow help the stranger before the last shred of his energy faded. But Actor kept his hand lashed tightly around my bicep, dragging me away from the fight. I scratched at him. Let me go! He grunted as I punched him in the chest, yanking at his hold, sending blazing agony through my shoulder as I twisted and parried. But he didn't let go. His hold didn't loosen at all. With gritted teeth, he snapped.
The more you fight, the more this will hurt.
He kept dragging me deeper into the tall grass, away from the whipping, snapping stalks as Kiva and the stranger rolled and attacked. Furious tears wetted my eyes, but I refused to let them fall, refused to cry when all of this was so wrong. Your father will punish you for this, I panted, fighting to free myself from his iron grip. He would never permit you to hurt anyone.
But that's where you're wrong,
Actor said blackly, dragging me farther away from the grunts and groans of the two men at war.
He's our chief. He's killed many mortals who came into our clan, disguised as friends, only to prove unworthy of our hospitality.
His teeth flashed as he jerked me into him, pressing the sharp stone blade to my throat.
I'm merely doing my duty by finding out exactly who you are.
I don't know who I am. That's the problem. Your parents have been kind enough to let me stay until I know. That's why Solon wants to do the trance.
Yes, the trance. The one that has my parents whispering until dawn with panic. We are descendants of fire. We've grown prosperous thanks to its guidance and protection. But how will we interpret the flame's message if our fire reader dies because of you?
His knife bit into my neck, burning with a thin line.
I'm going to ensure that doesn't happen. If anyone has to die, it's you.
Pressing his nose to mine, he hissed.
Now kneel.
My legs locked in defiance. I'd never kneel for someone like...
I said kneel.
His blade sliced deeper, sending a trickle of something wet and hot down the hollow of my throat. His hand clamped onto my shoulder, shoving me down to the ground. My knees crunched, and a ribbon of pain slashed around my neck, but both pains were drowned out as a feral grunt sounded in the distance, followed by a sickening thud. Actor looked up. Fear channeled through me, making me strong. With a flash of fury, I twisted in Actor's hold. Wrenching upward, I jerked away from his pressuring hand. He groaned as his wrist bent the wrong way. Spinning on my knees, I dug my fingers into the dirt to push upright and run. I leaped into the air. I didn't get far. Actor grabbed my ankle, yanking my leg back, making me faceplant into the prickly stems of grass shoots. Breathing hard, he stepped on my lower back. I cried out.
Not so fast. You can leave once this is over. You're free the moment you acknowledge that this isn't your home. We are not your people, and you stay alive by our mercy.
Digging his heel into my spine, he wrenched another cry from me.
You owe me, girl. You owe me for every day you've lived with my clan.
Bending down, he flipped me roughly onto my back. I kicked him, flinching as my foot connected with his chest. Actor's eyes darkened to inky black as he rubbed his chest, prodding where my foot had landed. His ash spirit tattoo twined into the shape of a snake, hissing over his shoulder and down his arms. He cocked his head, studying me from beneath furious brows.
You really shouldn't have done that.
Shifting the knife in his right hand, he launched himself at me. The ground shuddered as his blade kissed my throat, adding to the previous cut. I moaned as one knee slammed into my soft belly, while the other dug into the dirt, pinning me down. I couldn't catch a proper breath as he twisted his knee deeper into my stomach, leaning forward until the knife sank into my skin.
Tell me who you are and this stops. Tell me the truth about where you came from. Tell me why you think you're better than the rest of us and dare put our spirit master at risk. Tell me why you dare march into our home and threaten my people with your ridiculous tales of forgetfulness and woe. We all have our problems, girl, and I'm not about to let my people pay for yours.
Rearing upright, he kept the knife against my throat as his knee slid off and imprisoned my waist. With a savage smile, his free hand shot to my hip, tearing at the sinew knot holding the river-wet bison around me. Rearing upright, he kept the knife against my throat as his knee slid off and imprisoned my waist. With a savage smile, his free hand shot to my hip, tearing at the sinew knot holding the river-wet bison around me.
Speak and I stop. Give me a good enough reason not to hurt you and I won't.
I don't know. I jerked, trying to get free of the cage of his legs and the burning slash of his knife. I'm not hiding anything. I'm not a threat. Stop. I grabbed his wrist.
Those answers aren't good enough.
He ripped at the sinew, pulling the fur apart. My heart resembled the thundering hooves of an entire herd of bison. Don't do this. You don't have to do this. I'll leave. I'll leave if you hate me so much.
I don't hate you. I just don't trust you.
Then give me a chance to.
I am giving you a chance.
His voice thickened. Folding over me, he dragged the knife threateningly over my throat.
Why you? Why is Solon so interested in you? What enchantment have you weaved around him, huh? Tell me that and this all ends.
He hovered over me, his head blotting out the moonlight, creating a halo of silver behind him.
You can fight and die, girl, or you can accept that unless you tell me what I want to know. I'll strip you back until I find out for myself. I'm the next chief. It's my responsibility to keep my people safe from outsiders and their lies.
I'm not lying. I truly don't remember. You know this. I shook my head, wincing at the pain from his knife. Please, Actor. You know I'm incredibly grateful. Not a day goes by that I'm not.
And you don't think my clan aren't? To our chief, to our spirit master. We have survived this long, thrived this long, because of their guidance. By agreeing to do a trance with you, Solon put all of us at risk. And for what? A skinny, forgetful girl of no people?
A girl who's attracted a male who's sick and dares believe he can be tended by our healers. You've brought fear into our midst and fevers into our homes, and I'm not having it. Do you hear me? My father might be willing to risk us all, but I'm not.
I cried as he tugged violently at the open fur around my legs, yanking it from beneath me and throwing it into the tall grass.
Last chance. Tell me why you're worth more than us and I'll stop.
I'm not. I never said I was.
You say it every day you accept our kindness without giving us anything in return.
He reared up on his knees and added burning, slicing pressure to the blade at my throat.
Final chance, girl. Tell me who you truly are. Otherwise, I'll ensure you know exactly who I am. That I protect those I love, no matter the cost.
Keeping the knife biting into me, his other hand fumbled with the furs around his own hips. He didn't untie them. He merely pushed the wraps aside, revealing himself, revealing the hard male part of him that was vicious and as deadly as the spear he always carried. I told you. I don't.
So be it.
I opened my mouth to scream, but he folded heavily on top of me, crushing my air. He groaned as our bodies pressed hotly against each other. Instinct had my thighs clamping tight. I locked my ankles. Hector, please. The pain at my throat was nothing compared to the pain of what was coming, of the degradation and the taking, the stripping of my free will. Please. I squeezed my eyes shut, unable to watch his steadfast grimace, his gaze full of belief that he did this for valid reasons, that it was his duty to test me. His knee dug at mine, bruising me as he tried to pry my thighs apart. His breath came heavy as his hard, hot flesh pressed against my belly.
You refuse to tell me with words, so you'll tell me with pain instead.
His voice sounded like rocks and thunder. His feet kicked at mine, trying to unlock my ankles. Tears streamed down my cheeks. I begged my mind to unlock, for memories to unfurl so I could throw them into his face and stop this. But I was empty of nothing but terror and loss. Actor suddenly stabbed his knife into the dirt by my ear.
Open your legs.
My heart cracked with 1,000 horrors. His hand unwound from the hilt of his blade and clamped over my throat.
I said, open.
He leaned his entire weight against my windpipe. I choked. I coughed. I reached for his wrists, scratching, thrashing. It made no difference. My vision popped with star-bright orbs. Dark shadows gathered around me, shadows so thick and blotting. I squirmed and tried to scream, but his thumbs blocked air and sound. The world seemed far, far away, drifting further and further. The shadows around my vision thickened, matching the shadows inside me, turning me blind. A growl echoed in the sky, a thunderous rumble that reminded me of the wolves that had stalked me while I'd walked alone. A storm of biting wind nipped at my bare skin as Actor rose up on his free hand, pinning me harder against the ground all the while he angled his hips. A blast of savage, sudden violence arrowed through the grass. It moved like raven wings and cut like a blade, dancing and swirling with darkness. It struck Actor directly in the chest. He grunted with pain as the violent wind knocked him backward. Ice coated my skin as air suddenly whooshed into my lungs. I sipped it, sucked it, was greedy and manic for it. Air that tasted like smoke and earth, death and decay. A vicious blur shot toward Actor as I curled onto my side, gasping huge, deep breaths. My legs curled up to my chin, my wounds smearing blood on my chest and knees. Actor screamed. His terror shot me upward. I sat up, swaying with weakness, just as the dense, dark shadows parted. The darkness fissured with a bolt of sulfur and smoke, revealing a fisted, ferocious stranger. His dark gray eyes glowed sterling silver as he searched my face, saw my wounds and my horror. A flicker of rage worked over his jaw before he bared his teeth and spun to face Actor. The air came alive again, with growls and rumbling thunder. And then the stranger moved. He moved like the whipping typhoons I'd seen funnel and dance between mountains. He struck Actor like hail, fists raining hard, all while Actor did his best to protect himself from the torrent of fury.
You dare touch her? You dare try to take what isn't yours to take?
The stranger's voice was different, darker, deeper. It quaked through me, sounding as if it had curdled with rot and curses, rasping with hate and bloodshed. Actor bellowed and pushed off from the ground. His furs flapped around his thighs as he kicked at the stranger's leg, sending him crashing to the ground beside him. The stranger was back on his feet a blink later, almost as if the shadows pouring from his flesh made him less substantial, a foe that wasn't real. Actor swung at the stranger's face. The stranger's chest heaved with breath as shadows thickened around him, pooling from his skin like a dark mist, draping a black cloak over him, granting him strength that didn't seem real.
I'll kill you for this.
Actor looked over his shoulder just as the shadows swirled enough to allow a piercing glare from the moon to strike the grass. Something glinted in the shoots. His spear. Actor launched himself at it just as the stranger stumbled, his bitten arm held close to his body, his eyes turning milky with fevers. A haunting wail of a wolf's howl sliced through the night. The stranger straightened, his gaze looking to where the howl had sounded. With a heavy breath, he tripped toward me and grabbed my wrist. Pulling me to my feet, he panted.
Come, I need to get you away from here.
His skin was ice cold. Tiny bolts of lightning shivered from my blood to his, and the mark on my hip burned. He sucked in a breath, his gaze dropping down to his own hip, hinting he felt it too. I nodded. To what? I wasn't entirely sure. Squeezing my hand, he turned to run, ready to claim me like he'd promised he would the moment we'd met. A quiet whistle caused by flying feathers was all the warning we had. Actor's spear struck the stranger right in the side, clattering with its decorative beads and feathers as the arrowhead vanished into flesh. "No!" I screamed. The stranger bellowed and fell. Our fingers tore apart. Shadows thickened, swallowing up the night until the moon vanished and the grasslands were no more. A blur of earth and skin as the stranger soared to his feet, defying his weakness, wounds, and fevers. With a savage snarl, he ripped out the spear, broke the shaft over his thigh, then vaulted toward Actor. The two men went plummeting to the ground. No words were shared, just snarls and grunts as fists punched and legs kicked. In the blotting darkness, I struggled to see who won. I couldn't track the chaos of limbs to help. Another wolf's howl shredded the night, just as a feral battle cry sounded from behind me. I ducked and tripped to one knee, my head still lightheaded from Actor's strangulation. The pounding of unsteady feet crashed past me in the dark. I caught a glimpse of Kiva as he ran toward the two battling men, his arms above his bloody head, his staff poised high. "Watch out!" I yelled, my stomach shriveling with fear. The stranger didn't hear, victory pouring off of him as he wedged a knee into Actor's back, holding the chief's son in a chokehold, repaying him for what he'd done to me. Kiva leapt the final distance, swinging his staff with all his power. The carved end thwacked hard against the stranger's temple. The shadows spluttered and thinned, and for a terrible breath, the stranger's smoky silvery eyes met mine. They met. They held. And then they rolled back into his head and closed. His body crashed to the side just as every shadow and shade winked out. Gone. No more. Leaving the air crystal clear with pooling icy moonlight. No. I clamped both hands over my mouth as he stayed still. Still as death. No, no, no. Actor shifted onto his knees, coughing and rubbing his throat. Kiva stumbled toward his friend, blood coating his chest, more blood pouring from his nose, pressing his forehead to his staff as he struggled to stay upright. The two Neil hunters shared a glance before glowering at the lifeless body of the stranger. My heart tried to wing through my ribs, to grant life to the man who'd saved me, who'd fought for me, hurt for me. "Don't touch him!" I yelled, rushed tripping toward them.
"Finish it, Kiva."
Actor coughed, grunting with effort as he clambered to his feet. Narrowing his eyes, he searched the grass.
"My knife is somewhere near. I don't need the knife,"
Kiva muttered, moving to stand over the sprawled, slack-jawed man.
"My staff will do."
Raising the wooden weapon above his head, he gritted his teeth and fought for balance. Whatever fight he'd had with the stranger while Actor tried to mount me had been vicious and bloody. His crimson-streaked chest flexed as he prepared to deliver a killing blow. No. I leaped for the end of his staff. "Don't!"
"Do it.
Actor balled his fists.
Now."
Kiva sucked in a breath, his arms bunched. The staff came swinging down. My fingers stung as I grabbed the polished wood, only for it to rip out of my hands. "No!" A blur of silver and midnight fur erupted from the tall grass, leaping through the sky and colliding with Kiva. The Neil hunter went flying to the side, his staff spinning through the air to stab into the earth. He grunted as he landed on his back and then went still. Actor whirled on the spot.
"By the fire, what?"
Another furred streak shot through the darkness, a snarl, the only sound as it collided with Actor, sending him tumbling. I blinked. I swallowed my scream as a pack of giant wolves with ivory-spiraled horns stepped silently from the grasslands. They moved like water, like quicksilver, their paws deathly quiet as they spread out in a ring around us. The two wolves who had attacked Kiva and Actor returned to flank the largest one, a beast that had the thickest fur, with horns that were so sharp they could pierce the stars. Kiva remained unmoving, while Actor rubbed his head and tried to sit up. Another wolf shot forward, snapping at the chief's son, its fangs coming exceedingly close to his nose. Actor jerked backward. The dark desire and greed from his face vanished, replaced with stark fear. Snarling once, the wolf returned to its place in the circle, keeping its bright yellow eyes pinned on him. The Neil hunter stayed wisely on the ground. The largest wolf, the alpha and leader, sniffed the air. His focus hadn't swayed from the lifeless stranger bleeding on the ground, yet his head turned toward me, and he sniffed again. He opened his jaws and licked his muzzle, his burnished gaze locking onto mine. I froze. For an eternal heartbeat, I stared into the wolf's feral gaze, and that cold, empty canyon within me answered. It ached with memories I couldn't remember, recognizing him in some unknown way. My feet shifted backward as the alpha suddenly padded toward me. His massive size towered above other predators, his wet nose in line with my heart, his teeth sharp enough to tear into my chest and kill me. He was a monster, but also my savior, and fear mixed with respect. He'd saved the stranger, and me, and for that I owed him everything. Swallowing hard, I bowed my head. I lowered myself in servitude to a creature that was owed so much more than a simple thank you. Were these the wolves who'd found the stranger and granted him life instead of death? Was this the pack he said gave him safety and a home? He wasn't mad, after all, not driven insane by lonely hallucinations. He'd been telling the truth, and now they were here. They were here because of him. Keeping my eyes downcast, I whispered, "I owe you my life, as does he." The alpha huffed, sending a waft of his carrion-tainted breath over my cheeks. His cold, wet nose pressed against my collarbone, tracing over the bruises Actor had ringed around my throat, licking at my blood that he'd shed. I flinched as the wolf tasted me again, a low snarl rumbling in his chest as he licked me clean. He didn't stop until the stickiness of shed life force was gone. Only then did he look back at his pack, huff in a way that sounded heavy with conversation, then stalked toward the unconscious stranger. My gaze trailed to Actor, who kneeled in the dirt, his eyes wide and hands balled. He didn't speak as a smaller wolf came toward me. I stayed as still as I could as she sniffed my hair and patted around me, her nose trailing from my spine to my toes. The rest of the pack waited in a ring of crushed grass, their yellowed eyes glinting with barely restrained power. The female wolf moved back to my front, nuzzling her nose into my neck, making me flinch again. She licked my ear before rearing back and sneezing violently. I tripped backward in shock. The wolf opened her jaws, revealing rows of wickedly sharp teeth, almost as if she enjoyed my surprise. Before sitting on her haunches and throwing her head up to the moon, she howled. Long, low, lamenting. Her call cut right through me, cracked my heart, and sang in my blood. The other wolves joined in, their music sending prickles all over my skin. I had an undeniable urge to join them, to raise my head at the sky and sing the haunting melody of moonlight. Their howls rose in volume before the alpha tapered off into an eerie crescendo, shaking his huge mass with a canine grunt. Beyond in the grasslands, the faint shout of mortals came, revealing that the Neil had heard. Hunters were coming to investigate, to protect the clan from beasts so close to their home. "You have to go," I whispered. "You're not safe here." The alpha cocked his head as if he understood me. His eyes flared yellow, and he glanced at the female who shook her thick gold-silver fur. A tiny blue flower fell from her left horn, no doubt snared from their run to find the stranger. How had they known he was in danger? How far had they come to help him? Looking past the alpha, I studied the stranger who seemed to control shadows and wind, lying discarded and dying on the earth. His skin looked as gray as the shades that had siphoned from him. His eyes remained closed, but his forehead furrowed in deep tracks revealing his pain. The bison fur I'd wrapped around his arm had come loose and was lost, leaving the bleeding shreds of his flesh to become dirty again. But it wasn't the bite that drew me to him. It was the rich, black blood pooling from his side where Actor's spear had pierced him, glossy in the moonlight. My stomach churned. He needed healing before it was too late. Wary of the wolves, I stepped toward the stranger. The alpha grumbled as I dropped to my knees beside the stranger, placing my hand on his icy gray chest. My gaze locked with the alpha's. The sound of running feet came louder. I tucked a strand of the man's sweat-sodden hair off his brow, and the wolf let out a deeper, scarier warning. I stiffened. But he needs help. He's bleeding and suffers from fevers. I studied the stranger and all the pains he'd gone through, all because he found me in the grass. I swallowed hard. If it wasn't for the stranger, Actor would have taken me fully. He'd protected me. He'd ensured my mind didn't break from something I couldn't endure. I owed him more than just my life. I owed him my sanity. Risking touching him again, I murmured at the snarling alpha. He saved me tonight. Let me do the same. The people who are coming can help. They'll heal. The alpha snorted and shook his head, throwing a furious look at Actor. His lips pulled back from his fangs, and for a moment I feared he'd kill the Neil heir, that he'd tear out his throat with a single bite and leave his corpse for his father, the chief, to find. But then he cocked his massive horn head at the sound of quickly coming feet and gave a harsh bark, glowering at his pack. They moved as one. Their powerful furred forms surrounded the stranger, their muzzles landing on his arms, legs, and torso. The largest female wedged herself between me and the nameless man, pushing me away, while the alpha stalked forward, lowering to his belly, and waited for the pack to pick up the unconscious male with their teeth. "Wait! Don't hurt him!" I hurried to stand, reckless enough to touch the female blocking from getting me to the stranger. "Your teeth are too sharp." The wolves ignored me, just like they ignored Actor. With a rustle of fur, they gripped him gently in their mouths and draped his floppy form over the alpha's huge, broad back. I stopped breathing as the wolf stood. The stranger fell a little but remained mostly on the alpha's back, his arms and legs dangling as if he were already dead. Where are you taking him?" I dared step closer, needing to touch him, to see if he'd wake. I wanted to see his smoky eyes again, to hear his protective voice, to say thank you for everything that he'd done. But the female growled and bared her teeth, nudging me back. The running feet of the Neil hunters came ever closer. With another savage bark, the alpha broke into a lope, arrowing through the tall grass with the stranger on his back. The rest of the pack followed. They vanished as suddenly and as silently as they'd arrived, just as the Neil hunters appeared from the other direction, crashing through the grass seas with their spears and staffs, bows drawn and arrows pointed at me. I raised my hands as the Neil men and women spilled into the crushed ring where Actor, Kiva, and the stranger had fought. The bruises on my neck blazed, the cuts from Actor's knife burned, and my nipples pebbled with shame that I was as bare as the day they'd found me. The hunters narrowed their eyes, spreading out to form a ring, just like the wolves had done. Chief Trull appeared, his large bulk blotting out the darkness. His hands curled around a wicked sharp spear. His shoulder-length dark hair was loose with scant beads and feathers, his ash tattoo etched over his heart. His gaze immediately fell onto his son. Striding toward him, his hands fisted tight around his weapon.
"What happened? Who did this?"
His knuckles whitened.
"Tell me, Actor."
Actor pushed himself unsteadily to his feet, shooting me a glare. I waited for him to admit what he'd done, to confess how he'd tried to take me without consent, how he'd almost killed a stranger he didn't know, how he'd watched a pack of wolves carry a man as if he was one of their treasured own.
"Actor?"
Trull asked.
"Speak, son. Tell me what happened."
With a twist of his lips, Actor shook his head, snatched up his knife, still stabbed into the dirt, and ran into the long grass, leaving us behind. Trull watched him go before spying Kiva, unconscious and bloody, stiff on his back. His intelligent ebony eyes met mine as his powerful legs carried him toward me.
"You, girl. You tell me what happened here."
Other hunters carefully gathered Kiva into their arms, carrying him between them and heading in the same direction Actor had stumbled, taking him to a healer, no doubt. I swallowed past the bruising soreness of my throat and bowed my head at the chief. What could I say? Could I trust that Trull would believe me? Would he punish his son for what he'd done or blame me for it? Was I safe to stay here now? My heart panged. I should have chased after the wolves. Marching into me, Trull grabbed my bare shoulders, his spear bashing against my hip as he shook me roughly.
"Use your tongue, girl. Tell me what happened."
His gaze fell to the cuts on my throat, to the bruises in shapes of fingers. Rage etched his face as he glanced at the parted grass where Actor had run. Fury made him shake, and I opened my mouth to explain, to do my best to grant the truth. But Solon strode through the grass with his head high and eyes fierce. Breaching the hunter's ring, he came straight for me and the chief. He wore his furs but no necklaces or beads, and didn't carry his lynx skull staff. His long hair was mussed, as if he'd been asleep when the camp had exploded into action thanks to the wolves howling on their doorstep. Taking me by the elbow, he pulled me out of the chief's hold, his face unreadable and gaze stern.
I'll deal with her, Troll.
The chief pursed his lips, dropping his arms with a worried scowl.
Something happened here, Solon. Something that cannot be permitted to happen again. I intend to know what that is.
Solon cleared his throat before glancing around at the hunters, ensuring they were out of listening distance.
The fire gave me a vision.
He shot me a quick look.
A vision of betrayal and pain, but also one of loyalty and protection.
Lowering his voice even more so only the chief and I could hear, he murmured,
There were wolves and shadows and cries full of war. Give me the girl, Troll, and I'll unravel what the fire tried to tell me.
Troll's fingers tightened into fists, but he nodded at his fire reader.
Find out the truth, so I can punish those who need to be punished.
With a heavy sigh and a final nod at Solon, he turned and walked toward his hunters. Solon waited for the men and women to tread back through the grass, his fingers biting into my elbow. We waited until the last footfall faded. Only then, when we were alone beneath the stars, did he turn me to face him and say,
The fire showed me a great many things tonight, girl. Things I can scarcely believe. We begin the ritual for our trance at dawn.
Grabbing my hand, he pulled me into the grass.
The sooner we know who you are, the sooner you'll be safe from those who wish you harm.
A chill ran down my spine. I didn't think he spoke only of Actor and Kiva. His voice was too heavy, too weary, too knowing. More pain was coming, and I had no idea why, nor how to stop it.
Chapter 16. The Stranger. The sky kept changing every time I opened my eyes. Darkness twitched to dawn, night bled into day, and the moon became the sun. I didn't know where I was, who I was, what I'd been doing, or why I ached with so many pains. Everything hurt. My eyes, my flesh, my heart, and deeper still, a bone-deep, spirit-deep agony that carved its vicious despair through me until I trembled and shivered and begged for something, anything to take away my misery. My skin was both wet with ice and burning with flames. My blood frozen with frost, yet gushing with blistering fire. I felt both sick and angry, afraid and furious. I was half agony, half delirium, as the sky continued to spin and shift, bleeding from dark to day. I woke to the cold, brutal kiss of stone. A groan seeped out of my lips as the soft floating fur I'd been lying across shifted and left me in the cold. The scent of must, earth, and faint sweetness of decay filled my nose as I groaned again and curled onto my side. Pain. So much pain. Growing worse with every heartbeat. Darker, colder, weaker. My teeth clacked together as I quaked. My heart galloped, stuttering and stumbling, smoking with speed and sickness. I couldn't swallow, couldn't see or speak or sit. Life closed in around me, crushing me from all sides, pushing me down, 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 into darkness.
Chapter 17. Girl.
Will you tell me, now that a new day has risen, and the night has taken away your fear?
Solon's voice cut through my sleep, commanding my eyes to open. Last night had been a night of firsts, and no matter that Solon had escorted me back to camp, guided me around the always burning fire, and stayed silent as he held open the flap of his lupic, it had tainted my view of the Nil just enough to make me wary. Running hands over my face, I steeled myself to stare up at Solon. The mark on my thighs had twinged as Solon sighed heavily, raking a hand through his black hair.
Did you sleep?
Solon asked kindly, giving me a reprieve from his earlier question, his hands busy as they secured furs around his hips and draped a string of sharp teeth from some hunted animal around his neck. I swallowed and winced against the lingering pain in my throat from Actor's fingers, running my touch over the cuts he'd marked me with. I pulled my sleeping furs to cover my bare chest. I didn't think I would, but I did. Last night had made me afraid, but tonight would be even worse. I wasn't ready to share a trance. I wasn't ready to be the reason why the Nil's second most respected mortal might die. Hugging myself, I drew my knees up and rested my chin on them. I wanted to ask if he'd just give me a name, any name, and decide against doing such a dangerous trance. But I knew Solon would deny that request. The flames wanted me too badly. His ultimate loyalty rested with them. Keeping my gaze on the floor, I sighed and did my best to gather my courage. I didn't want to study Solon with a pinched corner of my heart full of wariness. I didn't want Actor and Kiva to stain the safety I'd found with the other kind-hearted Nil people. Thank you, Solon, for coming to find me last night. He stilled, his hands falling to his sides.
I apologize for not coming sooner, and I'm sorry that it happened in the first place.
I nodded, swallowing again, hiding my wince from the bruises on my throat. I glanced at the smoldering embers of last night's fire. No flames crackled, merely the charred ashes trying to stay alive. Solon stepped toward me slowly, his bare feet making no sound on the woven mats.
I will say this only once, girl, so you must listen carefully.
His gaze shot to the entrance of the Lupic, checking we were still alone.
The fire is greedy to have you. In all my years of scribing its messages, I've never felt an emotion from the fire before. Its messages are always remote. Helpful, yes. Guiding and wise, always. But never impassioned. The fire grants us its magic to live an abundant life in a land that can be harsh with elements that can be harsher. But it doesn't care if we live or die. But you...
He narrowed his eyes.
With you, it speaks with need. It hums when it mentions you. It crackles with premonition that it is desperate to share. And if you believe you're not as important as a chief's son, you are wrong. You are important. More than I know. More than Trawl and Tiptu know. More than you can understand.
He bent forward, his face etched with urgency as his tooth necklace swung.
You may stay quiet on the matter if that is what you wish. You don't need to tell me what Actor and Kiva did. I don't need the flames to tell me certain things when I can see with my own eyes. But you should know. I'm loyal to the fire because I'm loyal to my chief. And if the fire whispers about you with such need, then my loyalty also lies with you.
His hand lashed out, grabbing mine and holding tight.
You can trust me.
His teeth flashed as he squeezed my fingers.
You have to trust me, because today is the day you'll find the answers you need.
My heart raced. Letting me go, he straightened and glanced at the entrance, almost as if he could sense our time alone was about to end.
Our trance will show you things that you may or may not be ready to see. It might show you things that you can't believe are true.
The flaps of his Lupic parted. Both of us looked toward the visitor. Solon tensed but smiled, hiding his faint annoyance beneath his usual airs of spirit master. My spine locked in quick fear, flashes of Actor and Kiva springing to mind. But then a gust of relief escaped me. Hyeth and Anaya. 2 friends who'd treated me so wonderfully. 2 friends who wouldn't judge me for what had happened. They gave me shy, worried smiles. I didn't like that. I didn't like them anxious because of me, because of whatever rumor was circulating in the camp. Hi. I went to push off my sleeping furs, but remembered how bare I was beneath. I have nothing to wear. I didn't know where the bison fur Actor had ripped off me was, or the other one I'd used to bandage the stranger's arm. A flush worked over me. Hyeth had made those for me. To lose them was the height of rudeness. It's okay. Hyatt said, moving forward with a bundle in her arms. Solon advised me that you required new clothing for the trance. I've been working on them to give them to you. She smiled broader this time. I know you never really enjoyed wearing the bison fur, so hopefully you prefer these. I blushed harder. I'm not ungrateful, Hyatt. I didn't mind wearing them. A lie spilled off my tongue. I left the furs by the river. After my swim last night, I left them to dry. I can go retrieve... It's okay, Hyatt repeated, placing the bundle by my feet. Her eyes burned into mine, seeing my lie, knowing why I lied, and promising a moment soon when I could tell them the truth. Grateful tears clogged my throat as I nodded at her silent kindness. Naya smiled at both of us as Hyatt moved back to her side. Bowing her head at Solon, Naya said, We have everything arranged, just as you requested.
Good.
Solon tugged on his toothed necklace before padding barefoot to his hearth of ashes and embers. He didn't add more fuel, merely ducked, dragged his finger through the thick soot, and strode back toward me. I flinched as he ducked to his haunches, folding his long legs enough to crouch over me. With a steady hand and fierce stare, he drew an ashy symbol on my forehead.
You are now claimed by the fire, girl. It knows you will visit, and the soot binds you to that promise.
Unfolding his lean, powerful body, he looked at Hyatt and Naya.
Take her to the river. Palin will be there waiting to perform the ritual.
His voice lowered with a warning.
Prepare her well. The trance will begin at dusk.
He left without another word, leaving me alone with my two friends. They shared a look. What ritual? I asked tentatively, my heart already racing with what would happen, all while desperate to run to the river and rinse away last night. An image of the stranger being carried away by the wolves panged. Here I was, about to be bathed and prepared for a trance that came with so many risks. But where was he? Was he still alive? Did the wolves have magic like him? Were they able to heal fevers and bring him back from the brink of death? Rubbing the sun-shaped mark on my upper thigh, I sucked in a breath as Naya said, The ritual will help keep you safe. You'll have to do everything Palin tells you. So you may walk in the flames as a spirit, but be able to find your body once the trance is over. I shivered. And if I'm still not ready? I don't think you have a choice, Hyatt murmured. Naya and I pieced together what must have happened last night when you left the camp. We saw Actor and Kiva slip away from the fire. We went to follow, but Sin went racing past. So we thought you were with her. She's always with you these days, so we didn't bother to go. Naya took over their tale. By the time we heard the wolves howling and saw the hunters bolting into the grass, we were too late. Solon forbade us from following, and we were both so incredibly sorry that we didn't go with you when you first left. If we'd been with you, Actor and Kiva would never have been so bold. They would have never tried to... It's okay. I held up my hand, not wanting to relive it. It's not your fault Kiva almost killed him. And Actor... I winced. Kiva has always filled Actor's head with suspicion and misplaced distrust. Naya shook her head. I'm so sorry they hurt you. You said Kiva almost killed him. Hyatt asked quietly. Him who? I froze. My memory of last night was tangled so tightly with the stranger, his unexplainable mastery over shadows and the wolves, that I thought everyone knew. But the hunters had only arrived once the wolves had left, and I doubted Actor would share every detail, which meant they don't know about him. Grabbing the bundle Hyatt had placed in my sleeping furs, I kept my hands busy unraveling the package. The man from the grasslands. I looked at the two women. He returned while I was bathing. Sin's bite has given him fevers. He's, sick. Naya kneeled heavily, grabbing my arm. Where is he? I can get Olish to tend to him. I ached beneath her concern, all while my skin tingled where she held me. I shut my mouth, unsure how to tell them that the wolves had carried him off. Wolves that acted like his family, and not the predators we were taught to fear. Ayeth rubbed her pale arms, her skin so white compared to Naya. If you're worried that the Nil will hurt him like Kiva did, I can assure you that won't happen. Guests are honored amongst our people. We would give him the same care you received. Surely you know that. The hurt in her green gaze pinched my heart. Shifting beneath my sleeping furs, I reached for her hand. She inhaled as I squeezed her fingers, her eyes searching mine as I said, He's different, Hayeth. I can't explain it. He survived more than any mortal could withstand. Kiva hit him around the head with his staff and... He what? Naya shot to her feet. Was the man attacking him? No. I shook my head, anger flowing through me. Kiva had been fighting with the stranger, but the stranger must have overpowered him as he came to help me. He was preventing Actor from hurting me when Kiva struck him. By the fire, Naya blanched. Thrall will punish them badly for this. I wanted to ask what sort of punishment would be just, but Hayeth asked in a wavering, worried voice, The man who helped save you, where is he now? Tears pricked my eyes. I don't know. He's gone. Gone? Hayeth blinked. Bracing my shoulders, I decided to give them the truth instead of secretive sentences. Just like you have a power I didn't know about until last night, the ability to hold flames in your hands as simply as you can hold a flower, he has power too. I rubbed at the prickles covering my arms. He used shadows to help him fight, even when his fevers buckled his knees. He fought for me, saved me, and when Kiva knocked him unconscious, a pack of wolves appeared. Wolves? Naya gasped. The ones that were howling? They took him. I spoke around the bruises still hurting my throat. They picked up his unconscious form and vanished into the grass just before the hunters arrived. Have you seen him since? Hayeth asked. No. I hung my head. I don't even know if he's still alive. His fevers are bad. I did my best to clean his bite from sin, but Actor's spear, that made his blood turn black and thick. Actor speared him? Naya gulped. I nodded silently. The two girls shared a look. What? I asked thinly. Could he survive that? Has anyone survived that? It was Hayeth who answered me with a grave voice. If Actor used his spear, and the male's blood spilled black, he could have been struck in the liver or another blood-rich organ. Without a healer, She shook her head. Naya patted Hayeth's hand, grabbing mine with the other as she murmured sadly, He won't survive the day. My heart turned to stone. We have to find him then. We have to try to. The wolves could probably smell his death. Hayeth dropped her gaze, wincing. They probably just took him, as he was an easy meal. No! I swooped out of my sleeping furs, my nakedness entirely forgotten. He spoke of the wolves as his friends, his family. If you saw the way they picked him up so tenderly, Hayeth, you'd know that they came to help him, not eat him. Even if that's true, Naya said, standing to match me, you cannot leave. The trance will begin at dusk, and Solon told us what will happen if the ritual isn't done perfectly to prepare you. She looked at Hayeth, who stood slowly with her hands holding the bundle she'd brought. Naya is right, girl, Hyeth said with tight eyes. You can't go after him. Not yet, at least. Tomorrow, when the trance is over, then you can try to find him. But today, you have to do what you're commanded. Otherwise, you might not have a tomorrow. My arms lashed tight around my middle. And if he doesn't last until tomorrow? Hyeth lowered her voice to a sad whisper. Then I'd rather a stranger dies than you. Because if you run after him and refuse to do the trance, now that Solon has branded you with soot and the fire knows you're stepping into its flames at dusk, you might. Her cheeks pinked as she held up the clothing made of supple, fur-free bison skin. I know it sounds heartless to turn our backs on him, but it's only because we care about you. It's only because we belong to the fire and know how merciful and cruel it can be. Don't refuse its calling, girl. Step into its flames, find out who you are, become one of us, and then tomorrow, when you have a name and have been accepted by the fire, we will help you find your stranger. Pushing the supple skins onto my arms, Hyeth said, This is my first attempt at making different clothes. I wanted you to have the first, seeing as you've never seemed comfortable in the furs. I looked down at the clothing she'd pressed into my hold. The skin was a buttery brown with splodges of cream, tingling a little with the spirit that used to wear it. I hid my shiver, forcing myself to stroke it. It's so smooth. It's bison calf skin, Hyeth said, watching me as I let the clothing unfold. My heart fluttered for her generosity, all while the spark of dead life infected my touch. You didn't have to make me something new, Hyeth. And you're wrong that I didn't enjoy the furs. I saw your discomfort more than once, Hyeth smiled. And don't think I haven't seen you refuse to eat meat either. I've tried for a while making clothing out of woven reeds and grasses, but they don't last as long as hides. But if it will make you more comfortable, I'll keep trying, and the moment I have something that works, it's yours. I don't expect you to do that. I know, but it's fun, she grinned. I love designing new things. I hated that my heart was full from her kindness, but also hollow with worry over the stranger. Two parts of me were split with different loyalties. Swallowing back the images of the stranger's black blood, I stroked the skin again, relieved when I no longer felt the snap and sting of past life. This is very beautiful, and I'm honored by your gift. It's my first attempt, Hyeth shrugged. I'll get better. I've already said her next attempt is mine. Naya ran her fingers over the finely worked calf skin, tracing the supple softness where sinew had been threaded around the top and sides, dangling down ready to tie. Here, let me. Taking it from me, Hyeth moved behind me and waited until I let my arms go loose. Wrapping the top around my bare chest, she made a swift knot by my spine, before repeating another knot at my nape. My eyes widened at the extra fastening, surprised at how much tighter and secure the clothing felt. It was wider than the coarse bison fur, covering my breasts and most of my belly with its velvety protection. Moving to stand in front of me, Hyeth studied her design critically. The subtle tan was so much kinder to my earthen coloring than the dense dark brown of before. It covered me, but didn't overwhelm me. Now the skirt, Naya said, holding out her hand. I placed the second and final piece of clothing into her grip. Skirt? That's what I'm calling it, Hyeth said, taking the skin from Naya and holding up a scraped, cured, and perfectly finished swath of hide. Just like the chest covering, this one was golden brown with tan splodges and darker veining. The top had been threaded with another length of sinew, along with a string of small wooden beads on the hip. My mouth fell open at the workmanship. Hyeth, I don't know what to say. Last night I'd come face to face with the worst of the Nil. staring into the eyes of greed, lust, and anger. This morning, I was healed by their tenderness, heart, and generosity. You wear it like ceremonial furs, like this. Wrapping the skin around my hips, she folded it over itself, layering the sides so only a narrow split appeared by my left thigh before threading the sinew through a small hole and tying another knot. A flash of Actor spreading his furs to slip between my thighs came and went. I steeled myself against those memories, refusing to let them ruin this moment. Awe parted my lips as I stroked the softness covering me, hiding my shallow gasp as the faintest tingle of life kissed my fingertips again. The life force of this unfortunate bison calf who no longer wore this skin, asking to be remembered. My eyes suddenly snapped closed as a jolt worked through me, the fading aliveness of the calf sharing their final memory with me, wafting the scent of tart green grass up my nose, the heat of blazing sunlight across my cheeks, and the overwhelming joy of running with its herd in my heart. Jerking my hands away, I swallowed a thick lump in my throat. I wanted to untie the knots and slip out of the skin's embrace. It didn't belong to me. It belonged to another who'd died far too young. But I forced a smile at my friend and accepted that my oddness was best hidden. I love it. Thank you so much, Hyeth. You're welcome. She smiled and clasped her hands. Just in time for the trance. You look as grand as any fire reader's acolyte. Acolyte? My eyes widened. I don't know that word. Naya frowned at Hyeth. We don't know if that's what Solon is thinking, Hyeth. Don't say such things. It's fairly obvious if you pay attention. Hyeth crossed her arms. What is? I looked between the two. What's obvious? Nothing, Naya said. At the same time, Hyeth muttered, She's different. My heart fisted, hating that Solon had said the same. I didn't want to be different. Being different had made me tread the world alone, without a friend or a past. Being different made Actor and Kiva try to hurt me. Being different made my heart wing after a stranger I knew nothing about, but grieved so strongly for. I want to be like you, I whispered. Not different. You are like us. Hyeth straightened a fold of my skirt. But you have to face the facts, girl. You've lived with our fire reader when no one else ever has. You're about to share a trance with him when he explicitly said he'd never do another after he almost died before I was born. And the fire reacts to you. Naya sniffed. She's right. When you sit next to us at the fire, it crackles louder. The flames always seem to reach for you, just like they do for Solon. Why haven't you mentioned this before? Because it's not our place. Naya spread her hands. Our place is to trust that our elders are wise and will keep us safe. And Solon has placed a great faith in us to prepare you for your trance. We've wasted enough time already. Grabbing my wrists, she pulled me toward the exit. Come. We best go to the river so the ritual can begin. Palin will be wondering where we are. Palin? I stumbled as we ducked beneath the folds of Solon's lupic. Palin is the memory of the clan and our medicine woman, Hyeth said from behind me, chasing after us. Over the years, thanks to gatherings and trades with other clans in the Quellis, we've accumulated many herbs. Some are strong enough to heal, and others are strong enough to kill. But most have improved our way of life from offering new flavors to our food, helping soothe bug bites, manage pain, and even grant people who don't have the gift to hear the flames whispers. Naya let go of me as we walked side by side. It's her who will prepare you for tonight, and she'll be the one who gives you the herbs necessary to step into a trance with Solon. The sun cast its morning light like golden spears from the sky as we made our way through the busy camp. Not a cloud marked the crystal blueness above, but in the far, far distance, the crystalline perfection bled into a churning navy with a hazy sparkle beneath it. Rain. It's raining. Was that a good omen or bad? Would the rain come here and douse the fire that would sweep Solon and me away? If it drowned the fire while we walked in its heat, would we be trapped, unable to return to this world? A shiver ran down my spine as Naya led us around the other Nil. Naya laid her hand gently on my lower back, making me jump. Giving me an understanding smile, she said quietly, "No one will hurt you, girl. Hyeth and I won't leave you, and at dusk, when you step into the trance with Solon, you will know once and for all who you are and where you belong." I sat by the river, the same river that had sung, glowed blue, and rippled around me as I'd done my best to help the stranger with his bitten arm. Not that it had sung or glowed while I bathed under the careful eyes of Naya, Hyeth, and the clan's medicine woman, Palin. 2 other women stood guard, Palin's latest apprentices, who had carried the furs to sit on and baskets upon baskets of things required to complete the ritual. According to Naya, Palin used to be the head healer of the Nil before she passed the physical act of healing to Olish and Wei, teaching them the art of reading illnesses and providing appropriate care. As Olish and Wei increased in skill, she'd chosen to dedicate her life to plants and other substances that had power over the body and mind. Now, she had her latest students watching the ritual, sharing the mystical side of healing, granting insight into how flora could be used to protect a spirit facing a journey into the flames. I couldn't deny that her mastery over simple weeds and greenery fascinated me. My ears strained to hear Palin tell her students what a certain yellow flower did, or that willow bark had different strengths of treatment, depending on if it was steeped, boiled, or ground. If the trance proved I was Nil, regardless that the river whispered to me, I would ask to study with her. I wanted to train with her students, to learn about the world and its plant-trapped magic. Palin looked toward the 2 young women. "Miko, do you have the paste from the rim leaf finished?" Miko nodded and moved to where the supplies had been placed. "It is, Palin. Crushed as you requested, mixed with the ground bark of the acai tree and kneaded into deer tallow." I studied the girl with her bright, eager brown eyes. Her skin was as dark as Naya's, her hair a rich russet that she'd braided into 2 thick plaits. They hung over her robust shoulders, the strands interspersed with pretty pansy flowers from the meadows south of here. The other girl had skin as pale as Hyeth's, but unlike Hyeth's light-colored hair, she was kissed by fire, leaving her head a riot of bright red springy curls that reminded me of embers in a hearth. All 5 women wore the usual garb of bison fur. Only I wore the buttery cured skin in the shape of a top and skirt that Hyeth had created. I was grateful to be covered, thankful that vulnerable parts of me were cloaked and protected, even if my flesh still tingled with the afterlife of the calf who used to wear the skin before me. Miko brought the bowl to Palin. "The fire has been burning for 3 hours. The ash has infused with the heart, mind, and spirit ready to bind and guide." "Good." Palin took the carved wooden bowl with its sticky brown contents and placed it by her knee. "You and Jila may gather the ash we require. Ensure that you use 2 parts ash to 1 part acorn oil." "We will." Miko bowed, arched her chin at Jila, who brushed aside a flame-colored curl and followed her fellow student to the small fire that smoked along the river's edge. "Acorn oil?" I asked, unable to prevent my fascination from showing. Palin's midnight gaze narrowed on me. "Acorns protect the heart and aid the blood with struggles and upsets. The oil is naturally the color of fire and holds the properties of ritual protection. I nodded eagerly, too eagerly, desperate to know more. She tilted her head, studying me. I see you're interested in learning, so I'll warn you that acorns are not to be trifled with. They are toxic if eaten raw. That's why they allow us to commune with the fire, because fire is what helps leach the poison out, and in return, it keeps our poison from leaching into the flames as we walk through them. Our poison? My eyebrows rose. How are we? We do not belong in the fire, yet we carry a spark of it within us. Snapping her fingers, she summoned a flame in her palm. We are permitted to tread in their heart, all while we must protect it from our contamination. Questions crowded in my head. How could a mortal carry an ember within them? How could the elements that made up life pick certain kingdoms to bestow water, earth, fire, and air as gifts? Out of all the Nil people I'd met, Palin was the most riveting. Her gifts, her knowledge, I wanted it all. Closing her hand and extinguishing the small fire, she pursed her lips at the ugly sun-dried mushroom in my hands. The mushroom I'd been doing my best to forget about. Her teacherly tone turned sharp. Finish eating that. You've been nursing it for far too long and getting distracted by my apprentices. Eat. Not a bite left, you hear? She sat cross-legged before me on the furs that protected us from the decaying willow leaves on the ground. Her black eyes saw everything, criticized everything, and her stern mouth with tight wrinkles above her upper lip had guided me through the many steps of the ritual since this morning. She'd watched me bathe with a special foamy root that smelled tart and acidic. She'd schooled me on how to score my white hair with river sand and brush out the endless tangles with the fire-hardened prongs of a handmade bone comb. The comb had been carved with symbols that were said to layer protection onto those about to commune with the flames. Palin's own hair glittered in the sun, silver strands streaking the black, creating an interesting pattern of light and dark. Her skin wasn't like her students', but similar to other Nil with reddish-brown tones, pink fingernails, and lips as red as roses. Wrinkles also etched her eyes, making me guess she was older than Troll, and even Solon, aging her with wisdom and history. Wrinkling my nose, I ripped off another mouthful of dried, chewy mushroom. The same tingle I'd felt when Miko first placed it into my hands hit my tongue, sending the strangest sensation of earthy awareness down my throat. Forcing my last swallow, I cringed and licked my lips clean. Why did I have to eat that? Palin scowled. You ask a lot of questions. All day you've been nosy. How did I carve the symbols so delicately on the comb? How do my bowls withstand the heat of the fire while melting tallow? How many others have undergone this ritual? Rolling her eyes, she smiled to soothe her tone. You have a curious mind, girl, which I like. But it is not up to you to know these things. You merely have to trust that I do. Oh, I'm not afraid you don't know what you're doing. I rushed, horrified to have come across that way. I just find it fascinating. Waving my hand at the weeds growing thick, the moss, the willows, even the river grass swaying in the water shallows, I added, You know what each plant can do. You know how to prepare it to eat or use in healing. You can even turn toxic acorns into something safe. After watching you morph plants into medicine, the world is suddenly full of wonders. Palin's cheeks pinked with pleasure. You know how to stroke the pride of an old woman, and a curious mind is always one that will live the longest, because an open mind will evolve and always find a way forward, even when no way forward seems to exist. But today, You need to put aside your questions. You belong to the fire, and the sun is falling quickly. I sighed and nodded. I'm sorry, medicine woman. If I was honest with myself, my curiosity toward Palin and her students came partly from feeling a new awareness within me, a calling to know everything I could, but also as a defense mechanism so my mind wouldn't have to think about tonight. So I didn't shiver as the afternoon wore on. So I didn't panic as dusk crept ever closer. I'll tell you what. Palin lowered her voice, reaching across the furs to pat my knee. If you wake tomorrow, if our chief troll names you Nil and you choose to stay, then you may learn with me, if that is what you wish. I am getting old. Miko and Gila were meant to be my last apprentices, but if you are eager to learn, then you cannot ignore your calling. Who knows? You might turn out to be a healer or even end up as a medicine woman like me one day. She studied my hands with a quick glance. After all, you do seem to have a gift. A gift? My eyes swooped to hers. What gift? She smiled softly. The gift of sensing life. I froze. I've been watching you, girl. Palin shifted her position, moving onto her creaky knees. When you first touched the mushroom, you flinched. Why? Did I? I fought the urge to fidget, shooting a look at Naya, who sat attentively but quietly next to Hyeth. I don't remember. I did. I'd flinched because the mushroom had pulsed with something so powerful it linked me for a single heartbeat to a web of knowledge buried deep within the earth. You also refused meat at lunch, and seemed to be able to tell that lynx cub to stay away from our furs when she was overly eager to join us. She hasn't moved from the spot you told her to lie in all day, almost as if your will became hers. I swallowed my sudden panic. Is it wrong to prefer certain foods or share a kinship with a wild beast? She trod too close to my secret. No, it isn't wrong. Palin shook her head, sending silver and black hair dancing. But a few incidents, sometimes, aren't coincidences. They are clues. She glanced at my hands again, her elderly face tight with her own curiosity. You sense life, girl. You might not be fully aware of it yet. Sometimes gifts such as yours take years to fully manifest, but you show signs of being highly sensitive to not just your existence, but also the existence of everything around you. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know how to confess that she was right, that my sensitivity seemed like a curse that ought to be hidden, but if I could be trained by her and shown that it wasn't a curse after all, I wanted that. Very much. Enough of this, Palin suddenly said, pushing off the ground and unfolding stiffly to her feet. You are almost out of time. You are bathed, dressed, fed, and have eaten the zirki mushroom. She smiled. And before you ask, the zirki mushroom has its own gifts. It grows alone, but remains connected to every other mushroom in the ground, sharing messages and knowledge through magic we cannot begin to understand. That gift has now been shared with you, and even now is opening your mind to hear a different world, see a different realm, and bind you to the mortals you will leave behind as you step into the fire's flames. You are now like that mushroom, alone but linked, so we might find you and bring you back if you get lost. Clapping her hands, she said in a deeper, sterner voice, Now stand and remove your clothing. Hyeth and Naya stood too, waiting for me to do the same. Without a word, Hyeth stepped behind me, unknotting the two ties behind my back before tugging the binding on my hip. My pulse skittered as horror-filled fragments of Actor ripping off my furs and wedging his thighs against mine filled my head. I shivered as my legs stiffened, reliving the pain and helplessness as he spread them, and... "Girl," Hyatt stroked my shoulder. "You okay?" I gulped and nodded, forcing myself to stay in today and not revisit last night. Yes, I'm okay." Her touch came again just before the soft skin loosened. I didn't want to be bare, but she unwrapped them from my river-scrubbed body and held them close.
"Has our spirit master told you how the trance will occur? What you must do and not do?"
Palin studied me, her shrewd gaze falling on my loose, colorless hair, swaying a little in the breeze. The rain hadn't found us yet, staying on the edge of the horizon, but its damp breeze had sneaked ever closer. My nipples pebbled beneath its caress. Balling my hands, I answered, "Solon hasn't told me much." Fighting the urge to rub away another wash of prickles, I added, "I know he will be there. I've watched him fall into a daze before the fire many times while sharing his lupic. He sits upright, but is deeper than a dream."
"Does he seem at peace or at war when he walks in the spirit world of flame?"
I frowned, recalling the nights I'd sat and watched Solon. He never made a sound, but sometimes his body twitched, as if he was in pain, as if something hurt him. I didn't know how to answer without revealing my own fear of such a thing.
"The flames are not something to be trifled with,"
Palin said, walking around me, her feet disappearing into the thick furs.
"Our fire reader knows this. As long as you follow his guidance, listen to all he tells you, and stay by his side, you will be safe."
Snapping her fingers at Gila, she held out her hand.
"The ash and oil, Gila, is it ready?"
"Yes, Palin." The pale-skinned apprentice collected the bowl she'd been stirring by the fire, presenting it to Palin with both hands. 2 parts ash, 1 part oil, blended with safe intentions and whispered over with chance of homecoming.
"Good."
Taking the bowl, Palin sniffed it, closed her eyes, and dipped her fingers into the reddish-black paste. For the longest heartbeat, she stayed stiff and alert, almost as if she could decipher if the recipe her student had done was correct by touch alone. Was that the gift she mentioned? Did she feel the life force of those around her too? A low hum vibrated from her chest, ebbing and cresting as she swayed forward and back, her fingers stirring the oily, ashy mess. Her lips parted with words I couldn't decipher, chanting deep and methodical, her heels pounding the ground with a subtle drum. Her 2 students closed their eyes and joined in the primal song, all while I stood there and shared a worried look with Hyatt and Naya. I'd always known the trance was dangerous, but watching the elderly Nil medicine woman bless a bowl of ash sent my skin prickling with fresh fear. The chant suddenly ended on a tortured note, and Palin stepped forward.
"Fill your mind of home. Picture this place and these people in your mind's eye, while I draw the map of belonging on your skin."
Her eyebrows came down.
"No speaking, no questions, no disobedience. To do so would risk the binds not working."
Not waiting for me to respond, she smeared 2 fingers along my right collarbone, making me flinch with the surprising heat still held by the ash.
"These markings will protect you from the shadows that will try to claim you from the fire's light."
"Shadows?"
"No speaking."
My mind sprang with images of the shades that had poured from the stranger, sinister shadows that had granted him power to defy his fevers and weakness. He'd fought swiftly, ferociously, almost as if he'd wrapped himself up in darkness itself. Palin coated my left collarbone.
"Shadows can only exist if the fire is snuffed out. In the flames of light they die. They will do their best to tug you out of its light while you walk in the flame's embrace."
She drifted closer, her eyes narrowing with warning.
"You must not let them."
I swallowed hard. How would I know what shadows to trust and fear? Were all the shadows the enemy of fire? Is the stranger my enemy, even though we speak the same language and share the same lost memories? I kept my teeth locked so those questions didn't escape. My spine tensed as Palin moved behind me, sweeping my long hair over my shoulder and running her ash-covered fingers down my spine, spreading the oily heat.
These symbols will make those shadows blind. You will walk amongst them and not be seen.
I shivered as she drew on my back. Swirls and circles, lines and dots. Finally, she barked.
Jila, the rimleaf paste. Cut her feet so she may walk unburned through the embers and leave no trace of herself behind.
The red-headed student dropped to her knees on the furs and gathered the other bowl of brown paste. Without a word, she scooped up some into her hand and smeared it over the top of my left foot. I jerked, my skin sensitive and heart pounding. Once the top of my feet were covered, Jila tapped the ankle and looked up the length of my naked body. Lift so I may cover your soles. I obeyed, balancing on one leg while she coated beneath my toes and heel. Only once both feet were covered did she collect the mostly empty bowl and move away. It's done, Palin. Palin hummed under her breath as she finished drawing symbols down the back of my legs before coming to my front again. Her hum continued as she shifted my hair back over my shoulder, then covered my belly, the top of my thighs, my hips, and breasts with ashy markings. With oily fingers, she drew circles around my nipples before painting a thick line up the center of my chest, over my cut and bruised throat, to my chin. She stopped at the base of my bottom lip. Dipping her fingers back into the bowl, she gathered more ashy oil and drew designs on my shoulders, down my arms, and over the back of my hands, before placing a dot of ash on each knuckle and looking up. Her eyes met mine. They seemed darker than before, deeper, older. Walking in this world and another.
Place your hands in the bowl, girl.
An icy breeze gusted down my spine as I did as she said. Heat still remained in the ash, fighting against the coolness of the air.
Coat your palms,
Palin instructed. I squished my hands into the paste. Black-red soot oozed between my fingers.
Now, drag your hands over your eyes and down your cheeks, so you will wear the mask of the unseen. The shroud of fire will protect you, so you may be recognized by the flames, all while remaining invisible to the shadows that hunt within them.
I trembled as I turned my hands over, studying the mess covering my palms. Gritting my teeth, I closed my eyes and placed my hands over my eyelids. The soft thud of the bowl hitting the furs by my paste-painted feet sounded just before Palin's own touch landed on the back of mine. Pressing harder than I had, coating my eyelashes in oil, she dragged my touch down, covering my cheeks, drawing a veil over my face that clung sticky and full of char. Keeping her hands on mine, she murmured,
"Repeat after me, girl."
I nodded beneath her hold.
"Flames, I belong, quelles I be."
Licking my lips, tasting the bitter bite of acorn mixed with ash, I whispered, "Flames, I belong, quelles I be."
"I request safe passage for your messages to see."
"I request safe passage for your messages to see."
"Keep me in your light for all of the night."
"Keep me in your light for all of the night."
"But release me the moment day breaks."
"But release me the moment day breaks." Her fingers tightened over mine.
"Do not try to trick me to be yours forevermore."
I trembled. "Do not try to trick me to be yours forevermore."
"I am merely a visitor, mortal at my core."
"I am merely a visitor, mortal at my core. Dropping her touch, she waited for me to lower my arms and open my eyes. My lashes were heavy and thick with ashes.
"You are as protected as I can make you."
Looking at my painted form, she ordered,
"Do not dress. Do not touch or smear the markings on your skin."
I have to walk through camp bare? What if Actor found me naked and unprotected? I shuddered as yet more memories of him forcing my legs open and choking me came swift and sick. I couldn't remember my past, yet that I couldn't stop remembering. Palin clucked her tongue.
"No one will dare touch you while you wear the markings of the fire."
She shifted closer so the others couldn't hear.
"And besides, it is not this life you need to be afraid of, child."
Stepping back, she raised her voice.
"Now be gone. Return to our fire reader. It's almost dusk. He and the flames are waiting."
The sun teased the horizon as I stepped through the Nil camp. Naya and Hyeth flanked me, with Sin prowling lithe and swift at my heels. Hyeth carried my new clothing, while Naya kept shooting me watery glances full of apprehension and tears. I wanted to clasp her hand and promise I'd be okay. I wanted to soothe her worries. But with ash soaking into my skin, heating my bones with its ever-present warmth and bleeding into my blood with its swirls and dots and designs, I couldn't bring myself to speak. A rock lodged in my throat, full of fear. I just want this finished. As we stepped from the long grass and padded our way to the central fire, Thrall and Tiptu appeared from their lupik, their eyes following me, their lips tight. Actor and Kiva were nowhere to be seen, but the rest of the clan slowly gathered, drifting closer as I held my head high and fought every instinct to run. A hushness fell over the camp. No food was eaten. No purple wine or sweet-smelling pipe was passed around. No words or songs or drums. Just heavy silence and taut seriousness. Solon appeared from his lupik as Hyeth and Naya guided me past the large fire. Sin growled low before streaking off, returning to the grasslands. Solon's long furs were wrapped tightly around his trim waist, but he didn't wear stringed teeth, feathers, or beads. He carried no lynx skull staff as he walked stiffly towards Thrall and Tiptu, bowing his head to speak to them. My feet stopped, and I waited. I didn't know where the trance would take place or what was expected of me. My heart skipped, and the symbols on my body remained sticky and hot. Solon spoke to his chief and chiefess long enough for my breath to catch and my belly to churn. Every moment that passed, the sun sank deeper into the horizon. The sky darkened with dusk, but also rain. The navy clouds from the distance crept closer, pressing heavily over our heads, promising a stormy downpour. The central fire hissed as a single raindrop fell, landing in the flames, instantly becoming steam. Solon's eyes suddenly met mine from across the foot-trodden clearing, unreadable and supreme. Thrall stepped forward, raising his hands to the storm-deepening sky and the quickly setting sun. His eyes touched each member of his large clan, lingering on the older men and women, softening on the younger. He raised his voice with authority.
It's almost dusk. When the sun dies for another day and the shadows gather thick, the ritual will begin.
Narrowing his gaze on his family, his tone turned gravely with importance.
Your task is to protect our fire reader as he shares the journey with our unnamed guest. Your silence must be absolute, so they remain unseen by the spirit world. Your focus on their well-being must be unwavering, as they tread through a different realm before returning to ours with answers. Will you do this? Will you keep our fire reader and his chosen safe?
A ripple of movement.
On our honor as Nil, consider it done.
The entire clan clasped hands over their hearts, bowing their miscolored heads. A shiver ran up my spine as gratefulness and belonging warmed my fearful chill. Despite what Actor and Kiva had done, these were good people, caring, wonderful people, and I wanted so very much to be one of them. I wanted to be one of them so I could chase after the wolves tomorrow and speak on the stranger's behalf. As Neil, I could request the healers to treat him. I could gift him what Naya had gifted me. A family. Solon stepped forward. A deeper hush fell over the camp. The sky burnished with rich golds, fighting the angry gathering storm as the sun split in half on the horizon. Purple shards struck the rain-churning clouds, and ruby shadows cast the world in blinding pink. In all my lonely travels, I'd never seen a sunset so beautiful or so sinister. The sun seemed to reach out, stroking my ash-branded skin. Its heat mixed with the fire's warmth already simmering in my bones. It kissed my hair, and I gasped as a golden glowing song rippled through my blood like a pebble in a pond, and something begged me to remember, something white and hot and infinite, something as powerful as the sun. Breathing hard, I opened my heart to remember, but nothing came. Whatever song I'd heard vanished as the sun sank the final way, snuffing out its glow, spearing across the horizon before dimming under the purple darkness of creeping gray.
It's time,
Solon said, his voice cutting through the clan's tension.
No one is to disturb us, no matter what you hear.
With stiff steps, he left the chief and chiefess, stalked directly toward me in his bare feet, captured my painted wrist with his own ash spirit tattooed hand, and dragged me silently into his lupic.
Chapter 18. The Stranger. Howls chased me as I died. Wolf and tears were the river I flowed on, gushing down the essence of life, tumbling over a waterfall of their whimpers, and sending me free-falling into cold, empty darkness. Death. It welcomed me. Cold, empty blackness rose to greet me, wrapping oily arms around me, stealing me away from the howls and whimpers, sucking me deep, 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 until all my mortal warmth and heartbeats were replaced with eternal misery. The world I left behind faded fast. The wolf's song became more and more distant. I tried to claw my way back to them. I fought the darkness and clung to the final thing tethering me, a memory that flickered in and out of consciousness. It tasted like smoke and sang like water. Her. A girl who caged fire in her fingers. No, not fire. Sunshine. Sunlight that spilled from her fingertips as tendrils of light coiled from her palms. Gold rained from her, cascading to the earth where those droplets of pure golden glow soaked into dirt and became more. I groaned as my fevers sucked me deeper, swirling with sickness, retching my body with nausea even though I no longer had such a thing. I was nothing but thought, watching the fevers paint a story for me as my mind slowly perished. Creatures filled my head, animals I'd never seen in all my lonely travels. Animals as large as snow-capped mountains and beasts as beautiful as the jewels I'd found in a smoldering ravine far from here. More and more beasts prowled through my fading mind, creatures that could breathe fire and swim in seas, predators who shuddered the very earth as they walked, creating eddies in the air with their colossal breath. Darkness swirled, turning me upside down and inside out. I no longer knew how to return to the howling wolves who mourned me. I chased after the beasts made of nonsense and magic instead. I ran with legs I couldn't see, and swam through shadows that had no end, willing them to stop and face me, to tell me what they were, where they came from, and where they were going. But the beasts kept moving, kept lumbering, too fast for me to see them fully, vanishing with every stride until I was alone in the darkness once again. Time lost all meaning as I hovered in that blackness. The wolves were silent now, my heartbeat gone for good.
I wanted to give in, to sink, to float, disappear. My wish slowly became true as the darkness let me descend, sinking deeper than I ever had until I landed at the bottom of death's abyss. It sensed something near, something powerful. I opened my eyes to a different kind of existence. Black, blotting air pulsed and shimmered. Silvery spirits, orbs as sterling as the moon but as small as my palm, bounced and tumbled past. I tried to touch them, to drift my fingers through their strange silver light, but I had no hands or fingers to touch with. I was nothing, nothing but blackness. Part of me fought the cessation of self. I screamed with lips I didn't have and panicked with a heart that didn't beat. Looking up into the inky endlessness, I tried to see where I'd fallen, to look past the lakes of silvery spirits all dancing around me, within me, on me. I didn't know how long I existed that way, a moment or a millennia. But slowly, something happened. The cold emptiness turned warm and full of light. Light that blinded with facets of amber and gold. Threads of color appeared, autumn bronzes below and summer yellows above. The silver floating stars undulated, coming closer, dissolving through my darkness, reappearing with tiny tendrils of black from floating through my void. Each one that passed through me tasted different, sharp and sweet to bitter and creamy, but all of them hummed with harmony, contentment, and peace. The tight terror within me unspooled. I stopped fighting. I relaxed, found peace, sinking into it, becoming it, bursting free of the binds that had once been body and bones, transcending into something else. I opened my true eyes and I remembered. I woke explosively, violently, so convulsively that the wolves who'd laid beside my cold, dying body, their fur keeping me warm, and their mourning heavy in the air, leaped to their paws in terror. They scattered with yips and barks, vanishing out the cave before Salak growled and brought them back in. With their heat gone, my flesh prickled with chills as I slowly sat up. Everything was heavy, aching, and stiff. My fingers felt as thick as tree trunks, my heart as slow as a slug. Groaning, I shook my head, doing my best to scatter the black clouds in my skull, blinking eyes that were filmy and unwilling to see. Everything was cold. My toes, my fingers, even my bones. The center of my marrow felt as if icicles flowed instead of blood. I shivered and hugged myself as my teeth clacked together. An awful keening sense of loss and homesickness suffocated me. I wanted to go back to where I'd been. I wanted to be who I truly was. My muscles locked as questions tore through my sluggish mind. Who am I? I don't remember. The fullness in my heart that spoke of knowing rapidly disintegrated. Everything I'd remembered while in that endless void tore itself into smithereens and vanished into smoke. The snippets of silver stars and a girl with sunshine gleaming from her fingers. I slouched with a tortured groan. I was empty again, lost and alone in bone-snapping cold. Fur brushed up against me. A wet nose nuzzled mine. A soft whine wrenched open my eyes. I blinked past the stubborn haze in my vision, grateful when my eyesight returned. I locked gazes with the Alpha. My body jerked at his closeness, his intensity. The usual warm yellow eyes of my pack leader were a flat, untrusting gold. The tips of his fangs showed, indenting the pink and black flesh of his gums. The quietest growl echoed from him as he lowered his head, his horns sharp and rough bristled. Salak, I coughed, working a throat that felt as if it hadn't drunk in days. Licking dry, cracked lips. I suddenly craved water, an entire river's worth. My thirst was as ferocious as the Alpha currently glowering at me, as if he'd never saved my life nor invited me into his den. The ice in my limbs faded a little as I winced and shifted onto my knees. My heart pounded with the effort, as if moving my body costed far more than it had to give. Trembling, I held out my hand to the wolf. Whatever fullness I'd had from remembering had been replaced with the aching familiarity of forgetfulness. But at least the wolf was something I knew. I needed to touch him, feel him, to assure myself that not everything would abandon me. He leaned forward, ears flat, a growl still percolating. Sniffing my fingers, he shook his head with a quizzical look. The chill within me seemed to crack a little, allowing the first tendrils of warmth to flow. A siphon of strength returned, and I sat taller. Dropping my hand onto my lap, I swallowed the sand on my tongue. "It's me, Salik." I frowned. "I'm better. I think my fevers have finally broken." He snorted and sniffed me again. I let him, fighting the urge to stroke his massive head. Perhaps he acted oddly because I'd been so ill. Maybe the stench of my fevers had drawn other predators to the area, believing the power of Salik's pack was compromised and a takeover would be easy. Nerves scattered down my back as I looked to the cave mouth where the rest of the pack sat side by side, their ears creating spiky silhouettes against the moon outside. Even the pups watched me warily without their usual overflowing joy. My heart clenched. I hadn't meant to cause them such worry. "I'm okay," I smiled. Truly. A small twinge pulled my attention to my chest. I stiffened in shock. In my last moment of coherency before I'd passed out, my chest had been covered with blood. A hole had punctured my side from an injury I couldn't remember receiving. But now that hole was nothing more than white puckered skin. I scowled. How was that possible? How had I healed so quickly? Exactly how long had I been unconscious? Raising my arm, I clenched my teeth at where the lynx had shredded my flesh. Now it had knitted together. Not as quickly or as neatly as the new scar on my side, but it seemed as if the wound was moons old, not just days. Narrowing my eyes, I touched the jagged healing. No heat, no fevers, no redness. How? Looking up, I caught Salik's yellow calculation. The giant wolf licked his muzzle, watching me touch my mostly healed wounds. One I remembered and one I didn't. He shook his head again with a snort. I didn't know why he seemed so wary, or why the pack sat far away, but gratefulness poured through me that they'd come for me. They'd somehow nursed me through my fevers and kept me alive for a second time. More gratefulness swelled, and life-returning warmth poured into my limbs. Strength flowed, and I stretched, creaking, no longer cold bones, before standing on dusty feet. I didn't sway, didn't wobble. I felt as healthy as I had the morning I'd outrun Salik. How long ago was that? Salik stood too, his eyes never leaving mine. I didn't move, reading his body language that remained threatening. "It's okay, Salik. I don't know what happened while I was asleep, but I'm awake now." One of the pups trotted forward, breaking ranks from the others. A female growled for it to return, but the pup ignored her, bubbling up to my foot where it sniffed my leg. Its tiny pink tongue ran over my knee just before it sat heavily on its rump and placed its two front paws on my thigh. It yipped with a happy tongue lolling out. The other pups suddenly shot forward, bumping into my legs, snapping at each other for prime position to touch me. I reached down and scratched the squirming infants. A smile broke my lips, stretching cheeks and feeling odd. Unfamiliar. Almost as if wherever I'd been in my fevers, my body had forgotten how to live, laugh, and grin. I chuckled as the tiny wolflings sniffed and licked me. One tried to chew my toe. I laughed louder, looking up at Salik, hoping he approved. His yellow eyes narrowed on mine, and a flash of fear tensed his furry forehead. But then it was gone with a heavy wolfish sigh, and he padded forward like he'd always done, full of kinship and authority. Snapping good-naturedly at the pups, he waited until they'd scattered before pushing his wet nose above my heart and inhaling deep. The organ that hid behind ribs and muscle thudded and pumped blood, reacting to Salik's closeness and his sharp, glinting teeth. After a long moment he huffed, licked me, then shook his great bulk. Padding toward the edge of the cave, he threw himself against the rock wall and stretched out with a groan. Whatever tension existed in the pack suddenly dispersed, and the wolves all came forward, tails wagging, spiral horns glistening, their snuffles of welcome thawing the final shards of ice in my blood, until they all left me to pile around the alpha and yawn away their stress. I sighed with relief as my bones shed the last glitter of frost, and my body made itself known with urges. Along with my ravenous thirst, I was hungry, starving. I needed to eat so I could gather the rest of my strength. "I'll return," I murmured at Salak, as the giant alpha flipped onto his back, allowing the pups to clamber all over him. The females kept a close eye on their wolflings, all while I slipped from the cave and leaped down the small ledge to the grass below. My balance was back, my power intact. Another wave of thankfulness came. I'd survived. I never wanted to be that weak or ill again. I didn't know how my body had fought the fevers, but I was healed and desperate to live. Stretching again, listening to my shoulders pop and ligaments crack, I gave myself over to the night. The sounds of crickets and nightbirds surrounded me, along with the stealthy paws of hunters and the gentle rustle of roosting feathers. I'd missed this feeling of oneness and connection to the wilderness. Inhaling deeply, I breathed in the night sky. The dense scent of smoke and soot poured into my lungs. Memories slammed into me. I doubled over with pain and panic. The girl with the white hair, the two men, the fury that had poured out of me as I pummeled the man trying to keep me away from her and flew to her side in a storm of shadows. Shadows that only seemed to arrive with temper and rage. He'd stabbed me. My hand shot to the healed hole in my side, the hole I couldn't remember receiving. A spear. The man who'd hurt the girl had thrown a spear at me. I'd lost myself after that. Shadows had thickened and pinned him to the ground. An extension of myself. A billow of blackness. I was going to kill him. I had my arm around his throat and my knee in his back. His spine was moments from snapping. But then I snarled at the moon, trying to remember what happened after. Tried to recall if I'd killed them both and saved the girl. But there was nothing. Pure anger soaked through my blood, hot, thick, and potent. It flowed through my heart, pouring out of my fists with licking darkness. She was back there, in danger, with those men, that fire, alone. I have to find her. My thirst was forgotten, my hunger not important. I didn't waste time telling Salak where I was going. I merely gathered my shadows and ran.
Chapter 19. Girl.
Sit there.
Solon pointed at the furs on the edge of the crackling fire. His lupic smelled smoky, but the air wasn't too thick, thanks to the hole in the center of the roof. Lazy raindrops sizzled in the fire as they snuck their way in through the opening. The electrifying promise of a storm prickled my hair as distant thunder rumbled. "Will the rain extinguish the fire if it gets heavy?" I asked, drifting toward the furs he'd pointed at.
No. When we step into the trance, the fire won't burn out until we return, regardless if it burns through all its fuel or a river flows over its coals.
How? I sat carefully, doing my best not to smudge my oil ash symbols.
Because while we walk in the flames, they walk in us, and we cannot be killed by water or lack of wood.
Solon yanked the two sides of the bison lupic tightly together. Unwinding a thin strip of leather from around his wrist, he threaded it through the holes on either side of the entrance. With swift hands, he sewed the entrance shut, tying a fierce knot. "You've locked us inside?" I asked quietly, resting my palms carefully in my lap.
It's for our protection as well as the clan's.
Throwing me a look I couldn't read, he moved toward the small collection of jars, bowls, and woven boxes that held personal items stored around the lupic. I'd never gone near them, respecting his privacy too much to explore, even though I still found myself so illiterate compared to many of the Nil. Solon finally found what he wanted and moved toward me. Not speaking, He sat slowly beside me, folding his long legs gracefully. I stayed silent as he placed a tightly woven box made with 2 different colored grasses before him. The lid had a complex design that swirled into a tight spiral. Closing his eyes for a moment, he hovered his hands over the lid before pulling it off with a sharp inhale. I leaned closer, full of curiosity despite my fear. I didn't want to do this. So many parts of me screamed that it was a bad idea. But I couldn't deny the privilege of learning what Solon did. To be permitted to share the living quarters of such a respected fire reader. To be given the rare opportunity to share a trance with him, even if it petrified me. Pulling out a dried, gnarly root from the box, he cradled it carefully.
Have you seen the damak tree on your travels?
His black eyes met mine, dancing with reddish flames. I've seen many trees in many locations, but I don't know their names.
It's not a big tree,
He murmured.
It grows twisted and stooped, the branches intertwining instead of soaring for the sky. It bears no fruit, but its flowers are as red as blood with stamen that drip with sticky black dew.
My lips thinned as I recalled a glade, remembering my lonely journey so clearly, even though I could remember nothing before it. I had come across the trees he mentioned. They always stood alone, as if banished from the forest of others. No bees buzzed in their flowers. No birds sang from its branches. They merely grew in silence and aloneness, knotting their limbs into confused tangles instead of paying homage to the sun. I'd been drawn to them, as they looked like outcasts. Like me. I'd fallen asleep beneath them one night, when I was nearing the end of my endurance. It had granted me shelter amongst its thick, dark leaves, and I'd felt safer than I had in a while, because if no creatures went near them, then I didn't have to fear the always hunting wolves. My thoughts tripped to last night. The wolves that had come for the stranger, had they been the ones who'd stalked me, like he said? What had the stranger called one of them? Salon. No, Salak. Was that the giant one who stared right into my spirit before running away with the stranger on his back?
So, have you seen this tree?
Solon asked, dragging me back to the present. I blinked, disoriented. Whenever I thought of the stranger, I always felt different, as if my thoughts chased something far more real than what was currently around me. Yes, I licked my lips. I have. I didn't find many, but the few I did never had animals near them.
That's because animals can smell its toxin.
My eyebrows rose. What part of it is toxic?
All of it.
Solon stared at the root in his hands.
But the roots are the most potent. Its bark can be used to ward off bad spirits, and its sap to shed a body of fevers.
He looked at me beneath his brow.
You were fed a few drops every day when you first arrived to stave off your fevers and bring you back to strength.
Tree toxin cured me? He nodded.
A great many toxins can be the antidote to a great many threats, just like it can open the mind to a great many worlds that we cannot see without it.
Placing the root on the furs by his legs, he buried his hand into the thick pelt we sat on and collected the stone knife he'd stored there. I stiffened at the sight of it. He looked down at the knife before grabbing the dried damak root and whittling almost silver transparent shards off it. Placing the knife back on the furs, he gathered up the few root slivers. Keeping 3 of them for himself, he placed the 2 smallest, thinnest pieces in my hand.
The clan are keeping vigil silently outside. They will remain there all night or until the trance is broken. When you slip into the fire, you will be neither here nor there. Your spirit will be untethered, and you'll walk in the space between the living and the dead. The symbols on your body will help guide you home, but don't let go of me.
His voice deepened.
Never let go of my hand. Do you hear me?
Prickles scattered over my skin.
Listen, learn, and remember. I will guide you to begin with, and teach you how to hear all that the fire has to offer. But then I will let you lead. It is your memories we need to visit, your name we need to uncover, your past that needs to be known.
Arching his chin at the slivers of root in my palm, he commanded.
Cup them tight like this.
Squeezing his fingers, he fisted his hand tight over the shards. Reaching for my other hand, he waited until I'd threaded my touch with his. Shifting a little, he gripped me until our bond was unbreakable.
Close your eyes, raise your hand, and repeat after me.
I shivered and stole one last look at the spirit master.
Eat the root I've given you when I give the command. Under no circumstances speak after that. Do you understand?
He looked otherworldly. His long black hair cascaded like thick raven feathers down his back. Nervousness caught my breath. Palin already had me eat a mushroom. She said that opened my mind to new pathways and realms. Why do I need...
The Damic root is different to the Zerky mushroom. The mushroom binds you to the earth as much as it opens your mind. The Damic is what frees you from your body by poisoning your blood just enough for your spirit to choose a different host.
You mean the root kills me?
Only temporarily.
Solon grinned darkly.
And not fully.
How can you die but not be dead?
There is so much you don't know, girl.
A chill ghosted down my back.
Close your eyes,
he repeated,
and eat when I tell you. You must swallow all of it. Otherwise your spirit might not fully leap. You might be trapped in your mortal form while the toxin flows through your blood. You will suffer.
My hands shook around the root, but with a constricted swallow, I nodded.
Good.
His nostrils flared as the fire cast orange over his high cheekbones and sharp, clean-shaven jaw. It was the last thing I saw before I closed my eyes and placed my life into his hands. His fingers squeezed mine, as if to assure me he wouldn't let go. Then he began to hum, a primal hum with a bass note that tore through my veins and throbbed around my bones. I shivered as the hum switched to words I recognized, in a language that suddenly tasted so foreign on my tongue, even though I spoke it fluently. Solon chanted in Firenese, his voice low and full of deepening echoes.
Fire, 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 we come willingly to thee. By your light, heat, and mercy, we are here to see. Guide, show, and teach, for we will listen to all you say. Protect, defend, and shield, for we are yours until the light of day.
His voice hovered in the dense, smoky air. His fingers squeezed again, urging me to repeat what he'd said. Clearing my throat, I whispered, Fire, 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 we come willingly to thee. By your light, heat, and mercy, we are here to see. Guide, show, and teach, for we will listen to all you say. Protect, defend, and shield, for we are yours until the light of day. The flames swarmed hotter, heating the air and crackling with impatience. Rain plopped sporadically onto the fire with sharp hisses.
Eat,
he whispered. The fire roared. My skin tingled. With my eyes closed, my other senses exploded with awareness. The subtle shift of Solon beside me as he raised his free hand and ate his portion of the root. His hitched breath as he chewed. The gurgle of his stomach as he swallowed.
Eat,
he snarled. I jumped and brought the root to my mouth. My nose wrinkled at the noxious taste. My tongue swelled with its biting poison, and my throat closed as I swallowed its burning, briny flavor. My teeth chewed for far longer than normal, crushing the stringy root, pulverizing the filaments until I swallowed the final mouthful. Breathing became harder. My lungs disconnected from air. My face went numb as poison slipped into my belly and spread lethally through my system. A headache bloomed as I went dizzy. Solon continued to hum. With his other fist, he drummed his chest in time with my slowing, sluggish heartbeats. The thrumming and humming took on its own existence, throbbing in my ears, thundering around my skull. It made my blood boil and bones melt. It made my spirit claw at the imprisonment of form, and I jerked as the world suddenly spun and blurred. Fragmented memories smeared over my mind, rich with color and dense with history. Stars soared through a gossamer veil. Galaxies rivered across the sky, leaving a wake of dust and moonlight. Grasslands grew and rotted. Mountains soared and ravines scratched into existence as the earth rumbled and tore. Animals with wings made of night and scales as hard as stone. Beasts with wind for breath and seas for tails. Creatures that could breathe fire crawled from the dirt and murky lakes. It all spiraled into one. A funnel of befores and afters, presents and pasts, truths and fables. And I was sucked up with it. The fire reached out and burned me. I screamed as its searing, smoking power shot down my throat, stopped my heart, and yanked out the part of me that wasn't mortal. I flew up, 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 into blistering heat. Solon's touch loosened around mine, and together our discarded, unbreathing bodies crashed backward onto the furs. I blinked in an entirely different world. It was so bright here, so bright and russet golden. An orange glow blazed over my vision, pouring upward to the sky, flowing the wrong way, swimming and swaying like upside-down rivers and twisted-out trees. Gasping, I fell to my knees, or at least fire-given knees. The form I inhabited wasn't the one I'd left behind. That one was fashioned with muscle and sinew. This one was entirely made up of fire. Tendrils of flames licked over the red-hot core of my burning arm. My legs gleamed almost white, mimicking the heat found at the heart of a flame. My fingers sparked and hissed as I stroked my cheek, feeling nothing but liquid power, ignited and burning. My breath came short, my exhale pure steam, and my inhale pulling smoke into my fiery lungs. All around me the world was on fire. The sky was awash with it, the clouds pulsing with oranges, reds, and yellows. The grass swaying around me were tiny tendrils of flickering flames, while smoked-winged birds snatched at ripe, sizzling seeds before flitting into the churning sky. A blazing lynx ran past with cinders for fur. A hawk swirled above, its feathers raining soot and embers. Climbing to my feet, I stepped forward, kicking up another waft of smoke and sending a spray of glowing ash into the air.
Step with us, not against us.
A smoldering voice fumed in my head.
For you are us, and we are you.
I screamed. A plume of fire poured from my throat. I shifted to run, to return to a world that made sense. But a hand lashed tight around mine, bringing me up short.
Breathe, girl. I'm with you.
Gasping for air untainted by fire, I locked onto Solon, or at least, I hoped it was Solon. Gone was his long black hair and ebony skin. Here, he was as golden as me, as glowing and as merciless as the endless burning fire in the Nil camp. His eyes danced with orange. His teeth flickered with yellow. His skin carried every ember and cinder that creatures around us did.
You're safe,
he murmured.
Just trust and give yourself over to the fire. It has kindly given us form while we have no form to inhabit.
My nostrils flared as I looked at where he touched me, how his fingers wavered with flames, blending with my fiery hand. We were just two pillars of a fire, given shape while still belonging to the whole. I tried to find comfort in that, to trust that Solon had walked over these fields of flame before, and he knew how to navigate such a maddening world. Forcing myself to inhale, I shivered as his fingers linked tighter with my coal-glowing palm. He squeezed me. I felt it. Not the pressure of his touch, but the burst of heat of his support. It gave me comfort, and my next breath wasn't such a struggle. The fire hissed and crackled. Words traveled on embers and eddied with cinders, sharing messages I was too slow to understand. But Solon caught them. He smiled with flame-tinged lips and nodded with the fire licking at his neck.
The heart of Quellis welcomes you, girl.
I started with surprise. That word. Quellis. I knew that word. Not because Solon and Naya had mentioned it before, but because it belonged to the language I spoke with him, the stranger. The guttural, lyrical tongue that came from my heart, not my head. It meant fire. And not just the fire that cooked our food and warmed our lupics. Fire within us. Fire of our spirit. Fire of the everlasting. I gasped as the words for the other three realms poured through me. I'd been too slow in my mortal form to see. Too blind to their true meaning. Lokarth, the word for earth. Not just the earth we traveled and aged on, but the very essence of our creation, the marrow of our bones, and the true substance of life. Revosa, the word for air. Not just the air we breathed and took for granted, but the very aura of our spirit. The unseen power that could travel ions, hear all, and summon winds to protect or destroy. And Vitek, the word for water. Not just the water we drank and swam in, but the crux of our lifeblood, the crucial liquid in everything, the very nucleus of intelligence and existence. All four of those words originated in the tongue I used with the stranger. But there's another. Another word that suddenly hummed in my heart as if the fire had gifted it to me. Semetsi. The fifth element of life and universe. Semetsi, the word for ether and spirit. The singular power that granted animation, willpower, and sentience to every breathing creature. A power that could be harnessed, controlled, and honed. A power that could never die. Solon scowled, his brow smoldering with coal.
Let's walk deeper into the flames and see what messages it grants us.
He didn't give me time to argue, pulling me into a walk. The paste Miko had spread on my feet sizzled and melted off my fiery skin as I slipped into pace with Solon. The fire bristled and burned as we walked through its glow, but it didn't speak again. It watched. It waited. I felt it. Felt the heat of its judgment, the lick of its tongue as it tasted the depth of my spirit. Solon kept his hand tight around me, pulling me through a meadow of blazing fire flowers. They erupted into dust as we stepped through them. We kept walking. How far, I didn't know. The fire remained silent and assessing. The deeper into its brimstone world we traveled, the less and less I remembered where we'd come from. I lost the urge to return, lulled by the brightness, the noise, and the endless hiss and smoke. I liked the warmth after being so cold. I liked the blinding power when I'd been so powerless and alone. I wasn't alone now. I was fire itself. Flames consumed my arms and legs, pouring down my back and nipping at my heels. Watching. Always watching. Listening. I was content here. I belonged here. I was happy here. A soft, fiery chuckle sounded in my mind. I opened myself to speaking without words. You laugh at me? The fire blazed all around us.
Merely intrigued that you find yourself so at home here when you don't remember where home is.
Do you know where my home is? The fire dragged sizzling fingers through my burning hair.
Perhaps.
Will you tell me?
To tell you would be to destroy you.
I'm stronger than I look.
You forgot for a reason. That reason is greater than your desire to know. We refuse.
I arched my chin. I hadn't realized how much I'd believed Solin's assurances that this trance would free my history and give me back myself. But to be told no? It fisted my heart with pain. To be told I was the cause of my forgetfulness? It made the caverns within me widen.
What did the fire say to you?
Solin asked gently.
You look sad.
I met his eyes with my shoulders braced. I'm not permitted to know who I am. Solin snapped straight, fire crackling up his legs as we continued to walk.
Why?
I bit my ember-glowing lip. I didn't want to tell him what the fire had hissed, that to remember was to destroy me. Why? Why would it destroy me to give me back what was already mine? I only wanted peace and happiness. A family. A home. Him. My knees locked as I pictured the stranger. His image unfolded in my mind as clearly as if he stood before me. His earthen skin that bordered on gray with shadows that seemed to whisper around his bones.
Him.
The fire snarled in my head, hot and lashing.
You must not think of him. You must not touch him.
I stopped breathing. Why can't I?
Death is all around him.
The flames howled in my mind.
Death is all he is. He already walks with the forbidden shadows.
The world around us blazed brighter, hotter, less friendly than before. Solin shifted beside me.
Have you asked for your name? Why does the fire react as if you've offended it?
I fought my building frustration, all while the flames coiled and spat in my mind.
Your name and nothing else. Your name and then be gone.
None of this made sense. Why would the fire refuse to give me answers when it obviously knew who I was? Why did it cajole Solin into bringing me here if it felt I was unworthy of anything it had to share? What a waste of time. What a waste of fear and worry and hope. I felt its mockery growing thicker by the moment. I tasted its smugness that I continued to remain blind. Needing to ask my question to someone who might answer me, I narrowed my eyes on flame-cast Solin. The words Quellis, Lokarth, Revosa, and Vitek. They're not Firenese, are they? The fire pulsed with warning. Solin frowned as a curtain of sparks dropped over us.
An odd question.
Can you answer it? My heart pounded, chasing a hunch that my past was tied up with those words. Words belonging to a language I shouldn't know, yet did. He studied me carefully.
No. Those words are not Firenese. Nor are they from any of the many dialects that make up the four realms and its individual cities and clans.
A shiver went down my back. What language are they? He strode forward, his feet kicking up cinders, smoke feathering around his ankles. He pulled me with him.
A forgotten tongue that was said to be the language of our creators, our ancestors. Just like those ancestors have died, so too has the language. It wasn't scribed or studied. It faded with them, slowly disappearing from the minds of mortals, until only 4 words remained.
The 4 elements. Solin nodded.
Only those 4 words are spoken, and only because they were gifted. To speak each element is to invoke the power they embody, reminding us that we might live a mortal existence, but we still carry threads of our creators within us.
Are there any others?
Other words?
Elements.
What else would there be?
His eyebrows shot up.
Our existence is made up of the four. By being ruled by our chosen element, we live in kingdoms destined to favor those from that power.
So you've never heard of a fifth element?
Quiet.
The flames whooshed in my head.
You are not permitted to speak that word.
Semetsi? I asked silently, daring to question the fire. If it's an element, why can't it be spoken? The others are known.
The others don't have the power of destruction.
A tree suddenly shot from the soot-littered earth. It soared upward with a funnel of flames, shaking off its cloak of coal dust. Its branches caught fire, blazing with immortal light, all while its trunk burned so hot it turned translucent. Solin's touch tightened, pulling me to my feet before the incandescent tree. He looked into the crackling, spitting branches, his face painted by fire. Addressing the flames, he asked,
We have traveled deep into your heart for a name. Will you grant it?
I sucked in a smoky breath. Holding up our joined hands, Solin pressed our palms to the burning bark.
Tell her who she is, so she may be given the respect of a naming ceremony and learn her spirit guardian. How can a spirit guardian be chosen for a mortal who isn't mortal?
The fire cackled. Solin frowned.
Your riddles are not needed today, Quellis. Only stark truth. Tell us who she is.
Fire leapt from the tree and consumed us, licking angrily through our hair, dancing blindingly over our eyelashes.
You may have her name, and only her name.
Solin threw me a wide-eyed glance.
And if we wish to know everything, to reveal all that she is, then you will be cast out disappointed. But we came to you to be guided. You requested I bring her to you. We needed to know. Now we do. You know who she is?
Solin asked.
We do.
The blazing tree flickered and spat.
But you shall not.
Solin glowered at the churning brimstone sky.
You're saying all the incessant demands you made to meet her, all the visions you gave me of her leading our people to riches and joy, are real, but also not real. Tell us what secrets you're hoarding.
Solin barked.
Tell me who she is, so I know what must be done. Too much is at stake. We have not lied to you, Fire Reader. Those visions are true, but another path exists. A path she must never travel. Her name, or nothing.
I choked on teary frustration. I'd begun to believe this trance would gift me back everything that I'd lost, that I'd finally know who I was. But it was yet another tease, another impenetrable, tormenting wall.
You are wrong.
Solin argued, his voice trembling with conviction.
I've seen with my own eyes that she carries a flame, brighter than any in my clan, brighter than even me.
My eyes snapped toward him. That wasn't true. I'd never conjured a fire, or even heard the faintest whisper of smoke. He met my wide stare.
I've seen it when you sleep. You glow. You glow like the brightest star.
His eyes glittered.
That is why I keep you near, why I have claimed you. I don't know why the fire has decided to forsake you, but I do know what I've seen. You are meant to be mine. I know what I sense, and You meddle, fire reader.
The tree of fire twisted with whipping hot wind.
She was brought to me for a reason.
Solon snarled, his tone black.
You showed me that very reason. She was guided to my people to be my acolyte.
What? I breathed as the tree fire crackled with deeper fury. Solon didn't focus on me. His temper arrowed at the flame-roiling world.
She needs training so she's not a danger to herself and others. Perhaps this is what you saw, Quellis. You see her untrained and ill-prepared. Her power could be seen as destructive if not honed. You have let your heart tingle with hope.
The flames blazed.
Do not let mortal affection prevent you from seeing the truth. The truth is, without me to teach her, the fire within her will eventually break loose. To deny her my teachings and guidance is reckless. Your desire for an acolyte is clouding your judgment. My judgment is sound.
Solon said coldly.
You are the reason I fight for this. You have shown me what she is capable of. That was a mistake. She is the one I've been waiting for.
Solon yelled, speaking over the roar of flames.
The one you promised would come.
Straightening his shoulders, he gathered up his temper and calmed his rage.
You requested I bring her to you. I have. Tell her what she should know. She should have died when she walked alone with nothing.
The fire's truth slapped me with stinging fingers. Tears shot to my eyes, sizzling with steam. I trembled. Who are you to condemn me when I've done nothing wrong?
We condemn you because you condemned yourself. You chose to forget because you know what you will do.
What? I demanded, swallowing back tears. What will I do?
A glimpse, then.
My mind suddenly filled with smoky blackness, of decimated grasslands and burning bodies, the screams of younglings, the howls of a morning as mortals became nothing more than corpses. Stop! I grabbed my hair. Stop!
Now you see.
Tears gushed down my burning cheeks. I would never do anything so monstrous.
In one fate you do this, and far, far worse.
A shower of embers coated us, sticking to our shoulders and burning down to our bones. Tell me who I am so I can prevent that fate from ever coming true.
Your name or nothing.
The earth undulated beneath our feet, turning a luminous red, becoming a river of magma that flowed around our ankles, trapping us in its might.
Your final chance.
The fire roared. Despair choked me that I would always be lost. I wanted to fight and kick and argue, to beg, plead, and promise to be worthy of a past that seemed destined to always be forgotten. I hadn't taken a toxin and put both our lives at risk just to be told no. I need to know. Snatching my hand out of Solon's, I held both up to the hellish sky. Who am I?
Don't let go of me,
Solon commanded, reaching for my wrist. But it was too late. The fire crashed around me like orange golden wings. I didn't fight it. I welcomed it. I didn't want to be lost anymore. Didn't want to forget anymore. Tell me, I yelled, tears raining with fresh steam. Tell me who I am.
You are forgotten,
the fire mocked. I will remember eventually, with or without your help.
And the day you do, the world will quake. Life hasn't twisted you. Love hasn't corrupted you. Pain hasn't shattered you. Yet.
I hung my head, all my frustration gone. What could I possibly do to deserve such a fate?
You made a choice.
What choice?
The wrong one.
The fire licked around my mind, stealthy and smoky, keeping me trapped in its world.
Every living thing exists only to purify their destiny. You chose to forget, to shield your destiny from the chaos you will reap, and the chaos that will haunt you. By walking within us, you are now one of us. You may summon a child of our flames at will. Let it guide you. Stay in our light if you wish to stay true.
It didn't billow and bluster anymore. I tasted its worry now, the thickening flavor of dust and char. It made my fiery shoulders slump as an ache crushed my heart. Are you saying I'm Quellis? Or that you've gifted me something I'm not entitled to? The fire took its time replying.
To tell you would be to aid your memories, so we shall say nothing.
You tell me nothing but warnings, I whispered. If I am such a threat, why did you demand Solon to share a trance with me?
Because we had to see for ourselves. See if you are who we suspected.
And am I?
You are more.
The flame sputtered with sadness.
Now, ask the question we will answer and be gone.
I blinked in the darkness. Our spirits no longer walked together. I was alone, like always. I found comfort in that, hovering in the unknown, asking my only permitted question. My name. Tell me, please. The blackness broiled. Bubbles of magna and billows of smoke broke through the gloom.
As you wish.
In the churning, burning aloneness, the fire blinded me. It devoured me, tighter, brighter, until I was surrounded by a cloud of fire-glowing bees. A swarm of them. An army of them. A vortex of translucent wings and burning yellow-black bodies. They dusted my shoulders and head. They tangled in my hair and descended onto every inch of my ash-symboled skin. Their stingers sank painfully into my flesh. Their venom became one with my blood. And then, in a flurry of shadows and wings, they took flight, buzzing louder, louder, louder around my head.
Runa.
Their word appeared on a bee's whisper.
Runa.
The word sounded louder in their wing beats.
Runa.
The name was a homecoming, a vow, a spell. My chest arched toward the burning, churning sky. Tears flowed from grateful eyes, and my heart burst open with the truth. That was my name. I felt it in my bones, my breath, my blood. It soared from the depth of my spirit, finally freed from the cage where it had been hidden, and with my name came the tiniest recollection of power, of fire and strength and chaos, of light as bright as the sun. Shuddering, I gathered that golden power close. I cupped it in eager hands. But I wasn't strong enough, worthy enough, and it ricocheted out from my feeble grasp, pulsing outward, shockwave after shockwave. The world broke, shattering with shards of flame and brimstone. Shadows licked around my ankles and up my legs, coming for me, claiming me, pouring out of me. Another shockwave of golden power pulsed from my bones, and then there was nothing.
Chapter 20. The Stranger. Thunder boomed overhead as my bare feet galloped over the grasslands. The storm had crept over the horizon, racing toward me as I raced toward it. Lightning forked in dense, heavy clouds, granting me light to run by. A huge raindrop fell on my shoulder as I balled my hands and ran faster. The moon didn't shine tonight, choked by storm clouds. Birds chirped with warnings to find trees to shelter in. Foxes ran into dens, and a herd of bison in the distance huddled closer together just as the first heavy splattering of rain fell. I kept running. I had to get to her before it was too late. My chin tipped down as I ran faster, pushing myself to the height of my endurance. If this had been another race between Salak and me, I would have won multiple times over. I didn't just run. I flew, skimming the land with shadowy feet that defied the laws of this world. Another thunderous boom as the storm reached its pinnacle, preparing to unleash. The constant plume of smoke from the Nil's fire danced and spluttered on the horizon as blackened clouds broiled. A sudden chill darted down my back. I narrowed my eyes and looked around the bowing grasses. Instinct spoke that someone was here. I'm not alone. Slowing, I lifted my nose to the sky and inhaled. I tried to smell past the rich, loamy flavor and hear past the crackle of lightning in the sky. Would the Nil hunter who tried to hurt the girl ambush me? Am I running into a trap? Dropping to one knee, the tall grass hid me. I balanced on a fingertip as I kept my breathing shallow, schooling my chugging heart to beat as quietly as possible. I should have brought a weapon. Should have taken the time to snap a branch and whittle the end into a spear, just like the Nil clan favored. Another fork of white power sliced through the towering, swirling clouds. An earth-shattering boom cracked right above me, making me cringe and glower at the tempest. Its displeasure echoed in my ears and teeth, shaking my bones with its roar. And then the rain came, sheets and sheets of it, cascading from the sky in giant rivers, smashing against grass heads, breaking some, ignoring others, splashing onto the dirt below. My skin switched from sweat-covered to cool wet with rain. I welcomed it, opening my mouth to catch thick, juicy raindrops, drinking them down. Another prickle of instinct clamped my teeth together. I slowly rose to my feet. Someone was here. I just couldn't see past the downpour. Moving toward the Nil camp in the distance, I didn't break into another run. I trod lightly, scanning the grasslands, wiping my eyes as rain fell so fast it obscured my vision. A movement slightly to my right, barely there and mostly hidden by the grass and thunderstorm. Another crack of forked lightning illuminated the world, followed by an angry rumble. I froze solid. Where there had been nothing but grass before now stood a silhouette with long white hair plastered to rain-slicked shoulders. A silhouette that became more and more substantial as the rain washed away strange swirls and symbols on her face, arms, and chest. My heart tripped as her features came fully into focus. You! I charged forward, clamping my hands on her shoulders, smearing the slightly gritty, oily markings on her flesh. You're here? How is that possible? Her eyes remained glazed and vacant. I shook her. I came back as fast as I could. I came to find you, to stop them. Did they hurt you? Are you all right? Squeezing my fingers into her cool skin, I held her at arm's length, studying her nakedness, scowling at the markings on her body as they continued to wash away thanks to the torrential rain. The noise of raindrops slamming against the earth and the teeth-pounding boom of more thunder turned the calm, stagnant night into one of absolute chaos. My heart fisted as the girl swayed in my hold, her eyelashes fluttering. I resisted the urge to shake her harder. Where did you come from? Curling my upper lip, I smeared a finger through a rain-destroyed symbol on her collarbone. Who did this to you? Was this some strange Nil custom? To paint each other in the remnants of fire and trip into the grasslands dazed and unaware. Anger bubbled in my stomach. What did they do to her while I was gone? Shadows reacted to my frustration and fears, licking around my ankles, unfussed about rain arrowing through me. It's me, I murmured,
stroking her jaw with my knuckles. "You're safe. With me." She blinked slowly as if my touch managed to reach inside whatever fugue she stood in. Animation returned to her body, and her chest rose with a sharp inhale. She swayed sideways, frowning at the landscape. A low moan slipped through her lips, and she tripped away from me, breaking my hold on her.
How?
She wiped her eyes with swirl-painted hands, clearing her vision from the rain and wiping away the ash mask that had coated her.
How did I get here?
I looked past her to the horizon where the faintest glow of a new day did its best to light up the blackened clouds above. The silver plume of the Nil's constant fire couldn't fight against the rivers falling from the sky, and its smoke had dampened to nothing. No other clan members chased after her. No spears flew in the darkness to impale me. No men's shouts or curses hunted us. We were alone. In a sea of grass as the sky turned into an upside-down lake, drowning us with every breath. My skin prickled with cold as I looked back at the girl. "I was coming for you. I don't know how long it's been since what happened by the river, but—"
"A full night and day,"
she whispered, barely audible above the rain.
"I don't understand how you're here. How we're standing here together. The wolves took you. I feared you were dead."
"Dead?" My shoulders swooped back. "Why would you think that?" Her head tilted, her long moonlit hair sticking to her shoulders with strings of white.
"Actor threw a spear into you. Kiva hit you around the head with his staff, not to mention Sin's bite."
Her gaze dropped to my side where the spear had wounded me, then flew to my arm.
"Wait."
Stepping into me, she snatched my wrist, steadying the mostly healed bite, running her fingers over the almost scar, wincing at the thickened, tattered edges.
I don't understand."
I didn't either, but I didn't know how to tell her. I had no answers. "As you can see, I am not dead." Her amber eyes met mine, almost dark bronze in the rain-thick dawn.
"How is that possible?"
She peered into my stare.
"You don't seem to suffer from fevers anymore, and your body has healed."
"The wolves took me home." I shrugged, hoping she'd accept that as everything she needed to know.
"They did this?"
She shook her head.
"How?"
"I don't know."
"You don't know?"
She dropped my wrist and ran her hand down the remaining symbols clinging to her skin. With every swipe and every rinse that the rain provided, she seemed more clear, more solid, almost as if she shrugged off a shroud that had hidden her in plain sight. "Those designs." I reached out and ran my finger through the remaining grid. "What are they?" She winced.
"They're part of, or were a part of, a trance ritual."
Glancing over her shoulder toward the Nil camp on the horizon, she gasped.
"I don't understand how I'm here when only moments ago I was—"
She frowned. Meeting my eyes with a slight panicked haze, she asked,
"You see me. You touched me. Am I really truly here, or am I spirit?"
"A spirit?" I scowled. "Why would you be a spirit?" Running her hands over her wet chest, rubbing away the circles around each breast and the long line from her belly to her bottom lip, she hugged herself.
"I don't understand how I'm here,"
she repeated to herself, looking back at the camp.
"Can Solon see that I've gone, or is my body still beside his in his Lupic?"
Her eyes flew to the storm-broiling sky.
"It's almost dawn. The fire must have released us. The mushroom and symbols worked at bringing me out of the fire, but I'm not home. What if the Damic root is still in my system, and my spirit cannot return to a body that's still toxic?"
She gasped.
"What if this is another illusion? A trance within a trance?"
Her eyes flew to mine.
"That has to be true. How else are you here, alive and in good health when you ought to be dead from fevers?"
She shuddered and hugged herself.
You're the spirit, not me.
I didn't speak, fearing her mental stability. She moaned low and tortured.
But if you're not truly here, that means you didn't survive the fevers. Or maybe you did, and I didn't survive the trance. Or maybe we're both dead and...
I'm alive. I touched my chest, running my hands down my body. See? Reaching across the distance between us, I squeezed her shoulder firmly. The sting that always accompanied touching her kissed me sharply. You're alive, same as me. She flinched, her eyes wild. It hurt to see her so confused, so lost. We're both here, I murmured. This is real. This is no trance, no death. Just us standing in a thunderstorm. What if the hunter who'd mounted her had scarred, not just her body, but her mind too? What if her spirit was broken, and this was her way of dealing with what had happened? My heart pained. I wanted to kill him, to turn wolf and claw out of his rotten, disgusting heart. Dropping my hand from her shoulder, I whispered, I don't know what happened to you since Salak took me away, but I'm so sorry I wasn't there to help. Moving slowly, so as not to lower her panic more, I stepped into her. Whatever you've endured, it's over now. With careful tenderness, I cupped her cheek. I'm with you. She shivered as a current of heat pulsed between us. Her arms loosened from their protective embrace as my fingertips tingled from our unexplainable connection. The crescent moon mark on my upper thigh stung. Her amber eyes met mine, still slightly dazed, still cloudy with confusion.
The fire said you already walked with death.
Anger churned in my stomach. Fire is nothing but an element. How can an element say such things?
The fire allowed me to walk through it. It granted me the ability to call myself Quellis.
Her forehead furrowed.
It gave me back my name.
Her eyes rounded.
My name. I remember who I am.
I grazed my thumb over her delicate cheekbone, keeping my voice soothing. I'm glad if that's what you wanted, but you don't need a name for me to know you.
This doesn't make any sense. Solon tied the entrance together. He made sure no one could get in or out until the trance was over.
I followed her footfall for footfall, chasing her slowly as her thoughts unraveled once again.
The Damic toxin he fed us made us pass out. I know it did. I doubt I would be able to walk this far so fast, especially unaware.
Another thick shadow appeared from around my legs. He fed you poison. I bared my teeth. You could have died.
We did die, for a time. Or at least...
She rubbed her forehead as if a headache bloomed.
I think we did. The fire claimed us. We became a part of it.
She moved faster, trying to get away from me.
I need to get back. If this is another illusion and my spirit isn't back in my body before dawn, I don't know what will happen. I might be lost forever.
She choked as true panic smothered her.
What if I'm lost again? Forever walking the world like before. Alone. Hungry. I can't do that again. I can't forget the meager things I've remembered. I can't go back to that emptiness. That loneliness.
Spinning around, she broke into a run. Rain continued to fall in sheets, turning the dry dirt into slippery mud. My toes squished into it as I launched myself after her. Her panic fed mine, slipping into the cold hollowness inside me when I'd walked the same nightmare. I tasted her terror of being alone again. I had that same terror, that same bone-deep despair. Wait. I lurched forward and grabbed her elbow. She spun around, hitting my wrist where I held her.
I have to go. I can't be lost again. I can't.
You're not lost. I wrapped her tight in my arms, shuddering as the heat fed between us, scalding my blood and granting a sense of peace in the storm. I'm here,
Let me go.
She shoved me, ripping herself out of my embrace and holding up her hands. Our eyes connected, and for a single heartbeat, I saw the same longing in her that I felt in me. She felt it too, felt the connection that couldn't be explained. The spirit true knowledge that our lives were intertwined even if those lives were forgotten. Please. I stepped carefully toward her. Come home with me. Let me take care of you like you took care of me. Her gaze landed on my outstretched hand. A small moan escaped her beautiful lips. Her spine suddenly snapped backward. She screamed as fire sparked and crackled from her fingertips. Some force that wasn't her own yanked her onto her tiptoes, bending her painfully, presenting her chest to the sky just as lightning sliced across the clouds. I leaped for her, terror tearing through me. What's happening? Stop! I bellowed at the storm. Let her go! She hung contorted and trapped in the droplet-thick sky, glowing as bright as the sun. She jerked as another rush of fiery showers spluttered from her palms, extinguished almost instantly by the rain. And then she fell, crashing against the earth. She collapsed onto her side. Panting hard, she looked as if whatever force had flowed through her had stolen every shred of life she had left. I shot to her, landing on my knees as I rolled her carefully onto her back and touched her face. What happened? What can I do? But it was too late. Whatever had happened tonight, whatever toxins she'd taken and trances she stepped into took its toll. Her eyes rolled back. Her arms flopped to the ground. Unconsciousness claimed her. I looked up, studying the plains, searching for any signs of Nil hunters who might have ventured into the storm to search for her. Dawn did its best to illuminate the horizon, all while the rain kept drenching in its darkness. My instincts remained quiet. No others were out here. No one would see me steal her. Standing, I bent and slipped my arms beneath her mud-covered body. With a slight grunt, I hoisted her into my embrace. With a final look at the horizon where the Nil lived in their hide-covered homes and worshipped their punishing flames, I hugged the girl close to me and ran in the opposite direction. My nape prickled as I reached the outskirts of the grasslands. Something watched me. Hugging the sleeping girl closer, I padded into the small meadow surrounding the outcropping of trees, river, and hillside where our caves nestled. Zetas? I know you're there. My eyes scanned the trees and scraggy bushes, searching for the source of my awareness. Dawn had turned into day, and the rain had finally dried itself out. I'd run part of the way, until I was sure no one was following us. After that, I'd walked. I'd cradled the girl as gently as I could, unwilling to bruise her by running. And now, I was home, and the starvation and thirst that had plagued me when I'd woken from my fevers returned in full force, making my stomach snarl with need. A twig cracked as I continued moving toward the small embankment that led to the cave's entrance. I smiled, and didn't bother looking over my shoulder. Salak's hunters could sneak up on rabbits and deer without raising alarm, but with me, I always sensed them, sensed their spirit rather than their aliveness. They didn't have to move or even breathe, and I could tell exactly where they were before they pounced. The pups hated it. It meant they could never sneak and tackle me, unless I played dumb and allowed it. Reaching the base of the gentle incline, I turned to face the trees in dappling light. Zetas, I know you're on sentry. Here. I raised the girl in my arms, presenting her to the peaceful forest. If you're so wary of what I've brought, see for yourself. The shadows beneath a bush with purple berries shivered and moved. Yellow eyes appeared as giant paws and sharp horns untangled themselves from the undergrowth. Zetas padded forward, her pelt glossy and more silver than black. Just like all the wolves, she played her part in this family, joining Salak's pack after being a lone traveler, arriving only a few days after me. I named her Zetas because it meant alone.
Because of that, I'd always felt a kinship to her, a bond that went beyond the family we all had become, and recognized similar struggles of walking a lonely world with no one. I smiled at the wolf as she stopped before me and reached her snout forward, straining to sniff the girl without coming too close. She was alone, like us, I said. Now she's a part of us. Zita sneezed and shook herself, her fur twinkling in the storm-weak sun. Licking her lips, she edged nearer for a better sniff. Her eyes narrowed as she ran her nose from the girl's cheek, along her arm, hip, and dangling foot. She stiffened and sat on her haunches, yipping twice, summoning our alpha. I scowled. You had to involve him so soon. She cocked her head, her bushy tail swishing in rain-damp wildflowers. A rustle sounded above and beyond me. I didn't bother looking over my shoulder as claws scratched on stone, and the soft thud of weight landed on the ground. A few other thuds as more females jumped after Salak, their hackles raised, all while they trotted around me, grinning with welcome. Turning to face the monstrous alpha as he raised his head with his spiral-sharp horns, I placed the girl on the ground at his feet. She's mine. She isn't a threat to you or your family, Salak. She's my mate, and I want her to stay. The alpha glowered at me, baring his fangs. His annoyance fed through the air. I couldn't understand why he acted as if I asked too much, as if this girl was any more of an inconvenience than me. You've already taken in one mortal and allowed me to become wolf, I argued. Why not one more? He barked, shaking out his fur. I tried to make sense of his reluctance and read the cues he gave, but the girl moaned and twitched at his feet. His ears flattened, and he lowered his head, pressing his nose to her belly. She flinched at the wet coolness, her eyes flying wide. For a moment she blinked with the same dazedness of before, but then her head turned and she yelped. Scrambling to her knees, she raised her arms as if to shield herself from being eaten by a wolf that could have torn out her throat in a blink if he wanted.
Please, don't.
Her voice was weak, and still had some of its slur, but she didn't pass out again. Moving to stand beside her, I rested a hand on her trembling shoulder. The familiar heat between us warmed my blood, and Salak cocked his head, sniffing the air where I touched her. He stared into me, more intense than any other stare, before he shifted and stared at the girl. He moved so close, his paws trapped her knees between them, his towering bulk shadowing her on the ground as his nose pressed to hers. The girl didn't move, didn't breathe. The other wolves surrounding us never took their eyes off Salak and the girl kneeling before him. I resisted the urge to let her go. Fear for the girl's safety commanded I prepare to defend her, but my faith in Salak stilled all my stirrings of violence. He wouldn't hurt her. I was sure of that. I trusted these beasts far more than I trusted any of the nils she'd once lived with. As if she understood what Salak wanted, she bowed her head and presented her nape to him. Her hair was thick with mud and crinkled from drying, trapped between her body and my arm. The beads of her spine stood out, delicate and vulnerable beneath the last remnants of ashy designs that had mostly vanished in the rain. My hand slipped off her shoulder as she breathed.
Thank you.
She bowed deeper.
Thank you for healing the stranger.
She flattened her hands on the ground, her fingers so close to touching Salak's giant paws.
I thought he was dead, yet I wake to find you have magic. Magic that heals fevers and stitches wounds.
A small hitch in her voice as she added,
Perhaps you can help me and tell me how I'm here when my last memory was walking through a fire. Perhaps you can tell me if this is another vision or real.
Salak lowered his head, nuzzling her chin, forcing her head to tilt upward. She obeyed, raising her eyes to look at him.
You feel so real. You smell so real. Yet none of this can be real.
A smaller female wolf who was mother to 6 newborn pups padded forward. I hadn't named her yet, but she held such sweet concern in her yellow stare that the word Kiyu came to mind. It meant kindness in the language that I shared with the girl. Kiyu didn't stop until she flanked Salak. Her gaze never left the girl's, and with the sharpest whine full of hello and heartache, she folded herself over the girl's knees, resting her head on the ground, looking up at the girl as if she was a long-lost litter mate. Salak stiffened. He growled at Kiyu. The girl jolted, but with shaking hands she stroked Kiyu's head, running her fingers between the female's horns.
I would never hurt your family,
she whispered.
I am no threat to you.
I glared at the alpha, hoping he heard the same vow I had already spoken spilling from her lips. Why had he saved my life when I'd begged for death, yet acted so coldly when I brought my own mate back to the den? To deny her sanctuary went against everything I knew about the caring, protective alpha. Reaching forward, I clasped the girl's shoulder again. She flinched as a heated current leaped between us. I kept my eyes on Salak as his attention shot to where I held her. She's staying, I growled. Salak licked his lips, his pink tongue catching on his fangs. He studied me closely. My heart thudded with warning, but then he sighed and dropped his head toward the girl. With another sniff, he lapped at the girl's hair, then yawned with a grunt, his blessing and approval. Salak turned and padded off into the trees, his tail slinking between the shadows as he vanished. The moment he was gone, the rest of the pack shed its tension, and the wolves shot forward, yipping and squirming, crowding around the newcomer all while she remained trapped by Kiyu, who hadn't moved from her lap. The girl twitched in fear as females and juvenile males all surged toward her, sniffing every inch, nuzzling wet noses into her hair, arms, and skin. She shivered as one licked her neck where the Nil's hunter had bruised her. I didn't speak as each wolf welcomed her. I merely kept my hand on her shoulder, letting her know she wasn't alone and staking a claim to keep her safe. Once they'd sniffed and licked her, the wolves gave me the same welcome, before finally padding away to sit in the watery sunlight or disappear into the forest to hunt. My stomach growled to hunt with them, to stalk something tasty for dinner. But I couldn't leave, not until my chosen mate accepted her new home. Kiyu was the last to leave. Standing with reluctance, she headbutted the girl with a whimper. With a quick lick, she loped off after the hunting party, leaving us alone. For the longest heartbeat, the girl remained on her knees, her shoulders tense and hands balled. I didn't move, didn't speak. I gave her the time she needed to adjust and accept that this was real, that she was truly here. Finally, she inhaled deeply as if centering herself, then climbed weakly to her feet. The sun seemed to shine a little brighter as she looked up at me. A surge of need to take care of her clutched my heart. She would be hungry, same as me. She needed food and drink and something to shelter her body with. Unlike our other encounters when she wore fur to hide her body, she was as nude as me, almost as if the design she'd been wearing had forbidden any other decoration. After seeing that Nil hunter trying to rut between her legs, I wanted to wrap her in fur and never let anyone touch her again.
I dreamed I found you in a thunderstorm.
Her eyes met mine.
That you were no longer sick, and had come back for me.
I smiled gently. It wasn't a dream.
I see that now.
She hugged herself.
How am I here?
I carried you.
You broke into Solin's Lupik while we were in the trance and took me?
No. I scowled. You were in the grasslands. I sensed you before I saw you. The rain washed away whatever symbols painted you, and you became...
visible,
she breathed, shaking her head. Her chest rose with a sharp inhale.
The symbols were meant to make me invisible to the shadows, to protect me from the darkness.
Worry filled her amber stare.
What did that say about you when you weren't able to see me until the spell was lifted?
I studied her, wishing I could take away her fears. It doesn't say anything. You yourself admitted you took something toxic. You willingly partook in mind-altering poison and suffered a hallucination of walking in fire.
It wasn't a hallucination.
She nibbled on her bottom lip.
It was real. So real I remembered my name.
Yes, you said that in the storm. I kept my distance, all while my arms begged to encircle her. What is it? She blinked.
My name?
You don't have to tell me. I don't need something to call you by. But you spoke as if remembering gifted back a piece of who you are.
It did.
She sighed.
Very much.
She looked away.
If remembering my name granted such peace, imagine what recalling the rest of my past would do. I would have given anything to know. But now I am afraid.
I couldn't ignore the urge to touch her. Running my knuckles along her chin, I murmured, "Why are you afraid?" She shivered but didn't pull away.
Because the fire said I would become something awful and do something I can't begin to comprehend.
A hallucination cannot show the future. Her eyes tightened.
I told you. It was real.
Dropping my touch, I nodded. In that case, your name must be real. Tell me so I can see if I remember it. See if I remember you, and not just your heart. Then perhaps we can remember the rest together. Her gaze locked onto mine as if searching for any ulterior motives. Finally, she nodded and wrung her hands.
Runa. My name is Runa.
I waited for my mind to explode with memories. I willed detonation after detonation of knowing her, loving her, living a life where we were one, but nothing. Her name meant nothing. It was just a word. Hiding my heart-fisting disappointment, I cocked my head. Runa? Perhaps speaking it would trigger something, anything.
Yes,
she whispered.
I remembered just before I woke up in the grasslands.
Runa. I rolled the letters over my tongue, letting it soak deep into my mind. My heart skipped. That word, it's not just a name. It also belongs to...
Bees.
She clasped her hands against her bare belly.
I know. It was them who gave me back my name.
It also means life-giver, I murmured, my mind whirling with everything I could recall. Bees are the pollinators of the world. They give life. Without them, there would be nothing. She nodded almost shyly.
To be named after them is an honor.
Her voice faded to a whisper.
I don't know why I wear that name or who gave it to me, but it is my name. Of that I am certain. They swarmed me, stung me, became a part of me.
I narrowed my eyes at her unblemished skin. No redness, no swelling. You weren't stung, Runa. She jolted, as if the use of her name did something to her. What must it feel like to be called by something that linked a forgetful present to your hidden past? How would it feel if she used my name? A name I hadn't cared about until this very moment. I suddenly wanted her to speak it, badly. Her lips parted as she raised her arm, running her fingers along her skin, searching for the sting she'd felt. She didn't speak for a while. Her shoulders slouched as she struggled to accept what was real and what was not. With a quick inhale, she turned up her palm and dropped her other arm. Closing her eyes, she pursed her lips. What are you doing? I asked, reaching for her outstretched hand. Pain bit into me. Fire seared my fingertips. Ripping my fingers back, I glared at the small flame flickering in her palm. A fire that wasn't natural, wasn't mortal. She tensed, all while her eyes widened at what she'd created.
The fire said I could now summon its children. If the trance wasn't real, how do I have such a gift?
Squeezing her fingers together, she snuffed out the flame, leaving tendrils of smoke to curl around her knuckles.
How can you summon shadows when you're supposedly as mortal as me?
I straightened with wariness. Shadows? She crossed her arms.
You summoned them. I've seen it. You used them to push Actor off me when he...
She stopped speaking with a wince. A spot behind my shoulder blades itched. I didn't want to lie, but I had no answers to give. I settled on the truth, as frustrating and unhelpful as it was. I don't know how I summoned them, but you're right. They appear for me, just like that fire appeared for you.
If you don't know how to manifest them, then how did you turn them into a weapon?
I didn't. They just acted as an extension of myself.
But...
They appear at will. I shrugged. Usually when my emotions are high. I recalled the first time they'd appeared, when running with Salic and the adrenaline-coursing joy at winning. They'd pooled then, drawn by sheer happiness. But they'd also been summoned by pain from the lynx's bite and rage at the hunters hurting her. I think any heightened emotions bring them forth. I stepped closer to her, rubbing my thigh as it burned as keenly as the fire she'd branded my fingertips with.
Just like the mark on my leg reacts when you're near.
Her own hand slapped over her upper thigh. I waited for her to deny it, braced myself so she wouldn't see my pain at her refusal, her denial over the connection between us.
A warning,
she breathed, barely audible. What did you say? I drifted closer.
Nothing.
Slowly, she lowered her hand, her chin tipping upward. Defiance glittered in her stare as if she'd chosen to